That's weird. Did you put my video away? Oh, you did, yeah? Alright.
The best she could with her education and training to meet the expectations of the employer.
Sorry.
She then refashioned herself as a constitutional law professor, teaching.
Oh, good. Refashioning yourself. That's always normal.
College in Colorado, and self-publishing a book decrying the Supreme Court's legalization of gay marriage. After stints at religious advocacy groups, she landed in the former president's orbit, branding herself a member of the elite strike force.
Of course she did.
Was going to keep Trump in the White House.
Oh, good. The #1 female bigot of all time ends up in Trump's orbit. Yeah,
they did not, in fact, keep Trump in the White House. And Ellis's contribution didn't even break a mention in Jack Smith D.C. indictment. But Ellis managed to get herself a couple of charges in Georgia, so congrats on the new profile thing. And while Rudy, Sidney, and Jenna were flinging themselves at the courts and legislatures trying to get themselves to snatch Biden's electors,
what's that?
a team of lawyers behind the scenes were cooking up the legal justification for the plot to substitute fake electors for the real ones on January 6th. Two of those managed to get themselves named by Jack Smith in D.C. and indicted by Fani Willis in Fulton County. John Eastman, a.k.a. Co-Conspirator 2, and Ken Cheesebro, a.k.a. Co-Conspirator number 5, lent intellectual heft to the project, each drafting a series of memos, assuring their co-conspirators that this was all very legal and very cool. In fact, Cheesebro explicitly stated that a crucial problem
Cheesebro.
Cheesebro. As a routine measure
Cheesebro.
to ensure that in the event the courts or state legislatures were to later conclude that Trump actually won the state, the correct
cheesy, bro,
can be counted in Congress in January. But not a single swing state was flipped by a court or state legislature. So by January, Eastman and Cheesebro had decided on a new plan. They wanted Vice President Pence to unilaterally reject electoral votes, throwing the elections for Trump. Both men privately acknowledged that the Supreme Court was unlikely to accept their reasoning, but pressed ahead anyway in the hopes that Pence would cave to the mob and toss out the votes of millions of Americans. Eastman made the additional error of using his work email for his coup plotting. Which is, just a rookie mistake.
11,000.
Those emails from getting out, he sued to block his
gonna go spend some money.
University.
11,000 gold.
Communications to the House January 6th committee in 2021. A federal judge found that Eastman, like Evan Corcoran, had likely participated in a crime with his client Donald Trump, and so the emails had to be turned over under the crime fraud exception to the attorney-client privilege. The lawsuit also had the effect of publicizing Eastman's communications, including a message sent to Vice President Pence's top lawyer during the siege of the Capitol, in which the lawyer encouraged but one more relatively minor violation, since the mob had already disrupted the certification under the Electoral Act. Eastman was charged with 9 counts in Georgia, while Cheesebro netted 7 charges. Eastman is also facing disbarment proceedings.
Oh, good, he's getting disbarred.
As well as
Yay.
Another entrant into F-tier, former DOJ environmental lawyer Jeff Clark, aka Co-Conspirator 4, a Justice Department official who worked on civil matters and who, with the defendant, attempted to use the Justice Department to open sham election crime investigations and influence state legislatures with knowingly false claims of election fraud. Clark also tried to persuade Acting Attorney General Jeffrey Rosen to send a proof of concept letter to the swing state legislatures, encouraging them to reconvene and steal Biden's electoral votes based on
good electoral fraud too. Yeah.
But those investigations did not exist, and Rosen refused to send the letter. The confrontation resulted in an Oval Office showdown on January 3rd, 2021.
Oval Office
The
showdown.
entire senior leadership of the Justice Department, as well as Trump's White House counsel, threatened to quit if Trump put Clark in charge of the DOJ. In September 2022,
They're
the
like,
FBI
no.
seized Clark's phone, and now he's facing a couple of charges in Georgia. On the plus side, according to Rolling Stone, he's on the short list to be Attorney General in a second Trump White House. And then last, we have Trump's in-house counsel, Boris Epshteyn, a.k.a. Season 7 Michael Cohen, a.k.a. Co-Conspirator 6, a political consultant who helped implement a plan to submit fraudulent slates of presidential electors to obstruct the certification proceeding, allegedly. Epstein is one of Trump's closest advisors, to the consternation of his other lawyers, who complain that Trump's political strategy consistently trumps his legal strategy. Epstein is reported to have talked Trump into several of his loonier legal filings, including suits in Florida against the Pulitzer Prize Board and New York Attorney General Letitia James. He also had his phone seized by the FBI in September 2021 and testified to the grand jury about the fake electors plot in which he coordinated Giuliani's efforts on the ground, while Cheesebro and Eastman worked behind the scenes. This effort has not made him popular with Trump's personal lawyers, who blame him for Trump's disastrous legal strategy, particularly in the documents case.
I guess I could go do that one.
Not least, not even making it onto F tier, let's give an honorable mention to Alan Dershowitz, the famed Harvard law professor emeritus, who represented Trump in the first impeachment. And while Dersh has not officially represented Trump since 2020, he contributes to the cause by defending the former president daily in right-wing media. While insisting that he's a liberal Democrat, Dershowitz insists that the sitting president cannot prosecute a former president under the Nixon standard, which is just something that he invented. He predicts that the E.
This
Jean
quest
Carroll
is a
verdict will be
shit
overturned
show.
since the jury only found
They're
him
gonna leave
liable
it.
for kinda molesting her, and he confidently asserts that the call where Trump demanded that Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger find 11,780 votes is actually evidence that Trump was simply demanding another recount, despite there had been 3 recounts by then. And he does it without being paid a nickel by Trump's PAC, just a stand-up guy. And another F-tier habit of Trump's is eating steak with ketchup. But if you'd like a delicious S-tier meal delivered straight to your door, today's sponsor, Factor, can help. Because Factor makes meeting your nutrition goals easier than ever by delivering fresh, never frozen, dietitian-approved meals right to your doorstep. And the meals are completely ready to eat. So you can eliminate the hours that it would take to shop, meal prep, and cook so you can spend your day doing the things that you actually want to do. Factor meals arrive pre-prepared and ready to eat in just 2 minutes. In the same amount of time that I could put on my shoes to go to the grocery store, my Factor meal is already done. Because sometimes I just want a good, healthy meal without having to cook. And it's surprisingly affordable. And now Factor offers Gourmet Plus meals as part of your weekly options, which means you can get a little gourmet with your meal plan whenever you're craving something special. Gourmet meals like Surf and Turf or Surf and Surf, shrimp and salmon. All of Factor's meals are extremely delicious, like bruschetta shrimp risotto, green goddess chicken, and grilled steakhouse filet mignon, ready in just 2 minutes. Their menus are updated weekly with 34 different options, so streamers are being so lazy, it might be illegal. That's right, professional live streamer XQC is facing accusations of stealing content for his own reaction videos.
See, I think it's okay to listen to these videos like podcast, like a podcast, and not worry too much about, like, you know, like, I don't think the legality of like a podcast or listening to these videos like a podcast is very bad. But when you're staring at like TikTok at other people's content and watching XQC respond to other people's content, watching XQC watch TikTok, is, I think, a bit more sort of like full-blown content depth, I think. In the respect of visually, you've got the whole show. You're like in a movie theater and you're watching the main attraction watch television. And that's incredibly entertaining too, because they provide you with their personality and their response and stuff. So, but when you can see what they're looking at, that's when I think it kind of crosses the line, and at that point you're basically rebroadcasting. I think the word for it would be, are you rebroadcasting their video in the intention of gathering follows and viewership off of their entertainment? And so, and I think morally, I think I'm a bit better running it in the background. And I think actually the problem now is like when I put it full screen to watch something, I think it's acceptable for like 5 or 10 or even like 30 seconds. But watching the entire fucking video like on stream while I just have my face on the top left and their video in the middle is maybe bad form. And I'm going to begin to maybe kind of trim that out of my daily, you know, my daily activities, because I wonder morally, I don't like the gray area. I don't like the moral gray area of just having someone else's content on the screen of my, you know, on the screen of my stream. Just like, I think it's okay for 30 seconds. I think it's okay when you go to the bathroom for like 30 seconds, then you come back and you go right back to the video game. But after this like 2.5 minute mark, something like that, I begin to wonder if I am kind of like stealing their content and just mainlining their shit on my channel, trying to get other people's entertaining personality to carry me. And I don't, like, I don't think it's mainly that. I think it's because there's always constantly, usually anyways, not always, like when I'm tired it's not always like that, but like most of the time there's like video game content going on in the background though, or not in the background but in the foreground, excuse me. So the entertainment's going on in the background and the video game is going on in the foreground. I think that's acceptable morally, because it's like you can't stop me from listening to stuff while I play video games all day. And I can't really, like, honestly, I would actually really like to, I think you can like divorce the audio of what you're listening to from the stream. But I don't think that, like, I don't think it's very normal. Like, I looked at splitting the sound drivers, and it's not as easy as you might think. It's actually, like, kind of severe sound driver difficulty stuff, where you've got to, like basically partition the sound captures. And while that's technical, the real problem with it is it's not a process that works very well. It's not something that's very normal. Most people don't do that. So I think a band might do it when they're trying to bring in like a second singer in a different room, but it's not a very common thing, I think, to separate the desktop sound capture from something else and still get them at the same time. At that point, you're essentially running two recording sessions, which also has its own ramifications on your system resources and such, and all these other things. So I don't want to split the sound driver. I want the YouTube stuff to come over. And this video is Legal Eagle talking about how XQC is essentially just running TikTok for like 8 hours or 12 hours and just responding to the TikTok or whatever, or YouTube or whatever's hot at the moment, And that's okay, but see, the difference is he shows what's on his screen. And that's okay. I think that's okay to a degree for like 2.5 minutes or something. But on like an hour-long video about Devin Nash, having it on the screen while you're like AFK in the bathroom or something like that, that's morally wrong. And so now I'm watching that. I don't like. I'm not. It's not my intention to steal other people's work to gain profit from it. And honestly, I haven't gained much profit from it. I mean, I've gained some, but not much. Not anything to write home about. So it's like, it has not been a career maker for me, but streaming other people's content. But I do think there is a line.
Well, making a complete mockery of other people's intellectual property rights. Oh, hold on. This part's great. Man, I love this guy. Welcome back, Legal Eaglets. Today it's time to think like a lawyer, because we're going to be covering one of the most misunderstood aspects of copyright law: fair use. So hold on, because it depends. But for those not in the know, XQC is one of the most popular and highest paid internet personalities. Over the past decade, the 27-year-old French-Canadian has cultivated a dedicated following for his unique style of unfiltered commentary for video game live streams and YouTube videos. Now, XQC's most recent controversy kicked off when he uploaded a video to his YouTube channel showing himself reacting to another creator's video on the JFK assassination.
About to return to ground level, given spotted Oswald approaching.
But while reaction videos typically involve lots of pausing and constructive commentary on selected clips, XQC's video is almost exclusively just him watching the entirety of another person's 90-minute video. This triggered an influx of backlash from other YouTubers who accused XQC of free riding off of another creator's hard work, all while reaping financial rewards via clicks and ad revenue.
XQC is saying next to nothing. Again, it's just like, wow, this video is popular, so I'm gonna sit in the corner and my audience will do basically whatever I say, and I'll say it next to nothing and make free money.
And to make matters worse, sometimes he even keeps the video playing while he leaves to use the bathroom or make lunch.
Well, we're human, though. We have to go get lunch and go to the bathroom. It's not like we would do that if we didn't have to. Like, he's got to go to the bathroom at some point.
XQC is not the only streamer who reacts to other people's videos in real time with almost no commentary. It's all over the place. Now, Now, XQC claims he's done nothing wrong and accused his critics of being envious of his success. Now, as a YouTuber who has produced my own share of reaction videos and had their videos reacted to by others, this is an issue that is near and dear to my heart, and more importantly, my wallet. And the transformative nature of fair use is one of the most misunderstood areas of the law on the internet. So today, let's take a deep dive into one of the most heated debates on online content creation and fair use that's happening right now. Now, Felix Lengyel, better known as XQC, has spent nearly a decade building a devoted online following as a former top-ranked competitive Overwatch player, turned streamer, and content creator. And on the live streaming platform Twitch and now Kick, XQC regularly chats with fans, hosts reality shows, and broadcasts himself playing video games. And on his YouTube channel, XQC makes general videos on a variety of topics, including videos of himself reacting to other creators' content, and often re-uploading his live streams. Now, XQC is no stranger to controversy, and if anything, he revels in it. He's been historically suspended from Twitch for various reasons, ranging from a copyright strike for live streaming the Tokyo Olympics to an incident where he uploaded a brief clip of two gorillas mating, which he claims was by accident. And XQC has also blurted out homophobic, sexist, or otherwise bizarre comments during live streams. But ironically, the famously outspoken XQC now finds himself under fire for the things he doesn't say during his reaction videos. Now, most recently, XQC kicked the hornet's nest on July 24th, 2023, when he posted a video onto his YouTube channel titled The Kennedy Assassination, XQC Reacts to Lemino. But XQC's video is not so much a reaction video as it is mostly just him watching an entire 90-minute JFK documentary in silence. A number of YouTubers accused XQC of stealing the content of a fellow creator while providing almost zero commentary that would make the video his own. First, it was Bub Films taking XQC to task, then some ordinary gamers joined the fray, describing the video as garbage, and this isn't the first time that XQC's non-reactive reaction videos have actually stirred controversy. Neo, a YouTuber who creates educational videos, who you can also find on Nebula, criticized XQC for leaving the room 5 seconds into reacting to Neo's video and only coming back 10 minutes later, which Neo described as XQC, quote, making a mockery out of the fact that he is not reacting. He also provided a graph showing that there was no viewership boost for Neo during and after XQC's broadcast. On the streaming site Kick, which XQC recently made a $100 million deal to join, one of XQC's first streams went south after a member of Kick staff had to jump into the chat to stop him from streaming the entirety of The Dark Knight. He then found himself temporarily hidden from Kick's directory, aka shadow ban, for a second copyright violation for streaming Breaking Bad. Now, addressing the backlash to the Kennedy video, XQC asserted in a live stream that he paused like crazy and added a lot of commentary to very generous statements.
Bro, I paused like crazy, added a lot of commentary. Chat, the reason why I didn't commentate is that streams are content. Streams in their entirety are content.
He then claimed he only rushed.
You're a
through because his
streamer,
chat
you
was
idiots.
getting mad. And after going on one of his trademark rants, he added, quote,
Yes, a lot of
What are you
idiots
talking about?
That's what chat wants. If I commentate too much, chat gets bored.
Now, we'll talk about legal defenses in the future, but this is just classic. The chat got bored, so it's okay to commit copyright infringement. I'm sure he's fine here. But on Twitter, XQC hit back at some ordinary gamers, writing, quote, I'm watching a vid I like to my people, that's it.
Yeah, watching a vid I like to my people,
Now,
that's it.
XQC
I mean,
reacted to Neo's response.
Out to my people,
with
you know?
this incomprehensible video.
Chat, did this get re-uploaded? Chat, is this video re-uploaded or not? Wait, it didn't. Wait, it didn't. So, what's the problem? So, what's the problem then?
He reminds me of my friend
When
Patrick.
you upload it to the same platform, that's the problem then.
Yeah,
He sounds
what
like
I
Patrick.
think he's trying to say, and don't quote me on this, is that he told his editor or his social media guy not to republish his live stream to YouTube, thinking that that somehow absolved him of copyright infringement. That's not the case. Now, what this gibbering mouther fails to understand is that it's copyright infringement whether it takes place during a live stream or during a video on demand or a re-upload. It doesn't matter whether it's live or not. It's still copyright infringement. It just might be harder to actually find if there's no actual recorded video of it, if it was a live stream that just went off into the ether. And actually, when XQC was called out during the live stream of reacting to Neo's video for the lack of commentary, XQC just gets angry and makes some stuff up. Talking about some nonsense reaction about the metal of the pillars and stuff.
Metal pipes, cement, football, goal at the back. Wait a minute, chat. Hold up. I think this is a very rare copper alloy right there, chat.
But it highlights the lack of actual commentary. You can't just describe what you're seeing and call it commentary. That's not going to qualify. And it highlights the lack of anything of value that's being added and the lack of transformativeness of these reactions. But XQC described some ordinary gamers' take as, quote, unfounded criticism full of personal attacks, and asked some ordinary gamers why this triggers him so much. Now, speaking as a lawyer and YouTuber, the reason this triggers some people, especially content creators, is that XQC seems to be basically stealing other people's hard work under the guise of creating a reaction video, which we'll talk about whether it's a reaction or not. But besides the legality of it, there are a wide variety of attitudes toward reaction content in the streaming community itself. Ethan Klein, a YouTuber and co-host of the H3 podcast, has emerged as a prominent voice on fair use and one of the fiercest critics of non-reactive content creators. And on the August 7th episode of the H3 podcast, Klein and XQC debated what counts as fair use with respect to hosting content. XQC accused Klein of doing the same thing by featuring smaller creators' content on his platform.
You keep saying that.
You're doing it.
Not proven.
You're doing it. You call me a thief piece of when you're doing it.
You haven't proven that. I don't know why you keep saying that.
However, a key difference is that H3 rarely plays a video in its entirety, and XQC asserted that his live reactions give exposure to smaller creators, which set up a furious response from Klein.
Nice try. You literally do it to enrich yourself. You're a multi-millionaire, and you steal content from small creators, and you don't give a about their rights or what they want. You're not creating anything big for anyone. You're just taking attention and views for yourself, and you don't give a about the consequences of that. It's not your decision to make that for other people's property.
Now, the debate devolved into finger-pointing and insults with Klein cutting off the stream, but not before XQC asserted people would rather watch him do the worm than watch Klein's podcast, and he then did so.
Oh, okay, sure. I mean, that's content, man. It's original content, at least. Yes, do that, bro. Do it.
And in the wake of all of this controversy, YouTuber Meat Canyon created a parody of XQC in a video he called The Tragedy of a Reaction Streamer, in which XQC is portrayed as a Smaug-like monster, hoarding views, though, ironically, the XQC golem in this video seems to be actually more coherent than the real thing.
Very fun, I like it a lot. Make sure to leave a like, click on the bell, and a thing. And oh shit, I'm doing the pose.
And then things got meta when XQC reacted to the video by barely reacting. And then things got really meta when Meat Canyon reacted to XQC's reaction by barely reacting. Though, ironically, Meat Canyon's reaction is probably the one that's most likely to qualify as fair use, because under some circumstances, parody can be fair use. And if I was his lawyer, I'd argue the parody only works if he reacts to the whole thing without reacting. Copyright can be really weird sometimes. Of course, copyright can be hard. It's why you need a good lawyer. But if you want a great lawyer, my firm, the Eagle Team, can help. If you or a loved one has suffered from cancer, suffered an injury or death in the family, or were involved in a car crash, we can represent you or help find you the right attorney who can. Just click on the link in the description for a free consultation with my team. Because you don't just need a legal team, you need the Eagle Team. So, link below. Now back to thieving streamers. And this is a perfect opportunity to talk about one of my very favorite cases that actually involves Ethan Klein. Now, originally, Ethan Klein found fame through his YouTube channel, H3 Productions, which was hosted by himself and his wife, Hila. Now, their content included sketch comedy and reaction videos that satirize internet culture, and it was one of their biting reaction videos that landed them in federal court. Because in February of 2016, Ethan and Hila posted a video mercilessly mocking the video of another fellow YouTuber, Matt Hosenside, in which his character, the big, bold guy, attempts to seduce a love interest using the power of parkour.
Strong shoulders.
He wrote that in, by the way.
I don't recommend that you watch this video. It is the most cringeworthy thing you have ever seen in your entire life. And for some reason, it still exists on YouTube. But the Klein's 14-minute reaction video included numerous clips of the big bold guy's supremely cringe video, interspersed with their own commentary and jokes. And frankly, they played almost the entire video itself while they were commentating on it.
I feel so objectified.
You can have me.
Holy.
And it's just that easy, baby.
And in response, Hodenseide, known online as Matt Haas, sued the pair in federal court for copyright infringement and DMCA violations. And in the original complaint, Haas accused the clients of reproducing virtually all of the work as, quote, nothing more than a prop in their comedy routine. And after the clients posted a video discussing the lawsuit, Haas added a defamation claim as well. But Judge Catherine Forrest of the Southern District of New York rejected all of Haas's claims, ruling that the client's video constituted quintessential criticism and comment that clearly fell within the bounds of fair use. In her analysis, Judge Forrest highlighted that the heart of the fair use inquiry is the extent to which the purpose and character of the use is transformative by adding something new with further purpose or different character. Noting that commentary and criticism have a strong presumption in favor of fair use, she cites various jokes and comments the clients made about the video, like calling Haas the king of cringe-tube, criticizing what they found to be unrealistic dialogue between Haas and the parkour actress, and mocking the plaintiff's parkour ability. And Judge Forrest also analyzed to what extent the client's video usurped demand for Haas's work by serving as a market substitute. And citing the Supreme Court's ruling in Campbell versus Acuff Rose, aka the Two Live Crew case, Judge Forrest noted that lethal parody may indeed hurt demand for the original work, and the injury may even be intentional, but that does not produce a harm cognizable under the Copyright Act. And accordingly, Judge Forrest found that the client's video, replete with criticism and mockery, is, quote, decidedly not a market substitute for the Haas video, holding that the client's video constituted fair use. Judge Forrest then dismissed the claims of copyright infringement and the DMCA violation, and she also tossed the defamation action, deeming the offending statements non-actionable opinions. And Ethan Klein rightfully declared this ruling a huge victory for fair use on YouTube. But in a footnote, Judge Forrest also cautioned, quote, the court is not ruling here that all reaction videos constitute fair use. She then provided helpful guidance for why the client's video was fair use, but other reaction videos might not be. Quote, some reaction videos, like the client video, intersperse short segments of another's work with criticism and commentary, while others are more akin to a group viewing session without commentary. Now, even though this case is 70 years old now, it's a great rundown of the fair use factors, especially in the context of an actual YouTube case, which is why I cite this case in every single one of my video descriptions. And if Lemino or Neo or others decide to sue XQC for copyright infringement, I can pretty much guarantee that they'll quote from this decision to argue that XQC's videos are a group viewing session without commentary, not entitled to any fair use defense. So let's run through this analysis for what XQC is doing and figure out whether he has a fair use defense or whether it's copyright infringement. Now, fair use is a legal doctrine that allows unlicensed use of copyrighted material in certain circumstances. As an affirmative defense to infringement, fair use seeks to balance the property interests of copyright holders with the public interest of encouraging freedom of expression and the wider distribution of creative works. And while fair use is decided on a case-by-case basis, there are certain enumerated activities that are laid out in the Copyright Act as potentially qualifying for fair use, and that includes criticism, commentary, news reporting, and research. And that is not an exhaustive list. And in determining whether a particular use of a copyrighted work constitutes fair use, courts will consider the following 4 factors as codified in Section 107 of the Copyright Act. And no factor is determinative. You have to weigh every single one of them. The first factor is the purpose and character of the use, including whether the use is of a commercial nature or for a non-profit educational purpose. The second is the nature of the copyrighted work, the amount and substantiality of the portion used in relation to the copyrighted work as a whole, and the effect of the use upon the potential market for or value of the copyrighted work. So for the first factor, courts examine how the party claiming fair use is using the copyrighted work. And while non-commercial and educational uses are more likely to be deemed fair, making money from the use of another's work doesn't automatically preclude a fair use finding. Instead, the key inquiry is to the extent the use is considered transformative. And the example that I often use is that Jurassic Park was originally a novel written by Michael Crichton. Then eventually it was turned into a movie, Jurassic Park, created by Steven Spielberg. Now, the movie is a derivative of the novel, and while it was transformative to turn the novel into a movie, you better believe that Steven Spielberg got permission and was able to license the IP to turn the novel into a movie. If Steven Spielberg had not gotten permission, that would have been copyright infringement. And that's why fair use can be tricky, because for it to qualify as fair use, it has to be transformative. It has to create something new, but it also has to be the purpose and character of one of the fair use categories that the law recognizes as available to use for fair use, whether it's education or whether it's commentary, criticism, or parody. The purpose has to be there.
Look, I heal when I block. That's crazy.
Transformative alone is not enough, and in fact, that can make it copyright infringement. Now, whether something is transformative is
Look, I heal when I block.
subject. I could
That's
make an entire video
insane.
just on whether something is transformative. But here's
Wow.
what the Supreme Court said in the 2 Live Crew case. Quote, the central purpose of the purpose and character of use inquiry is to see whether the new work merely supersedes the objects of the original creation or instead adds something new with a further purpose or different character, altering the first with new expression, meaning, or message. And in that case, the Supreme Court held that the rap group 2 Live Crew's commercial parody of Roy Orbison's song Oh Pretty Woman was non-infringing fair use. More transformative of the new work, and less significant
Big hairy
to the
woman. What?
and as a result, the first prong has historically been the most decisive in fair use determinations. And generally speaking, you're supposed to take the minimum amount necessary to create the transformative work that you're creating.
Roy
Now,
Orbison
it's a
probably
little
was
bit
so
different.
mad about that.
There, in an exception, you sort of need to take at least enough for people to
Or
get
maybe he thought it
the
was funny. He
joke.
probably thought it was funny.
You have to be able to conjure up the thoughts of the original for the
He probably thought,
to
he
work.
probably
Generally
both.
speaking, for fair
I think they
use,
sued
you're
him over
supposed
it.
to take the absolute
I'm fairly
minimum
sure he was
necessary.
angry.
Now, there's a little bit of gray area in terms of what is minimum and what's not, but still, generally speaking, you're not going to be able to take the entirety of a work and simply play it in the background. And this is the heart of the criticism against XQC, namely that his reaction videos are insufficiently transformative to constitute fair use. Now, the second factor is the nature of the copyrighted work, which analyzes the degree to which the work that was used relates to the copyright purpose of encouraging creative expression. In short, the use of copyrighted material from a work of fiction weighs in favor of finding infringement, while taking from a factual work, likely a news item, is more likely to be deemed fair use. But frankly, the courts don't put very much import for this particular factor unless the work has never been published before. But the third prong considers the quantity and quality of the copyrighted work that was used in relation to the copyrighted work as a whole. So in other words, fair use is less likely to be found when large portions of a copyrighted work are used, or if you're taking the heart of the copyrighted work itself. So in other words, fair use is much less likely to be found when large portions of a copyrighted work are used, and you're much more likely to be able to mount a fair use defense when you only use small portions. But in some contexts, even taking a small amount of a copyrighted material can render a use unfair if the selection constitutes a substantial part of the work or the heart of the work itself. So for example, in a case called Harper and Row versus Nation Enterprises, the Supreme Court held that a news article's quotation of fewer than 400 words from President Gerald Ford's 200,000-word memoir constituted the heart of the work, and the use was ultimately found to be infringing. And the reason there is because the magazine published the part of Ford's memoir that related to pardoning Richard Nixon, which apparently was the only reason you would ever read Gerald Ford's memoir. So this would be another strike against XQC, because XQC and these other live streamers are just republishing the entirety of the other YouTube videos and then reacting to it. Now, as we saw in the Klein case, just because you republish virtually all of a video doesn't necessarily mean that you can't mount a fair use defense, but it makes it really, really hard. And the more that you cite, the more you're going to have to add commentary or some new transformative meaning to your secondary video. And then the fourth and final factor focuses on whether and to what extent the unlicensed use saps the demand for the protected work by serving as a market substitute. In other words, in assessing this factor, courts consider whether the use is hurting the current market for the original work, for example, by displacing sales of the original, or preventing people from watching the original video, and or whether the use could cause substantial harm if it were to become widespread. And I think this is yet another strike against XQC, because when you republish virtually the entire portion of another person's video, and then you're not commenting on it with new meaning and commentary, why would anyone then watch the original video? They've already seen the video on your live stream. Now, as someone who has made dozens of reaction videos for this channel, and as a lawyer who has a vested interest in not getting sued for copyright infringement, I have a lot of experience on how these reaction videos are supposed to work. Or at least that's how Gamerant feels about my channel. But to give another example, when I reacted to the movie My Cousin Vinny, I didn't post the entire movie, and I didn't just show myself watching it, however fun that might have been. Instead, I took clips and punctuated them with my actual legal commentary. You see, the traditional way of making reaction videos is to actually react to the videos. Hey, I just said that. Now, creators who stream for long periods of time assert that, of course, there will be dead air while they eat or go to the bathroom. But the problem with that argument is that by the nature of live streaming, you can't take the minimal amount necessary as required under the fair use factor. And instead, you're playing the whole thing in real time, and you're not making any discretionary choice as to what is actually republished. And yeah, biology might dictate that you might need to take a bathroom break, but that's not a defense to copyright infringement. That's a live streamer problem, not a content creator problem.
I'm a live streamer. I can go to the fucking bathroom. It's the fucking, like, when I'm going to a video and I have someone else's video
to
running.
take a break will almost certainly violate copyright
Yeah,
due to the lack of commentary.
they never mentioned this part of it, and it's an important distinction to make. It's okay for a streamer to put on, like, a video and go to the bathroom, like, because they're only gone for, like, 2.5 minutes, 5 minutes, something like that, and the video goes in the background. Now, this is okay because the video that the streamer is doing usually is not. I mean, when it is, this is when it becomes an issue. That video, like the streamer is live. Their shit isn't being recorded, so it's not going down in history, so they can just make money, like they. Like, so it's like live, it doesn't go down so you can get hits on YouTube and become a crazy content creator. You are still a streamer when you go to the bathroom with a video in the background. It doesn't matter because it's not being published. You're not publishing. You're live, so I guess you could call that publishing, but you're not like making an annal for the ages that anybody can go see afterwards. You are making something that disappears when you are done. So there's like kind of a thing. I think there's a different thing. Like, streamers can go to the bathroom while a video's running, but I think, like, if you are publishing your video of you as a streamer watching TikTok and you go to the bathroom and then publish that video to YouTube of you going to the bathroom while that video is going on in the background, you are in the legal wrong. You can't publish the video of you going to the bathroom while the YouTube is going and someone else's video is running, because at that point you basically stole their video and you are now republishing their video as a big streamer and going to the bathroom, and so they're being entertained by the video in the background and you're just going to the bathroom, and then you publish that to YouTube. Like, all the rage now, like, something about my job that I've not really thought about that much is like, damn it, my fucking tablet shut down. Why? Why is this happening? Did I lose my stream? No, I didn't lose my stream. I don't know what the fuck that is. Why are you shooting at me, you idiot? Okay. So, So, like, something I'm noticing in the background that I don't think I'm doing correctly is I believe what I'm doing wrong now is, and I'm going to change it. I'm going to change it tomorrow. I'm going to empty out my E drive. Yeah, I think so. I'm gonna empty out my E drive, and I'm gonna record like a 14-hour video on my E drive, like, that'll take up like 500 gigs or something like that. And I will suppress it, and I will end the session 12 hours at exactly 12 hours, and I'll time it. And when I reach the 12-hour period, I will publish to YouTube, and I will publish a 12-hour session. And I think that's kind of what they do. They publish like a 12-hour set. Now they publish like hour-long videos of them watching videos. Like, that's what Asmongold does, and they title it as a video. And they have production and people working for them, so it's an easy effort for them to do that every day. And now, now I'm wondering, like, maybe if my future couldn't be publishing, 50 years of 12-hour sessions and letting the work speak for itself, I think. And at the end of the day, right, I shrink with the handbrake while I'm eating dinner. I take the shrunk, or no, I probably shrink. Well, I shrink with the handbrake, right? And I published the next day. Hey, what's up, number 2? How you doing? I'm just developing streamer strategies in live and in real time here. So I'm thinking what I'm probably gonna do in the future is I'm gonna watch the whole stepping on them thing about like when I go to the bathroom. I'm gonna pause the fucking. I'm over encumbered now. Damn it! I've been chopping too many trees. What do? I drop like the flint? Yeah. Oh, it's just barely too much. How about like one? Yeah, split that and bring it back. There we are. Okay, warp out. This was good. I like this area. It's good for It's good for the farming. Gotta go selling and make like at least 500 gold. I bet. I just made like 500 gold in half an hour. I'm gonna keep going. What was I gonna say? So I think I'm gonna change my style. I'm sick of the abuse on Twitch, and I'm a little bit morally worried about Twitch. Oh, I want to tip him, but I didn't witness the song. That sucks. That's okay. Okay, 2,500 Greenwood. So, what I think I will do is I think I will, well, I'm not going to leave Twitch, but what I'm going to do is well, let me think about this. Yeah, can I do that? Yeah, I can. So I'm going to stream to Twitch and YouTube all day, and I'm going to clean my drive out, my E drive of anything that I don't need. Probably old games that I don't play. I think I need to free up like something like a terabyte on my I think I have like a 2 terabyte drive. I need to free up like half of it. And I will do this over the next couple of days. When I'm eating at night, I will take a look at clearing out my E drive. And I believe what I've been doing wrong. It took me a while till I felt confident enough to do this, but I believe I do now. It took me the profession. I feel like I can professionally do this. And I will start publishing. I think I'll probably do 13-hour sessions. Seems to be about the right time, right? Because, or no, I guess it's like, how long can a video be on YouTube? I think it's like 12 hours, I think. Yeah, so I usually stop at like 11 hours and 45 minutes. I think I'll probably constrain my sessions to a little bit shorter, like 12 hours, right? And as I get more successful and I make more money, I will do less and less until I don't need to anymore. Like, essentially, I can, like, you know, maybe I can bring in someone younger or something like that. I don't know. But either way, the 20 cents, right? 180. Yeah, I don't know what that's it. That's five. I mean, like, how much money was this? I don't know. It's like kind of weird. You don't tell me. Yeah, fill this by order. So yeah, so I will trim down from 14 hours to 12 because it'll help me balance my days better and balance my schedule better. One of the problems that I have is I'm working like 17-hour days. So it really is fucking weird. It's like this revolving schedule that barely works. If I were to level it to 12 on, 12 off, I think I would have a better time, like, kind of meta balancing my life and at least maintaining a schedule that's a little bit more semblance of like normalcy, I think. And then I don't think I'll leave Twitch because there's no reason to leave Twitch. I think the only thing Twitch can do is better serve to like further my career, I think. But the problem is, like, I don't know, like, I believe I will stop paying attention to it. And I will move the chat to 3 months, and I will switch over to YouTube as my main. And I will publish. I will handbrake and condense the 12-hour. I will do 1080p records, and I will do 12-hour 1080p records to the minute. And I will publish the next day. Well, no, I will handbrake when I go to bed because, like, I think I would handbrake while I'm eating dinner because that'll probably take like an hour and a half, right? And I still feel better because I'm still got like 5 hours to break down the day at the end of the day. And so then I'm seeing a better schedule, right? I leave Twitch and I leave the toxicity of Twitch. And I mean, I don't leave Twitch because I stream to Twitch every day, but I stop paying attention to the chat and I bump the chat to 3 months only, and I start monitoring my YouTube chat, and I moved to YouTube because I can reach a lot more people on YouTube, I think. And YouTube is where the money and the prestige and the cloud is, and it's not like I want those things, but I don't like that I spent 2 years on Twitch and I've got like viewership of maybe 5. And I think that's I think that's because of Twitch. I don't think it's because of me. I think it's because of Twitch. I think if you don't take affiliateship, they will not promote you. And so if you aren't self-promoting all day instead of being the streamer, you can either self-promote or you can be a streamer all day. You can't do both, because they both take about the same amount of time. You can self-promote going to websites and spamming your name and trying to get people to watch your shit, or you can self-promote, or you can, like, I don't know, it's just hard to kind of like sum it all up. So now I'm thinking I want to switch over to YouTube. I'm going to do a paradigm shift. I'm going to get away from the toxic boomers on Twitch and the little kids, and I'm going to go to YouTube, where they won't truck with this kind of abuse. They'll fucking permaban the person's IP. They won't truck with the kind of abuse that you can't hate rate on YouTube. You'll catch a nasty felony charge. Like you know what I'm saying? And I'll go like you know, you can, but it's rare. And so you're going to throw some stuff away when you do it. And so I'm going to take my chat to Twitch. I'm sorry, take my chat to YouTube, and then I will stream in a much higher bit rate. No, I believe I will leave. I believe I will leave Twitch. Believe it or not, like, look at this. Like, I have leveled Twitch. Look, I feel like it was a video game, and I leveled Twitch up to like 4,231, whether it was through hate raids or otherwise. I still have 4231. I don't know, but I believe that's kind of the feeling, I think, because specifically, I can't control what's happening here. I can't control this. I can't control the hate raids. I can't control the follows. And I believe on YouTube, they don't truck with the little kids acting like little kids. They won't let them do it. They'll permaban IP, and then they can't use YouTube anymore. And then even on the VPN, if they keep doing it, it's like, you know. So we go to the YouTube, and and one of my current problems as a streamer is I'm streaming in 6,000 kbps, which is like 1/3 to, no, it's less than, it's less than that. It's like, okay, so I want to be streaming in 28,000 kbps, and I'm currently streaming in 6,000, and I want you guys to see my stream in, even if it's only 1080p, I still want it streaming in like 28,000 kbps, because it's like the graphics are so much sharper, the fidelity's so much better, and the frame rate's so much better on YouTube. It's like Twitch is for kids, basically. It's like for kids and lifestyle people. So, and professionally, I believe if I was able to make it here, I believe it would be smarter for me to rebuild the career on YouTube right now, and just start over again clean after 2 years. I'll just wipe my 4,000 follows, and if anybody ever asks, I'll say, yeah, I streamed to YouTube for 25,000 hours and I pulled 4,000 follows, some of them legitimate, some of them illegitimate. And yeah, I did. No, I didn't see your chat in YouTube. I don't monitor the YouTube chat. It is impossible for me to do that. That is one of the reasons why I don't monitor the Kick or the Facebook or the YouTube chat. I'm across 4 platforms, and I have 4 chats going at once, but I can't monitor more than one, because the Triple Anus just doesn't want you to. So you can't, I mean, you can restream and pay another $25, you know, and maybe restream will sync all of your chat, but I mean, I don't want to pay restream. I'm trying to make money, not pay money doing this. And as it is right now, all I'm doing is buying games, supporting myself, and trying to make money doing this. You know what I'm saying? But instead, I'm just spending out like $3,000 a year trying to do this. I'm buying all the games. I'm like, you know, so it's like, it would be, I really, like, I don't crave the money. I just don't want to spend more money than I have. And I'm spending more money than I have right now trying to support this. So so I'm not spending more money than I have. I'm spending all the money I have, I would say. And that sucks. So I want to, and no, I don't monitor the YouTube chat. Like, let me go see it. One watching, crave the money. I just don't. Like, no, I did. Hi, it's number 2. Okay, right on, number 2. I will. Yep, there we go. And yeah, cool. Number 2. Hi, I do see your chat. I do see your chat. Yeah. So, yes, and so tomorrow I believe I will abandon 4,000 follows. Well, no, I'm not going to abandon 4,000 follows, but I'm going to stop moderating the Twitch chat, and I'm going to drop it to 3 months. I'm going to pop in there once a day, and I'm going to ban anybody who said anything negative, you know? And then they're gonna be like, oh, you're not monitoring the chat, are you? I'm gonna say in the chat, I do not monitor this chat. It's set to 3 months. You can talk if you want to, but the ban mod will pretty much like censor everything that you say, which is true. And like, you know, and you can come in here and chat with each other in the Twitch chat if you want, but I'm not going to respond to it. And I'll switch over to monitoring the YouTube chat. And I will monitor the YouTube chat, and I will stream at 28,000 kbps, or like less than that. It will be like, I think 18,000, something like that, which is like triple the quality of Twitch or something like that. And then I start recording 12-hour sessions on my own of my 12-hour sessions. And I publish them as Skycat Live's day on, what's the date today? It's 10/6/2023. Skycat streaming day on, or whatever, I'm sorry, the MMO lifestyle. I'll just say, I'll title the video, the MMO lifestyle on, 10/7/2023, right? And then I publish the 12-hour fucking video, and I set a clock timer when I begin the stream for 12 hours, and I have to get in the content that I can get in 12 hours, and I challenge myself to do it. I end the recording at 12 hours, and I can keep streaming if I want to, but the recording, I can end the recording whenever I want, and if there's any problems, I just scrap the recording for that day. And and etc. And I start publishing 12-hour videos that people can constantly put on in the background on YouTube, where I listen to whatever was current for that day. Eventually I'll start getting like necro views 5 years later, because they're like, oh, what was life like in 2020 or 2023? When it's 2028, they'll go back to the MMO lifestyle and they'll see what I was doing in 2023, and they'll be like, well, you were playing in a lot of new worlds and you were talking a lot of shit about fucking Trump, right? And and I think there's some market to that. And then eventually, two years later from now, already we're looking at like a lot. I don't have enough finite time to do all this, but I am going to try to do it. 2 years later, I suddenly have 700 videos, 700 12-hour videos on YouTube that all have like, a few views and a few interests, but then eventually it starts to roll forward. And after 10 years in the business, there's 8 years of 12-hour videos, and if they aren't watching the current one that I'm doing that day, they're back watching other ones from the previous week or even years ago. Maybe in the title I will say what you will see on this stream: Rust, New World, EVE Online. Right? And in the title, I'll say, you will see these games: Rust, EVE Online, blah. And I'll list out the games that I want to see. And I'll start, see, I just haven't had the vision. It's taken me 2 years. And so then eventually, like, I'm on a non-kids platform where I can't be abused by little shitiots that have no penis and no clue, and like and are just set on attack like some kind of retard hand grenade that never stop exploding, and get away from that whole vibe, and get away from the games that are toxic that people don't want to see on YouTube, like Rust, and just let the user rule control me. And in the background, I'm always farming and I'm always selling and stuff for years on end. And after like 5 or 10 years, I have 10 years of 12-hour videos on YouTube, all getting between 100 and 1,000 views. And I go at it from a different point of view, where I get views percentage-wise. I have a large amount of viewership on YouTube, and eventually they're just forced to give me 100,000 subs or something, right? At the end of the video, I say, here is my data. Love me, please support me, please follow me on YouTube, and please like the channel, right? And I'm saying, like, you'll understand in 5 years there will be 12-hour videos for every day of the year, including Christmas and my birthday. It doesn't fucking matter, right? And I have the dedication. I proved to the world that I wasn't, like, right now, I would say statistically, I believe every human being on planet Earth could say I was the laziest. I don't think even drunk bums are as lazy as me. I was per capita the laziest individual on the planet Earth. And I wish to switch that on him. And that was the attitude that I got my entire life, too. That I was the laziest piece of shit on planet Earth. It really was my entire life. Even though I felt like... And that was one of the reasons why I stopped playing video games in my mid-30s. Because I was just like, Jesus Christ, I'm sick of the judgment. Fuck you guys. Just because I really focus on something. My mother even was like, you are lazy. You are lazy. All day long, she'd be like, you're lazy. You're lazy. Nah, man. And I'm the motherfucking hardest working motherfucker on the planet. And in 50 years, when they see 50 years of 12-hour fucking videos on YouTube, they're gonna fucking understand that I was 12 times the fucking entertainer of something like Jimmy Kimmel or Jimmy or whatever or Letterman or something like that, because I clocked 12-hour days, 365 hours, 365 days of fucking year for fucking 50 fucking years, and it's the new internet form of Jimmy Kimmel. And video games are my main focus, but in there you see, there's the niche that I don't have a name for it, but I'm going to call it, a perma talk show host. Call it perma talk, right? Perma talk. It's not like they're there for an hour on a super edited, super produced, super commercialized fucking piece of shit, like totally, like completely morally and artistically compromised vision that's like run by advertisers like Jimmy Kimmel, right? Somebody who doesn't take advertisers, somebody who isn't swayed by anybody, somebody who isn't speaking. Well, I'm speaking for the left just because I fall on the left, but I don't represent them as shit. Somebody who doesn't represent anybody, who doesn't have a lawyer, who doesn't have any business people working for him, who doesn't have a fucking mod, who doesn't have a fucking editor, who doesn't have anybody else in his life. He does all the fucking work by himself. 12 hours a fucking day for 50 fucking years. Put 365 videos on YouTube every year, and I try to catch 1,000 views on each. After 5 years, probably get more than that. After 10 years, I'll probably get more than that. After 15 years, I'll probably get more than that. And after 20 years, I bet I can make a living. And the humanity will have to remove the block on me that they set with the pariah cat bullshit, and they'll finally allow me to make $28,000 a year. Like right now, as it is, I would have to destroy the government to make $28,000 a year. There's no way they would allow me to sit around like a normal job all year long without attempting to throw me in jail like they've done 15 times or whatever. There's no way they would let me sit around and have a normal life. I really fundamentally believe I would have to destroy the government to attain a $28,000 a year job right now. I fully 110% believe it. I'm convicted of it the way that I know God doesn't exist or that the sun is gonna fucking rise tomorrow. I'm fucking 100% to 200% believe it, right? I fully believe I would have to topple the government to make $30,000 a year right now. The blockages are so real and so pronounced all my life that I really believe I would have to topple the government to reach a job that made $30,000 a year right now, enough to support myself. I really do. If I were to go to a normal job, they wouldn't try to imprison me. They've done it like 7 times. I do believe there is a full-blown block. I think I have a file somewhere, and I think they try to prosecute me or throw me in jail or try to attack me or destroy me or something like that. I believe the system has a vendetta against me. I full-blown believe it. So now, rather than toppling the government to make my $28,000 a year so I can support myself on the most basic human level and basically have shoes and things to eat, right? I believe I would do anything, but what I will do is I will publish 50 years of Jimmy Kimmel, 12 hours a day, and show them that I was 12 hours strong, not 1 hour strong, like fucking Jimmy Kimmel or whatever. Fucking 12 hours fucking strong every single fucking day for 50 years. They'll have to open the gates. I'll fucking bash the gates like a Trojan horse, and I'll come in there like YouTube, and I'll sack the gates of fucking Athens by myself and force the humanity to let me back in their fucking culture. And I'll do it. I swear to God I'll do it. And that's the plan. That's how I'll do it. I'll force them to recognize me. I'll force them to stop trying to destroy me. I'll sue them when they do it. I'll raise the money and I'll sue them when they try to destroy me again, inevitably. Because they've done it so many times now. I have a vendetta against them. Fuck it. You know what I'm saying? And I'll go against them. I've got nothing left to lose. I'll go up against them. And I'll use the fucking 50 years of YouTube, 12-hour sessions, clocking maybe 10,000 views a day or something, hopefully. And I'll use that money to fucking fund my private war, to reform the fucking government before they fucking kill me. I do see how a man can derive a lot of satisfaction out of that. And I think I will do that. And that's how I'll do it. I think the problem is a streamer throws their time away. And this is an epiphany for me. A streamer throws 8, 10, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14 hours of their day. In my case, I'm the worst end. I'm way at the other end. 14 hours a day or more. 20, sometimes 20 and shit. Like, you know, it's like 15, 16. Yesterday was like 15, I think, or whatever it was. Like, day before it was 15, I forget. But like, whatever it is, I'm way on the other end of it. I think they've thought I was the laziest piece of shit on the fucking planet. When in reality, I actually was willing to work 12 times as hard as anybody else just to be recognized in this fucking society for being normal. Just to reach it, just to have $28,000 a year and not be starving and fucking hysterical and fucking naked all of my fucking life, being attacked by the system and the shitheads fucking trolling me all day and shit, and all the shitheads of humanity and shit. I'll lock them the fuck out and I'll prove to them that no, in the end, I actually worked 12 times as fucking hard as everybody else. You just never legitimized it, you fucking shitiots. You never legitimized what I do. My mother has never sat down and ever watched what I did in the 40 years I've been alive. Neither has anybody else. One, maybe 2 other people in my entire fucking life, 3 now, have actually watched what I do. Nobody gives a living shit about it. They just discount it like it's like not there, like it's not real, like I didn't invest thousands and thousands of hours and years and put my blood, sweat, and tears in this, like it's not there, like I just wasn't there. You want to talk about imposter fucking syndrome? I don't have imposter syndrome. I've got pariah syndrome. You cast me out for no good goddamn reason at all. It made it harder for me to get a normal job than it would have been to escape Auschwitz. And I mean this. I really mean it. You know what I'm saying? I really fucking mean what I'm saying. And so I will Trojan horse my way into this fucking society and force them to fucking let me in. I'm sick of being on the fucking outside and being the outsider and being a pariah and hunted by the fucking police and targeted by cyber bullies and treated like shit by humanity my entire fucking life, beaten by my fucking father, beaten by some fucking stranger asshole that I never crossed, and put in jail over fucking drugs and shit. I will fucking turn the tables on this. I will topple the government. I will topple the people who came after me. I will put them in jail. I will take them all. And I will use the 12 hours that I put on YouTube every day as the financial fucking tool to fucking do it. And I will destroy every single fucking person that ever kicked me when I was down. I will destroy them both physically and financially. You know what I'm saying? So, like, you know, and I really mean this. Like, I will, like, you guys have been kicking me while I've been in a fetal fucking ball for 13 fucking years. Government, the people, the bullies, the shitheads, the people on the internet even. Everybody's been kicking me while I'm down in a fucking fetal ball for 13 fucking years. We'll see about that, motherfucker. We'll see about it. We'll see about that. I'm fucking sick of it. I'm like really fucking sick of it. I'm fucking sick of it, my blood. As everybody thinks I'm a fucking joke and you just throw me in jail on a non-violent drug offense or whatever. And it just like violate me and pariah cat me until I've got twisted fucking fucked up personality, 2 different personalities, real life and internet. And the internet has become my real personality, and I lost who I was in the real world because I essentially don't really have a social security number, and I don't have a vote, and I don't make any money, and I'm not part of the society, and I'm not in the, you know, it's like, you know, like all that shit, like, man, and I can't remember what I did except get high and have an opinion. And then subsequently, you tried to put me in jail over fucking like non-violent. I'm sorry, over non-true like violent charges that I got dismissed You fuck me on 7 years of probation. A man tries to kill me in the meantime, and then when I get out, I have the cyberbully waiting, and I'll destroy fucking all of them. I'll destroy all of them. There's no reason why you should treat people like this. You are the problem with society, not me. There's really no reason why you should treat people like this. It's disgusting. So and I'll use that. I'll use it for how I will use it to fund my private war to reform the government. I don't want to destroy the government. I want to reform it. I will fund my private war with the money that I receive from publishing on YouTube 12 hours a fucking day. Yeah, I'm kind of sick of it, dude. I'm sick of being kicked around while I'm in a fetal fucking ball on the fucking ground. I think they're doing it to my entire fucking generation. So then when I rise to the fucking rise to the fucking top, they think, oh, what McMansion are you gonna buy? And I'm gonna be like, no, what lawyer am I gonna buy to fucking sue you? Yeah, and they're like, me? Yeah, you. What lawyer am I gonna buy to fucking sue you? Yeah, it's the question you should be asking. God damn it, man. What lawyer am I gonna buy to sue the Denver court for trying to put me in fucking jail and cause me 50 years of fucking tears and sorrow and fucking mental duress and stress and shit, fucking 20 years of it, for no good reason on a fucking shoplifting charge. You know what I'm saying? A shoplifting charge. You held 10 years prison over my head for a long time. I'm coming after your fucking asses. I'm suing you for the mental duress and shit. I can stand in court and tell you what this did to my friends and family. I can testify to the jury what it did to my friends and family and me. It was, you destroyed my friends, my family, all this other shit. Man. And what, in the name of controlling people, being on top, and being a bully? That's why you did all this? No, I'll see you in fucking jail, motherfucker. I'll see you in jail. Nope.
Arguably, so does just watching it in real time if there's no commentary being made. And this highlights why it might actually be impossible for any live streamer to have a live stream reaction where they're just simply playing the entire video and reacting. Because there's been no forethought about what's the minimum necessary to make the
nobody's talked about it. So my forethought is you cannot have somebody else's content on the screen full time while your face is just in the corner, and unless you are providing really content right there about what you're seeing. The minute that you leave the camera box and you're not on the screen anymore, you are in the wrong if there's a video running on your main screen. Now, if it's in the background, I call that a podcast. And I would say I don't know if anybody on YouTube would really mind if you put their audio on in the background. I think it's the visuals that they spend so much time and money on. And I think the visuals are what they're really, really annoyed by. That's their signature. The way that Internet Historian did, the way the Internet Historian did, The Engoodening of No Man's Sky. If someone else watches The Engoodening of No Man's Sky on their stream, I would say that's stealing Internet Historian's visuals that he worked a lot of time and a lot of money and a lot of effort on to make those visuals that you're seeing on the screen. But I don't think Internet Historian cares if you listen to his video in the background, especially if you're citing him, liking and subbing the video, and providing good content back and supporting him and saying, good video, Internet Historian. The Engoodening of No Man's Sky was a really important video, and I really liked watching it on my stream and stuff. So then, that's the thing. I think as long as it's just like the AFK rule for MMOs. As long as you're sitting in the seat and you're responding to the fucking commentary and you're providing commentary, I think it's okay. The minute that you leave the seat, you should be on an AFK timer on Streamlabs, where it's just, if you're not on if the algorithm doesn't see you on camera for 5 minutes, it just immediately logs you out. And I'd be okay with that. I think we need a law with this where after 5 minutes, Twitch is required to shut you off if you've left the camera, because at that point you're stealing, I would say. At that point you're stealing. If there's something else on the screen that isn't yours, that somebody else has produced and you left the camera, I believe it's just like AFK and MMORPG. There should be an AFK timer that immediately starts running. If the algorithm on the camera doesn't recognize that you come across the fucking camera again, it shuts you off of Streamlabs, I think. And that's what we need. We need a little bit more administration and rules, Because I don't think these people, I don't think SQC does this on purpose. I don't think he sits around trying to take advantage of anybody, and I don't think he should be held responsible for this. I think he's just trying to go to the bathroom during a fucking live stream and then putting the video live to YouTube later, which is something that I wish to do. And so, and I thought about this, I was like, if I'm going to put a 12-hour video on YouTube every day, probably like, 20 minutes of that is going to be me going to the bathroom or something, eating dinner or talking on the phone or something like that, trying to get the real life stuff out of the way while I do my 12-hour session. So if you were disciplined about it, you would immediately pause the stream on the video at that point, which is what I'm probably going to do, and mute the mic. And so when I go to the bathroom, I'm gonna pause the stream like this. I'm gonna say pause screen, right? And I'm gonna mute the mic like this. And then I can come right back when I'm done with the bathroom, and I can unmute the mic, and I can unpause the stream. And that's how I intend to, and I have been struggling with it. I'm like, how do I put a 12-hour video on YouTube every single fucking day and try to reach the big bucks, and still have like a 12 to 14 hour a day streamer life, because I like the streamer life. I like being live every single fucking day. I don't want to let it go. So I think I'm going to put 12-hour videos on YouTube every day. And I think I'm going to focus entirely on YouTube, particularly because YouTube cares that kids use YouTube. So they protect the streamer, or sorry, the live streamer. They protect the live streamer and the content creator just as much as they do the kids. So he can't come in, he can come in and hate raid me on YouTube. Not that I care if he does that. That would help me, honestly. But honestly, the likelihood of him being able to do that will end him up in jail. And so now I'd like to go to some place where I'd like to go someplace like that doesn't feel like Twitch and Kick, where it feels like the lawless old west. I think I'm going to leave Rust permanently because it feels like the lawless old west. They won't let me use a VPN there. I might stay on Rust if my server administrator will allow me to whitelist my VPN so I can stop the remote manipulation from the attacker. But I can't even play Rust anymore because my safety is not being taken care of by the Unity engine or Face Punch. And now without the protection of a VPN, I could be remote access tunneled and just totally abused every time I log on to Rust, and that's what's happening in the background. So now I think I'm going to leave the lawless places of the internet entirely. If I want to build a career that actually is legitimate, I'm going to get off Twitch, and I'm going to get and if they want to treat me like this on YouTube, take the fucking perma IP ban and or the felony charges in the police. Police will come over a YouTube raid. They won't come over the Twitch raid. Like, if you hate raid on YouTube, the police will come to your fucking house. That shit's really illegal, So I think I'll probably go there. I feel like I've been the victim of the shittier dregs of the sewer internet for too fucking long. And I'd like to go to some place where, I feel like it's a little bit more, protected, and it doesn't feel like lawless fucking, low-sec, null-sec space all the fucking time. I think the streamer wants me to feel fear all the fucking time, but see, the difference is, I came up on EVE Online 10 years before he was ever even, a twinkle in his retard daddy's eye. And, I'm used to null-sec and low-sec and being attacked constantly by neutrals. It's not something that's fucking foreign to me. It's foreign to his little naive, inexperienced ass, but it's not foreign to fucking me. I'm used to it all fucking day. I'm not stupid. I'm not unexperienced and green like him. I don't care, So that's my thing. I'm sick of the lawless internet space that I seem to be inhabiting all the fucking time, and I'm going to change that about myself, and I'm going to start publishing 12-hour things all day long. It took me 2 fucking years to understand what the vision was, but I am going to make a change here. I'm not going to do this fast. I'm going to sit here on Twitch for a couple of more days while I formulate the plan better, and I think about what the pitfalls are. And then I will even maybe publish songs live on YouTube, shit like that, to try to get the public interested. I've been promising a second song, but the problem is I'm not happy with the treatment that I've got just in my personal life right now, and I'm not talking about I'm not in real life. I'm talking about I am an unhappy individual right now, not deeply. I'm a very happy person deep down, but I'm an unhappy person in my daily life because I feel like I'm constantly facing abuse, and I believe this is because of the places that I'm spending my time. I don't even think it's because of the people. I think it's because of the places that I choose to spend my time, which is Twitch and Rust. So, maybe I can tune those things out. I can tune it up. I can begin to self-publish and build. So right now, like, what am I on? I'm on, I'm sorry, I didn't change the camera the way I needed to, but if you take a look right now, if we come to my channel, you will see that I have 20,000 hours on YouTube and I haven't made a single penny. I literally have 20,000 hours on YouTube. There's 8, there's 10, there's 4, there's 5, I mean, these are hours, right? 11 hours, 5 hours, 2 hours, 2 hours, 9 hours, etc. It adds up to like 20 fucking thousand hours over the last like year and a half. And so, and I haven't, now these are published. You can go back and look at these if you want. 4 views. I've got tens of thousands of views on YouTube. I'm more successful than a lot of people on YouTube. And the Stream Sniper just wants to believe that I'm a loser all the time. But really, the numbers are actually there in the background. We're seeing 20,000 hours and 20,000 views and shit that he couldn't ever dream of without spending his entire life. And so it's like, you know, the reality is there. I do have 20,000 views and shit. I actually, I mean, on Twitch, it's like hundreds of thousands. And so it's kind of crazy. I do have some internet viewership and interest, but what I don't have is subs on YouTube, which is a problem. So there's no reason why I need to leave Twitch, but my focus can leave Twitch and come to YouTube. I don't need to leave Twitch. I can just run it there all the fucking time. And, you know, and then I'm going to up my YouTube game every day. And I might even leave Twitch entirely because I don't believe I like streaming a 6,000 kbps bit rate. And I don't believe he can hide on YouTube. I think he can constantly make alts there. But if he shows up, like fucking in any major way, they'll IP ban him over and over and over again. And eventually they'll catch him. Like, YouTube will prosecute him. Twitch won't. But YouTube will fucking prosecute him. If he treats YouTube like he treated Twitch, they'll fucking send a SWAT team to his house. YouTube cares about their fucking bottom line and their like, you know, their $100 billion. They'll send a SWAT team to his fucking house if they believe that he's trying to fucking like hate raid and shit. They will do shit to him. They care. YouTube cares. Twitch does not. And I'm going to go to some place that actually cares about the treatment that I'm receiving. You know, I've been in this fucking ghetto. Twitch is ghetto. I've been in this fucking ghetto, like Devin Nash was talking about. He doesn't morally approve of Twitch, and I didn't really think about it that way either. But Twitch won't protect me as somebody who's bringing them in like 20,000 hours of viewership every year from at least 2 people, if not more. Like, you know, they're not respecting me for the little bit that I am doing to try and maintain the platform. So they let him hate raid me, they let him mistreat me and dox me in the fucking follows and all this shit. Fuck Twitch. I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna leave it tomorrow, you know. And he'll watch me throw away 4,000 follows because I don't care about his fake follows and the 800. I don't care about the fucking numbers. I care about getting better at this and being better at it and getting better at my job, you know, all that shit. So there it is. Like, I think I reached the epiphany and I realized that the treatment doesn't, the only reason that I'm receiving this treatment is I'm going to the ghetto and I've got a ghetto moron attacking me over and over again in the ghetto. I don't need to stay in the ghetto. I can go to places with cops. I don't need to be low sec and null sec all the fucking time playing low sec and null sec games like EVE Online and Rust. I don't need to. I gotta pick up shitheads like this, get off those, and I'll get off fucking Twitch. I'm sick of the fucking abuse. Let those fucking effed asses deal with each other's effed asses themselves. And when it's nothing but bullies and cyber shitheads left between him and everybody that he meets, he'll understand the garbage sewer that he built with his shitheadness and all the people that he's gonna attract with it and the empire of dirt made of his own shit smell that he made. You know? He'll understand what it actually is. Complete horse shit. Loser, born loser, smells like born loser bullshit, you know? And I'll fucking, you know, I'll take it to YouTube and, like, you know, put my money where my mouth is because I'm not making, I mean, I made about, you know, 1,100 off Twitch, which was good, but that was after 2 years. I made 1,100. 2 years and 1,100 in 2 years. And, you know, that's good, but I mean, I don't know. If I'm not making any money in 2 years anyways, if I'm making $1,000 in 2 years anyways, I might as well go to some place that will actually ban him, you know? I think. Might as well go somewhere where they treat you well. I'm sick of the fucking ghetto treatment from his ass and Twitch and Rust and Unity Engine and Rust and all that bullshit. I'm kind of sick of all that shit. I don't have to, and I never have, and I never will. You know what I'm saying? Go to greener pastures now, you know. See what you think about trying to fucking hack YouTube. See how well you do with that, motherfucker, when the SWAT team shows up at your house. YouTube has $100 billion. They won't let you do what you do. They'll come after you. They'll send the SWAT team to your fucking house. Twitch will. They don't give a shit what you do, but YouTube does. YouTube will fucking send a SWAT team to your fucking house for doing that shit. You better watch it.
Point of the criticism. They're just playing the entire thing and interjecting some little bits of commentary or criticism.
There's like a bean there.
And courts don't look fondly when you use the entirety of the work. So yes, you could add some original commentary to your reaction.
No, I don't.
But
I'm sorry.
it
YouTube will not
displaces
send
the
a
market
SWAT
for-
team to your house. YouTube will open a case against you, and they will send lawyers and investigators, and they will prosecute you for doing what you do to people on Twitch. They will prosecute you, and so I will go to YouTube. You know.
For the original, it's probably not fair use. And it's pretty obvious that once you see a video during a live stream, the way that most of these live streamers do it, you're not going to go back and watch the whole video again. Let's be honest, this kind of reaction content is extremely low effort and easy to do. Why? Because
I don't think it's low effort for me because A, I have to constantly entertain people and keep the voice going. B, I have to play the video games and at least not die constantly all the time while I'm distracted talking to people. And sure, the content gets kind of boring when I just farm all day, but I mean, later on, I'm going to use the gear that I buy with this money that I'm farming all day. It won't be boring the whole time, you know? So, like, whatever, you know? It's kind of like you have to work your way up to having the gear, you know? So here we are, and I don't like I know that I don't deserve this treatment. I haven't done anything bad to anyone. I haven't harassed anyone that didn't attack me first for no reason and do shit like dox my family. I don't deserve this treatment, and I believe I want the YouTube police to actually fucking put detectives on this guy. You know what I'm saying? Twitch doesn't care. YouTube does. If you try to hate raid YouTube, they will open detectives and send them at you and shit because they can't have that. That threatens their $100 billion fucking empire. They'll actually prosecute you if you do that. So like, I'm gonna go to YouTube. I'm sick of the fucking abuse. I'm gonna quit Rust. I know I've said that before, and I'm probably not telling the truth now, but I'm gonna definitely spend a lot of time, lot less time on Rust because it's like I don't want to be on YouTube playing Rust. I don't want to be on YouTube playing Rust. It's a really bad look. You know, there's only about 10 people in the space even being successful at it. It's a bad look being on Rust.
you're just piggybacking on the work of the original person. And whether XQC is in the room,
I think I
or
could
not,
easily turn down ever playing Rust again if I use the rationality that it makes me look really bad as a streamer. And I think I could easily give up Rust permanently, instantly, if I look at it like from that direction. And I believe I will permanently give up Rust. It makes me look incredibly fucking bad as a fucking streamer. I had one of my best friends treat me rather badly the other day, and I'm not holding it against him because it's not his fault and it's not my fault. I had one of my best friends treat me rather badly the other day because I wouldn't block my map on Rust. I blame Rust for that. I don't blame him. I told him why. I said, I can't have my fucking, like a fake map blocking my screen half the time that I play Rust, right? And on the zombie server, I don't need it, you know? I don't need it. I don't have a map on the zombie server, so I don't need it, and I don't have it on that. So it's like, I told him, like outright point blank, I am not willing to put a fake map on my stream because of how shithead the people who play Rust is. I didn't say it like that, but he heard what I was getting at. We had kind of a falling out there. Because it's like, I'm not changing my fucking stream because of the shitheads who play Rust, you know? I'm not fucking doing that. Immediately when I started streaming Rust, I was immediately expected to compromise my stream in such serious fucking ways that I had a moral fucking and ethical what's it called, like complaint immediately about it. I was like, no, I'm not blocking my map. I want to show him where I'm at. I want him to come to me. I don't care, you know. And he thought he wanted that till they showed and started harassing us, you know. And I was like, no, you don't want that. It turns out that we've all just been hanging out in the sewer, and the piece of shit sidled up to us. Turns out I was hanging out in the sewer, and sure enough, a piece of shit, literally rat bastard, sidled up to me. And so, no, I don't have to take it anymore. I don't have to hang around the sewer watching pieces of shit sidle up to me from, you know, slide on up from the fucking wall, you know, from the woodwork. Like, they come out of the woodwork. Piece of shit slides up from it. Like, here I am in the toilet, and I'm pissed off about a piece of shit. And I should be pissed off that I'm in the toilet, you know? And I'm gonna get out of the toilet where the piece of shit can't fucking hide.
There's an argument to be made that his borderline incoherent babbling might not even qualify as the commentary or criticism necessary for fair use anyway. Honestly, I think my dog could offer about the same level of incisive commentary as XQC during most of his live streams. Yeah, if you want to feel bad, just remember that apparently this garbage is apparently worth $100 million to the streaming platform Kick. But there are some live streamers who do things the right way.
One of the beautiful things about YouTube is I can turn the comments off. And I'm gonna. And then I don't have to talk to anyone ever again. Yeah, I'll go to YouTube. I don't want to monitor chat. I don't want to respond to chat. I didn't do this for other people. I'm not trying to get their money. I don't care about their clout. I didn't do this for other people. You know, I'm sorry, but I didn't. And you know, so and I think I'll probably go full blown autistic mode, and I'll just block everybody out. Not because I dislike everybody, but because I don't like what it did to my job. I don't like what it does to my job. It's so annoying. Like I get it. I don't expect anybody to watch at that point. I get it. I'm not doing this for you. I keep saying it, but I don't think people actually realize it. I'm not doing this for you. I don't care what you think. I don't care what Rat Bastard thinks. I never did, never will, never have, never will. Like, I don't care what he thinks. Never have, never will. Don't care what he does. Like, you know, it's mainly, like, you know, I need some protection, and I don't feel that I owe anything to anybody. So it's like, you know, so it's a little hard for me. After the life I've had, I don't really feel like why should I hang out in places where I can just be abused all day? Why should I do that? What I mean, like state a reason why I should have to hang out like facing the abuse all day. I don't have to. I have PTSD. I don't have like a good like way to deal with it, you know. So I'll just shut it all out. I thought what I'd do was, right, is I would pretend that I was one of those deaf mutes. That's JD Salinger. I thought what I'd do was, this was my Steam avatar for 18 years. I thought what I'd do was I'd pretend I was one of those deaf mutes, right? I'm the laughing man because I'm a better hacker than you'll ever be. Always have been. But I don't hack. You know, I thought what I'd do is I'd pretend I was one of those deaf mutes, right? And I'll just stop talking and I'll stop listening. And I'll just run YouTube 24, you know, whatever, 12 hours a day. And I'll run a video every day. And I'm going to start like this week. I'm dead serious. And I'll run Twitch too, but I'm going to stop paying attention to the chat. And I'll run the chatty. So when people respond, I'll run my chatty so that I can hear the Twitch chat. So if somebody talks, I'll respond to them. But I'm not going to monitor the Twitch anymore. I'm going to monitor YouTube. And I'm going to record the videos. And if I receive any more abuse at all, I'll just leave Twitch entirely. You know? One of the things I know about the Rat Bastard is if he shows up on YouTube, I will prosecute him. He will leave an IP trace, and YouTube will provide it to me so I can prosecute him. He will. He can't VPN YouTube like that. He can't bomb me. So like, you know, so yeah. I mean, he can VPN YouTube, but he can't chat he can't chat. You know, he can't there's nothing he can do. If the chat is gone, there's nothing he can do. And if the follows are fucked, the follows are fucked. I can't do anything about that, but I don't have to pay attention to that. If that's what he wants. I win. I'll go to some place where they will prosecute him. They'll prosecute him. You know? I thought what I'd do was I pretend I was one of those deaf mutes. You know.
Get permission, or you get a like.
You know, monitor my... No, I won't monitor... Well, I will monitor my Twitch chat, but I will only respond to my YouTube chat. You know? And they'll get it pretty quick. I like socially and intellectually defeating people who are like 1/10 of my value. It feels like I finally get to be the bully that they actually are. I like being 10 times as smart as some shit idiot and proving it.
License from the person
Because
who
it's
owns
like the
rights.
one, like it's the one indulgence that I get. It's like, man, it must be nice to bully somebody. I've never done it in my whole fucking life until they attack me, and then it's open season, and I defeat them. You know.
To the videos, then by all means, it's great that you are getting that permission and then reacting to it. And if you want an example of people who do reaction content right that aren't lawyers on YouTube, there's the popular YouTuber Ludwig. Not only has he created his own video differentiating between a genuine reaction video and stolen content, he's also held in high regard among other content creators for his ethical streaming practices. In particular, he asks for permission. And when he reacts to a fantastic series like Jetlag, also available on Nebula, he continually suggests.
If I have, when I reach if I ever reach 1 million subs on YouTube, I will ask people if I want to, if I can listen to their video, you know. But I mean, like, listen to their video. I don't think I'm gonna take the game off the screen anymore. I'm just gonna listen to the video in the background. I think there's a lot of tightening I need to do about my business and ethics in 2024. And I think I'm gonna, you know, I'm gonna cut out the shitiots, and I'm gonna stop swimming around in the sewer water and not expecting pieces of shit to slide up to me, right? And I'm gonna protect myself in places where they will prosecute him, and if I use people's like material, I will cite them, and I will like definitely ask them first. If I ever reach 1 million hits on YouTube and I'm actually making any money doing this, which I doubt. If I ever do make it that far, I will ask their permission to use the video, yeah. But right now, I just want to listen to it in the background like a podcast. I don't want to put their visual art on my fucking screen. I want their audio. And I don't really feel that it's unreasonable to listen to the radio, basically, while I play my video game, you know?
So they can watch Jetlag where it was originally published. So Ludwig is evidence that it's not impossible. And another example of someone who does reaction content the right way is Dr. Mike. He is only looking at little snippets, and then he is talking about how that snippet relates to his chosen practice. Obviously, medicine. Now, you don't have to be a lawyer or a doctor to do reaction content. You do need to make commentary about the thing you are reviewing, and you, generally speaking, can't use the entirety of the work. You should have some forethought about what you're going to use and what's not necessary. And ultimately, non-transformative re-uploading of videos hurts content creators, free rides off of their hard work, and likely infringes on their IP rights. If these videos are re-uploaded in their entirety, it should be left up to the original content creator to approve or reject it. And remember, there's a super easy way to get around this. Just ask permission from the original content creator. Though in defense of live streaming reaction videos, Hassan Abi said, quote, 90% of creators don't mind. They like it when we're watching their videos. I'm a content creator, and I love it when people react to my videos. But the thing is that even if 90% of those people would agree to it if you ask them, you still have to ask them or it's copyright infringement. And that, of course, leaves out at least 10%, it's probably more than 10% of content creators, do actually mind, and you are explicitly going against their wishes. So ultimately, the easiest way around this that's good for everyone is just ask for permission. But streamers need to realize that not only is it legally required to ask for permission in many, if not most of these circumstances, as well as it being the morally right thing to do, it's also in their pecuniary interest. Someday a lawyer is going to explain the concept of statutory damages to them, and they're not going to be happy about that. Until then, you can support creators directly by getting a membership to today's sponsor, Nebula. Neo and I are not only on Nebula, but we're both co-owners, because Nebula is a streaming platform built for and by creators. And this month only, they're doing something wild. Just until the end of the month, Nebula is offering a lifetime membership. Instead of a subscription, it's a one-time payment that will get you everything Nebula offers, forever. I've seen a lot of speculation about this. No, Nebula is not going bankrupt, Linus. On the contrary, it's more successful than it's ever been. But we're offering lifetime memberships for a select few fans so that we can make even more original content. Huge productions from your favorite creators. And we're in it for the long haul. Lifetime memberships allow us to not take on outside investment. It's the opposite of a going out of business sale. It's a going into much bigger business sale. And if you're new here, Nebula offers tons of exclusive videos from me, original series from your favorite people, movies, plays, classes, and more. including the hit series Jetlag that Ludwig was actually raving about. And with your favorites like Neo, Jetlag, Real Engineering, Real Life Lore, and Legal Eagle, we create the content that other people actually react to. You can see my feature-length documentary, Bad Law Words Good, and my other Nebula exclusive content,
Did I
including
kill
my
him?
full-length interview
He just
with the
disappeared.
screenwriter of My Cousin Vinny, and my Not Safe for Work video about lawsuits that are too hot for YouTube. But like I said, for this month only, you can get an exclusive lifetime membership. It's $300 for life. No tricks, no gimmicks, that's it forever. And if that's not your speed, that's completely fine. You can still get a 40% discount on yearly subscriptions that pencils out to less than $3 per month. If you want to pay monthly, you have that option too. So click on the link that's on screen now or down below to get your lifetime membership or a huge 40% discount. Just click right now down below before that deal goes away. Then after that, click on this link over here for more Legal Eagle, or I'll see you in court. The Trump Organization just got nuked from orbit. It's not getting a lot of press, but buying Twitter might be the worst thing to ever happen to Elon Musk, but the best thing to happen to people who love crazy lawsuits. And now Elon is suing the lawyers who forced him to follow through with the sale because he thinks that they charged Twitter too much to beat Elon Musk, because now Elon owns Twitter and he's the one that effectively has to pay for it. You really can't make this up. But of course, it's more complicated than that. Now, apparently Musk is still smarting from the time that he was forced to honor his deal to buy Twitter for $44 billion. So now he has filed a lawsuit against the law firm of Wachtell, Lipton, Rosen, and Katz, the law firm which represented Twitter when the old owners sued Musk to follow through with the sale. Wachtell charged Twitter $90 million to facilitate the deal that eventually led to Musk taking Twitter private. Now, the old Twitter board paid $84 million right as the deal closed, literally 10 minutes before the company turned over to Musk, and now Elon would like all of that money back, please.
Money, please.
Now, to review, this was a sale between a public company and an individual who intended to take the company private. Musk offered Twitter a share price of $54.20 per share, and Twitter's board accepted the deal. Musk then tried to back out of the deal for reasons relating to him being a huge idiot, and essentially Musk failed to do his due diligence before making the offer and later realized that his offer was way too high. Or maybe it dawned on him that trying to make Twitter profitable was going to require a lot more than just shitposting on Twitter, so he tried to get out of it. Now, Wachtell wasn't Twitter's original law firm for the sale, but when Musk said that the deal was dead and tried to back out, Twitter turned to this law firm, which has a reputation as one of the world's top law firms specializing in mergers and acquisitions.
I'm into murders and executions mostly.
Wachtell promptly sued Musk in the Delaware Court of Chancery, and he backed down without even getting a discount on the original sale price. Basically, they spanked him. Now, right before the deal closed, Twitter paid the law firm $90 million in success fees. Elon Musk believes that this is unjust enrichment, and the firm should give most of that back to Twitter, which he now owns. And the timeline breaks down like this. Twitter hired Wachtell on June 21st, 2022. The law firm sent an engagement letter stating it would represent Twitter, quote, on an hourly fee basis in a litigation to compel specific performance of the Musk party's acquisition of Twitter. This engagement letter doesn't contain any language about a success fee. Now, the engagement letter indicates that Wachtell negotiated an exemption from Twitter's usual fee arrangement with outside counsel, which gave Twitter a 15% discount on hourly billing rates. And in the months of work after making this arrangement with Twitter, Wachtell invoiced Twitter for a total of $18 million, including $15.6 million in hourly fees. Musk characterizes that as outrageous because it was only for a few months of work. Now, what the complaint leaves out is that during those few months, Wachtell filed a lawsuit against Musk that successfully compelled him to go forward with the sale. And the lawsuit was filed on July 12, 2022. By October 4th, 2022, Musk gave up his fight to back out of the sale, and he agreed to abide by the deal's original terms, and the closing was set for October 28th. Now, according to the complaint, on October 27th, with, quote, the firm's work on the merger litigation in the Delaware Chancery Court already concluded, and without any foreseeable need for Twitter to utilize its services again, Wachtell, the law firm, decided to milk the company for $90 million in success fees. Musk says, quote, in other words, Wachtell sought and obtained a success fee that resulted in a total fee nearly 6 times its $15.6 million in invoiced hourly fees for a few months' work, even though, 1, it was not called for by any prior agreement with Twitter, and 2, the litigation in which Wachtell represented Twitter had been stayed for weeks in anticipation of dismissal following the closing. Now, you might be asking why a success fee is even a thing, and why a company would agree to pay a success fee over hourly billing. Well, many clients are concerned that outside law firms run up billable hours by overstaffing cases with too many lawyers or generating work that isn't necessary. And the theory goes that if you align the financial incentives of the client and the law firm is less likely to do a bunch of unnecessary work and waste the client's money. And Bloomberg reports that Wachtell was, quote, one of the first law firms to link its fees to the value of successful deals rather than linking them to hourly billing rates like many of its peers. And in this way, the law firms are acting more like banks, which tie their fees to a percentage of the deal when it's complete. And the exhibits attached to the complaint include a memo from Wachtell explaining that, quote, while our fees are not based on the amount involved in a matter, experience indicates that merger and acquisition and takeover fees have typically ranged from 1% or more on matters under $250 million and 0.1% or less on matters over $25 billion. Wachtell argues that the value of its advice can't be demonstrated by a simple hourly rate. It's a classic line from lawyers. Absolutely always the case.
I'm like a god in human clothing. Lightning bolts shoot from my fingertips.
But the difference here is that Wachtell didn't start.
So
out
many
with
mobs
a
came.
business
It's like they
exception
want to
specified.
kill me. It's
And Musk's
insane.
complaint is that it was improper for Wachtell to switch from an hourly billing arrangement to a success fee structure on the eve of closing. Yeah, this is one of those cases that's going to be really fun to watch because at the end of this case, at least one of these parties is going to lose. Now, Musk's first claim is for unjust enrichment. He claims that the closing day letter agreement between the board of directors
stole my
and the law firm,
corpse.
quote,
Fucking
called for
dick.
payment of an unconscionable fee and was an unconscionable agreement. Musk argues that Twitter's board of directors were a bunch of losers who got totally hosed by the law firm. The complaint describes them as, quote, lame duck fiduciaries who, quote, lost their motivation to act in Twitter's best interest during the sale. Though one would argue here the complete opposite, that the board was in fact extremely motivated to close the sale at the original price. Which arguably was in the best interest of the shareholders. But Musk's perspective is that it was clearly not in Twitter's best interest to have paid this enormous legal bill. But that misunderstands what their duties actually were between signing and closing. Their legal fiduciary duty was to make sure that the deal maximized the value for Twitter's shareholders. That's all they had to do. And the lame duck fiduciaries executed that responsibility beautifully by forcing Musk to buy Twitter at an extremely high share price. And if they accomplished that,
Forced
then
him to
the
buy
shareholders
it.
didn't
So
care what else
stupid.
Twitter did with its money because it was no longer there.
I got forced to
In fact,
buy
the
something,
share price
guys.
was already
I'm really powerful. I'm so powerful that I got
matter
forced
how
to
much
buy
they paid
something.
out to the lawyers because that wasn't going to change how much the shareholders ultimately got. Though it really made a big dent in Elon Musk's pocket when he had to pick up the pieces of Twitter when he bought it. And yes, $90 million is a lot of money, but were the lawyers' fees beyond the pale in this particular case? Well, in contract law, if the terms of a contract are unfair or oppressive to one party in a way that suggests abuse during its formation, a court can find it unconscionable and refuse to enforce it. But courts rarely find unconscionability in a business dispute between two fairly equal parties. A contract is most likely to be found unconscionable if both unfair bargaining and unfair substantive terms are shown. And generally, courts only void a contract on unconscionability grounds in extreme cases. There's one famous case where a loan interest rate was 800%, or an instance where a warranty expires before a product is even installed. Basically, things that really shock the conscience. Not really things like a relatively high bill for litigation that won billions of dollars. But, you know, your mileage may vary. Now, speaking of great lawyers, my firm, the Eagle Team, is now accepting new clients, and we don't charge $90 million. If you've been in a car crash, a data breach, or medical malpractice, or just about anything else, we can represent you or help find you the right attorney who can. Just click on the link in the description for a free consultation with my team. Because you don't just need a legal team, you need the Eagle Team. The link is down below. And now back to Elon Musk. Now, Wachtell is one of the premier mergers and acquisitions firms, and its partners make serious bank by charging success fees. And in the firm's fee arrangement memo, Wachtell outlined its comparables, explaining that its success fees generally range from 67% to 100% of the investment banking fees. And the memo also says that the fee could be a multiplier of its hourly billing or run rate. And during the first 4 months, the lawyers billed $26.6 million, and the success fee is about 2.5 times that amount, which was within comps Wachtell gave to Twitter. And the banks, JP Morgan and Goldman Sachs, got $133 million, with $113 million of that as a success fee when the buyout closed. So the $90 million that Musk complains about was around 68% of the bankers' fees,
Oops.
which is actually on the lower end of comparables, if you are to believe Wachtell. But Musk argues that the success fee is too much because litigation didn't move forward and Wachtell wasn't the law firm involved in the original negotiation between Musk and Twitter. And that's an argument, but it's probably not particularly strong. To prove his point, Musk states that the work that the lawyers did wasn't particularly hard, since it was just a garden variety contract dispute. Quote, there were no novel or difficult questions of law involved, nor did the litigation require any special skills beyond that which Twitter could have procured by paying hourly rates to many other reputable law firms with the experience litigating in the Delaware Chancery Court, including those hired to work alongside Wachtell. Now, this argument is particularly hilarious because Musk is actually admitting that the legal questions weren't that difficult because he really didn't have any legal basis for backing out of the deal. Basically, that his litigation was frivolous. And if Musk had simply done what he was supposed to do by consummating the deal in the first place, Twitter wouldn't have to pay a success fee at all. And of course, Twitter's board was obviously pleased that Wachtell helped it close the deal at the original price. And if Twitter had renegotiated the deal so that Musk had to pay a lower share price, the shareholders would have lost billions of dollars, far more than the $90 million that they paid in the lawyer fees. And the deal, of course, closed at $44 billion, which means that the success fee wound up being about 0.2% of that eventual deal. So yeah, it's arguable that the success fee helped Twitter save a lot of money and that the board probably feels pretty good about it. And in fact, success fees are so normal with mergers and acquisitions that Musk's own law firm, Reed Collins and Sy, the lawyers handling this case for him, also charge them. But on the other hand, it's possible that Musk has a reasonable argument here. He argues that the success fee is unconscionable in part because the firm's work had already been done. Therefore, there couldn't be an enforceable contract to pay effectively an additional $90 million because, again, the work had already been done. Now, consideration in contracts refers to the benefit that each party receives in exchange for what it gives up for a contract. Gratuitous promises, aka gifts, are not enforceable. So a promise to let someone borrow your car is not enforceable. But a promise to let someone borrow your car in exchange for $100 absolutely is. And similarly, if you want to modify an existing contract, you need some new consideration, generally speaking, in order for that modification of the contract to stick. Consideration can be big or small as long as the parties mutually agree to exchange something between themselves. And right now, all the lawyers watching this video are shouting the word peppercorn at the screen. Because in law school, you learn that consideration can be something as small and insignificant as an actual peppercorn. Though these days, that is a metaphor for just something that is very small that you're giving up. Now, this could be a good argument for Musk. In the original fee agreement, Twitter agreed to pay the law firm for services that would be billed hourly. And at the last minute, Twitter agreed to pay $90 million for a success fee. And it's possible that this was improper. A fee agreement needs to spell out the services that a lawyer is performing for the client, outline the type of fees that it will charge, and give the client an idea of how much they can expect to pay. And in this case, Musk has a point that Wachtell can't change the original terms of the agreement without consideration. So how might Wachtell defend itself? Well, Joe Patrice over at Above the Law suggested that from Wachtell's point of view, this wasn't changing the terms of the original agreement per se. He suggested the firm might have been, quote, opening new talks on the comprehensive fees, involved in both litigating and advising on a deal. And under this theory, Wachtell concluded that its role in litigation was complete, as Musk said, but that they needed a new arrangement to compensate the firm for its role in advising Twitter during closing. And that's definitely a possibility, but so far we don't know if that's what Wachtell and the old Twitter owners were actually thinking. And we certainly don't know Wachtell's side of the story or the old Twitter board's side of the story. Wachtell could legitimately argue that it had to advise the company on any last-minute maneuverings by Musk, and that work, providing advice to Twitter before the deal closed, could constitute consideration. And again, getting $90 million for providing a little bit of advice seems exorbitant, but legally the consideration can be almost anything of value. And consideration will only be considered inadequate if it's really worthless. But right now we're only privy to the allegations of the complaint and the exhibit, so it's very likely that there's a lot more relevant communications here than what was attached to the complaint. Though additionally, Elon Musk says that the fee violated the ordinary course covenant that was found in the merger agreement. He suggests that Twitter employees, including the outgoing board of directors, were up to corporate sabotage. The complaint says that, quote, fully aware that nobody with an economic interest in Twitter's financial well-being was minding the store, Wachtell arranged to effectively line his pockets with funds from the company cash register while the keys were being handed over to the Musk parties. But remember, Twitter had to hire Wachtell because Elon was trying to get out of the merger agreement in the first place. And Musk complains that right before the deal closed, these stupid people met to approve the fee request despite a Musk directive to halt all payments. Quote, the closing day directive was an unequivocal statement on behalf of Twitter's residual claimants of the corporation's preference to pause outbound payments pending that day's closing so that the company's new owner could have a reasonable opportunity to review such payments. So Musk is arguing that they shouldn't have approved the fee in part because he had no intention of paying the bills that Twitter already owed. But the company didn't have to follow Elon's directive until he actually owned the company and not a moment before. So Twitter paid the fee right before the deal closed, like literally minutes before the deal closed. And Musk thinks that this timing is nefarious and that they intended to keep the payment secret. And now it's true that Twitter executives didn't have much incentive to pay the lawyers the lowest fees that they could get away with. But on the other hand, they also weren't sure that the deal would close until the day that it actually did. So if the Twitter executives made too many crazy decisions that cost the company tons of money, they'd be screwing themselves over if Musk decided to litigate instead of closing, because they'd need to run a company that was seriously hampered by all the bad deals that they did. But there's also the fact that Musk has a long history of stiffing people he owes money to. And relying on your personal history of breaking contracts seems like a weak argument. So Musk would have been in a much better spot if he claimed that the $90 million in fees was outside the ordinary course of business and refused to move forward with the sale with that payment in place. But of course, he famously moved forward with the deal and paid $44 billion and now proudly owns a company that's worth a fraction of that. So maybe instead of hiring yet more lawyers, Elon should sit back and enjoy a delicious meal delivered straight to his door, which you can get with today's sponsor, Factor. Because Factor makes meeting your nutrition goals easier than ever by delivering fresh, never frozen, dietitian-approved meals right to your doorstep. And the meals are completely ready to eat. Eliminate the hours it would take to shop, meal prep, and cook so you can spend your day doing the things that you actually want to do. Factor meals arrive pre-prepared and ready to eat in just 2 minutes. At the same time I could even think about going to the grocery store, my Factor meal is already done. And sometimes I just want a good, healthy meal without having to cook, and it's surprisingly affordable too. Factor's team of gourmet chefs creates each meal using only ingredients with integrity to help you feel your best all day long. And they really are extremely delicious, like Green Goddess chicken. Can you tell me about a lawyer who f***ed around and found out?
I'm sorry, I can't find the information. I'm only up to date through 2021.
I have the information right here. Oh, So AI is going to replace lawyers. Well, not anytime soon, because it finally happened. We've had our first sighting of AI lawyering in the wild.
Oh wow, AI lawyers. I mean, why not just put all of law into a computer and say what's the argument here? Why not? Law? Well, I mean, yeah, I don't know.
And it was bad. It was very, very bad. 2 lawyers in New York deputized ChatGPT to do their legal research in an airline tort case and found themselves in a direct flight to sanctions land courtesy of one very pissed off federal judge. These guys may have ended their legal careers for a case which was always dead on arrival. And along the way, they became internet famous, bringing the entire legal community together to point and laugh as one. So, thanks guys. So we're starting things back in August of 2019 on flight 670 from San Salvador to New York's JFK airport. Passenger Roberto Mata claims that an employee of Avianca Airlines, quote, struck him in his left knee with a metal serving cart, causing him to suffer severe personal injuries. In February of 2022, Mata sued in New York State Court, alleging that he suffered, quote, grievous and painful injuries to his body and limbs and damage and injury to his nervous system and became sick, sore, lame, and disabled, causing him to be incapacitated. Which is a lot of hassle for a bag of pretzels and a warm Sprite. Now, Avianca removed the case to federal court immediately, which means that the New York County clerk took no action and simply transferred it to the Southern District of New York, which is a federal court, where the suit was assigned to U.S. District Judge Kevin Castell. Not every case qualifies for what's called federal removal, but here Avianca cited multiple separate grounds for Article 3 jurisdiction to get it into the federal courts. Now, first, international flights are governed by something called the Montreal Convention, an international treaty signed by the US government. And second, the parties are what's called diverse because Mr. Mata is a citizen of New York and Avianca is headquartered in Bogota, Colombia. Federal courts have original jurisdiction over cases which implicate international treaties.
Oh
and
my
they have
God.
jurisdiction when the plaintiff and defendant are not from within the same state. So this suit was clearly one which could be heard in federal court in New York. Now, the Montreal Convention is an international treaty signed in 1999 to standardize legal protections for air travelers, mainly by regularizing compensation for lost luggage. But it also contains a 2-year statute of limitations reckoned from the day of arrival at the destination. And you'll note that February of 2022 is more than 2 years after August of 2019, which meant that Mr. Mata was probably out of time and out of luck. But immediately upon removal, Avianca filed an answer denying all the allegations in Mata's admittedly bare-bones complaint, although the airlines conceded that, quote, a Roberto Mata was listed as a passenger on Avianca Flight 670 on August 27, 2019. And Avianca asserted several affirmative defenses, which is something that negates criminal or civil liability, even if the facts alleged are true. So, for instance, Avianca claimed that if Mr. Mata was injured, it was as a result of either his own negligence or actions by another passenger. But for our purposes, we only care about 2 legal issues raised in the answer. The first is that the airline noted that it filed for bankruptcy way back in 2020, and Mata, as a creditor, had already missed his window to present a claim for monetary damages to the bankruptcy court. And second, Avianca's lawyers argued, quote, pursuant to Article 35 of the Montreal Convention, plaintiff's claims are barred because this action was commenced more than 2 years after the plaintiff arrived at his destination. Accordingly, plaintiff cannot sustain a claim under the Montreal Convention. Now, this put Mata's counsel in a pickle because it's what lawyers call black letter law that they'd waited 6 months too long to sue the airline. And that's even before you get to the bankruptcy issue. But luckily, the attorneys had an ace up their sleeve because while the defense attorneys had the law on their side, the defense attorneys had ChatGPT. Now, there's been a lot of talk lately about the potential for AI to revolutionize the practice of law.
Yeah, why not?
Entrepreneur Joshua Browder,
Systems of law, I would say AI would be their AI's best usage because it just consults the law, tells you whether it's possible or not. It's almost like a math equation, you know, and it's like, oh no, here's what should happen according to the precedents of this and that. I would say law is something computers could do really well. It's a system, you know. Damn, that's all I get for all that oil. Ooh, all this cinnamon might be a lot. Yay, there was some money. Yeah. Nice, 172. 66 saffron. Hyssop. 33 gold worth of hyssop.
Online task platform Do Not Pay offered $1 million to any lawyer who would argue a Supreme Court case wearing an earpiece.
Wow, life
and
modes
speak
are
the
going
script
up.
produced by the company's chatbot, a version of ChatGPT. That obviously never happened because it was incredibly stupid, which we've covered on this channel.
Flint
Now,
is
GPT
17
stands for Generative
cents.
Pre-trained Transformer, and it's a type of large language model, an LLM that scans vast quantities of data and then is trained to synthesize responses to questions using predictive modeling. Now, in its simplest form, a chatbot will answer your question by predicting what word comes next based on the information culled from whatever data set that it was trained on. And ChatGPT in particular is an AI chatbot released to the public by the research laboratory OpenAI in November of 2022. The problem, however, when it comes to the practice of law, is that right now, chatbots are still prone to what are called hallucinations, or if you want to get technical, they just make stuff up sometimes. And they can even be trained to lie, something that Browder actually bragged about. In December, he tweeted that he trained his ChatGPT plugin to lie to a cable company in a service call. The AI just exaggerated internet outages similar to how a customer would. A customer who was okay with lying to another human being, I guess. Facing blowback from legal authorities for practicing law without a license, Browder eventually retreated and pulled most of the offerings, which could be classified as legal documents, off of his site. And although it's still billed as the world's first robot lawyer. But obviously, that wasn't going to be the end of the matter. Right now, lawyers are already using artificial intelligence to sort through reams of discovery documents. And it's probably inevitable that one day there will be models able to sort through case law and statutes effectively to help with legal research. But as Roberto Mata's lawyers discovered, that day is not today. Because in January of 2023, Avianca filed a motion to dismiss the case, citing the 2-year statute of limitations under the Montreal Convention and the pending bankruptcy. Now, Mata's lawyer, Peter Loduca, filed an opposition arguing that New York State's 3-year statute of limitations trumped the Montreal Convention's 2-year cap, or alternatively, that Avianca's bankruptcy that is, paused the statute of limitations, and thus there was still time for Mata's claim. Now, as a lawyer, I can tell you that this is a rather odd argument. The Montreal Convention exists to allow international businesses, which operate in multiple countries, to standardize their practices so they don't have to worry about dozens of different sets of local laws, and would defeat the whole purpose of the treaty signed by the US government to allow individual states to impose their own regulations and statute of limitations on the airline carriers who happen to sell tickets to one of their residents. Nevertheless, Loduca argued that Mata was entitled to file in New York State court, and thus New York's 3-year statute of limitations applied to his claim. He wrote, quote, "It was the defendant Avianca who chose to remove the action to this court, the federal court, at which point the action was already commenced in a timely manner. Both federal and state courts alike have continually held that the Montreal Convention does not preempt state law remedies, and that plaintiffs are entitled to choose the forum in which to bring their claim." And in support of this argument, Loduca cited several federal court decisions, including one from the 5th Circuit captioned Varghese versus China Southern Airlines, and one from the 11th Circuit called Zykerman versus Korean Airlines. Now, Avianca is represented in this dispute by a law firm called Condon Forsyth, which specializes in aviation law, and you can bet their bottom dollar that these guys probably know the Montreal Convention inside and out. So it might have come as a surprise to them to read a quotation from the 5th Circuit saying that a bankruptcy filing told the statute of limitations under the Montreal Convention. But as you've probably already guessed, neither the Varghese decision or the Zykerman decision actually exist. And neither do at least 3 of the other cases cited in the Loduca filing. And in reply, Avianca's lawyers wrote, quote, "Although plaintiff ostensibly cites to a variety of cases in opposition to this motion, the undersigned has been unable to locate most of the cases cited in plaintiff's affirmation in opposition, and the few cases which the undersigned has been able to locate do not stand for the propositions for which they are cited." Which is basically lawyer speak for you're in huge trouble. Now, you're watching this video, which means that you already know that many of these cases are not real. Now, there are a couple of possibilities here. One is that some of the lawyers could have asked ChatGPT to write the brief or portions of it, and ChatGPT cited 2 fake cases. The lawyer also could have just made them up. Lawyers write placeholder arguments all the time and then scrap them when the legal research turns out the wrong way. But given that the original brief cites case names with real-looking citations, it's likely that the lawyer just used ChatGPT and just didn't check the work that was generated. Now, we'll get to that in just a second. And that's when all hell broke loose, because on April 11th, Judge Castell issued a show cause order giving Loduca a week to hand over the text of the decisions in Varghese, Zykerman, and the 7 other cases. Claiming to be, quote, out of the office on vacation, Loduca requested and got an extra week to produce the opinions. Now, a couple things to note: New York judges are in the habit of just scribbling their answer on the motion itself. New York is just weird that way. There are some other jurisdictions that do that too. Sometimes it's just easier to just write stuff down on the thing that's presented to you. But also, if you are printing real opinions off of Westlaw or Lexis or any of the other legal databases that real lawyers use all the time, the task that was requested takes about 20 to 30 seconds. It does not require an extra week to complete. That's what we call foreshadowing. Now, a show cause order, or order to show cause, is an order from the judge that basically, give me your best defense as to why I shouldn't sanction you, and that's what this briefing was all about. So on April 25th, Loduca produced an affidavit stating that he was annexing 8 of the demanded decisions, but that the attached production, quote, may not be inclusive of the entire opinions, but only what it made available by online database, which is, that's not how humans, let alone lawyers, talk. It's the kind of thing that you write when you're hiding something. And he said that he had been unable to locate the Zykerman opinion at all. And that's not good either. And in fact, this whole response is just nonsense. It is trivially easy to locate a federal court decision, particularly if you have the case site. You can download these decisions off the federal judiciary's website via Pacer. You can get it for free from Google Scholar. You can take a field trip to your local library and pull the appropriate volume off the shelf and snap a picture of it on your phone if you want to. And if you can't locate a federal case, That's because it doesn't exist. Now let's take a moment and talk about case citations. Now I know this is going to sound incredibly boring, but I promise you this is going to pay off in a huge way later on in this video. Now a case citation is something to let the court or opposing counsel know what case you're citing and where. And really it's just three things. It's a number, a couple of letters in the middle, and another number. Now let's start with the thing in the middle. That usually refers to the reporter in which the case appears. Now a reporter is a set of books, literal, actual physical books, that you could find in any law library that contains a whole bunch of cases. That's generally what a law library is there for. It's a compendium of all the cases that are out there. And here we're talking about federal cases. So if we look at the fake citation for Varghese, it has an F in the middle, and that F stands for the Federal Reporter. That is the volume of books that contain all of the federal cases, in particular the Federal Appeals Court opinions. And it contains all of them. And in fact, there are so many of them that the 3D refers to the third edition of the Federal Reporter, i.e. newer cases than you might find in the second edition and older cases than you might find in the fourth edition. And then the first number refers to the volume. So 925 would be the 925th volume of the Federal Reporter. Like I said, there are a lot of these books. And then the second number is the page number of the volume. So 1339 is page 1339 of book 925. Easy. You're already smarter than these lawyers. And since you rarely actually look it up in the physical book, you just plug those numbers and letters into a search bar of a legal database or even Google Scholar, and bam, you go straight to the case. It's really, really easy. So basically, there's no defense for them not plugging the citation in and finding the actual cases and reading them. And we'll get to the completely fabricated opinions in a second. The fact that they couldn't even find one of the decisions is a terrible result in and of itself. In all my years of practice, I have never filed anything without checking every single case citation to make sure that it is what it purports to be. Lawyers crib from other lawyers all the time, and you can never assume that the prior lawyer did their research. You have to go back, read the cases, and make sure that not only do they say what they're being cited for, but that there isn't some other part of the decision that's devastating for your case. Not to mention, you have to make sure that that case hasn't been overturned later on. So the fact that you can't find a case means that you didn't do your homework the first time around when this thing was submitted to the court. Very, very bad. But second of all, even a cursory examination of these cases would be enough to tell a practicing attorney that they were very clearly not real. And not just because of the bizarre pagination, shifting fonts, and apparently handwritten characters in the middle of the text. As the Opening Arguments podcast pointed out, the Varghese decision, supposedly out of the 11th Circuit, is credited to Judges Jordan, Rosenbaum, and Higginbotham. And while Judges Jordan and Rosenbaum do in fact sit on the 11th Circuit, Judge Patrick Higginbotham is a senior judge on the 5th Circuit. And similarly, the plaintiff is described as Susan Varghese, personal representative of the estate of George Scaria Varghese, and then a page later as Anish Varghese. And any amount of digging into these cases would prove that they were fake, not least because the internal citations, that is, the cases they refer to, are mostly, like the Zeikerman case that Loduca couldn't find, are just made up. And it's not a coincidence that the two real decisions are upwards of 25 pages long, single-spaced, and in tiny font, which is generally how long cases tend to be, especially in the Federal Circuit Court of Appeals in the 5th and 11th Circuits, while the cases that the plaintiff cited clock in at around 5 pages or less, which is just about the outer limit of what ChatGPT will produce, and practically written in crayon. But Avianca's lawyers at Condon are professionals, and clearly they didn't want to gild the lily here, so they just responded the next day with a polite letter to the court saying, quote, respectfully submitting that the authenticity of many of these cases is questionable. So this occasioned a second show cause order from Judge Castell, who was clearly good and mad at that point, and he wrote, quote, the court is presented with an unprecedented circumstance. A submission filed by a plaintiff's counsel in opposition to a motion to dismiss is replete with citations to non-existent cases. 6 of the submitted cases appear to be bogus judicial decisions with bogus quotes and bogus internal citations. Set forth below is an order to show cause why plaintiff's counsel ought not be sanctioned. And the judge went on to say that he called up the 11th Circuit himself and confirmed that there is no Varghese opinion, and he went through all of the bogus internal citations in the fake Varghese opinion that Loduca submitted to the court. He told Loduca to show up on June 8th and explain why he shouldn't be in deep, deep trouble. Now, as a lawyer, seeing the mistakes made by these attorneys is honestly extremely hard to watch, because it didn't have to be that way. there are great lawyers all over the country. And now, my firm, the Eagle Team, is accepting new clients. If you've been in a train wreck, like these lawyers, or suffered a data breach, or dealt with medical malpractice, we can represent you or help find you the right attorney who can. Just click on the link in the description for a free consultation with my team. Because you don't just need a legal team, you need the Eagle Team. Just click on the link below. So, 3 weeks later, Lo Duca filed an affidavit with the court in which he explained that he'd done none of the legal work on this case, despite his name being on the filings. Now, that's not terribly unusual. It looks like what happened here is he was acting as local counsel, which means that if you're an out-of-state attorney with a client, but you need someone with a law license in a particular state, you reach out to someone who sort of double-checks things and files the actual filings. And Lo Duca explained that it was instead Stephen Schwartz, one of his colleagues at the law firm of Levidow, and Oberman, had been responsible for the case from the beginning. Only Schwartz wasn't licensed to appear in federal court, so when the case was removed from state court, he continued to do the work and let Lo Duca take the credit, which is not a great excuse, even though Lo Duca says he's been practicing law with Schwartz since 1996 and had no reason to doubt his buddy's abilities. But the thing is, as an attorney, you are responsible for absolutely everything that has your name and signature on it. And frankly, Avianca's motion in March saying, hey, we can't find these cases on Westlaw, following the court's order to produce them, probably would have prompted any reasonable lawyer to check the case sites himself before submitting them to the court with a notarized affidavit swearing that they were good. And Lo Duca's affidavit was accompanied by an affidavit from Schwartz stating that, quote, it was in consultation with the generative artificial intelligence website ChatGPT that your affiant did locate and cite the following cases in the affirmation and opposition submitted, which this court has found to be non-existent. Schwartz then threw himself on the mercy of the court for his mistake in relying, quote, on the legal opinions provided to him by a source that has revealed itself to be unreliable. He explained that he'd never used ChatGPT to do legal research before and was, quote, unaware of the possibility that its content could be false. Schwartz said that Lo Duca had nothing to do with his screw-up and that he had, quote, no intent to deceive this court nor the defendant. He finished by saying that, quote, he greatly regretted having utilized generative artificial intelligence to supplement the legal research performed herein and will never do so in the future without absolute verification of its authenticity. Schwartz also attached undated screenshots of him allegedly asking ChatGPT if Varghese was real and being assured that they absolutely were, which is, you know, again, not how you research, let alone a 9th grade essay about mating habits of pandas, much less a legal brief submitted in federal court. But by now, all of law Twitter was losing its mind at the insane spectacle courtesy of Mike Dunford, who popularized this total debacle. And Judge Castell was volcanically furious. And the next day, the court entered a third show cause order commanding Schwartz and the Levidow law firm to get themselves down to the courthouse along with Lo Duca to explain what the hell was going on and why they shouldn't be all sanctioned for their activities. And he added a new demand to know why they shouldn't be punished for, quote, the use of a false and fraudulent notarization in the affidavit filed on April 25th. Because some of the documents require that the signature be authenticated by a witness who has demonstrated that he or she is a person in good character. Now, typically that witness is called a notary public, and they've been licensed by the state to verify with a special stamp or seal that the document was signed in their presence by the person whose name appears on it. And Lo Duca's April 25th affidavit, accompanying the fake cases he submitted to the court, was notarized by Schwartz, which is weird, even taking into consideration that lots of attorneys in New York maintain a notary certification, because every other document in plaintiff's case was notarized by the same Levidow paralegal. But this document, in which Lo Duca seems to take responsibility for what looks like fraud on the court perpetrated by Schwartz, is notarized by Schwartz himself. And even weirder, it's dated January 25th, not April 25th. But as we discussed, the cases that they submitted to the judge were weird. The formatting was wrong. They were very short. They have the wrong judges. The parties are wrong. And the analysis is basically nonsense. Basically, getting caught citing to fake cases, they then took all that time to write the cases out as best they could. It's hard to say. But the lawyers say that they asked ChatGPT for the underlying cases, and when they got back a small amount of text, they thought it was giving them excerpts from real cases. which still is not a defense. You need the entire case to be able to be sure that it stands for what you're citing it for, but that's beside the point. At base, though, it's clear that no one checked or read the cases that were cited when they wrote the original brief. And we also know that the fabricated cases were not created until the court asked the lawyers to look into them, which is bad. It's extremely bad. So at this point, it dawned on the plaintiff's lawyers that something very bad was about to happen. A whole squad of outside lawyers entered their appearances on behalf of Schwartz and Levidow on one hand and Leduca on the other. And these lawyers very gingerly suggested that if the court was in a mood to postpone the June 8th hearing, they'd sure appreciate a few extra days to get up to speed. Now, Judge Castell testily replied to Schwartz and Levidow's request by granting them 2 extra days for their written reply, noting that the hearing remains scheduled for June 8th, 2023. And his reply to Leduca was even more ominous, stating, Mr. Leduca is differently situated from Mr. Schwartz and the firm. He has availed himself of a full and fair opportunity to respond to the court's OSC regarding non-existent case law and 3 possible grounds for sanctions. He is not entitled to a do-over. So the lawyers filed their response, and they basically doubled down on the theory that Schwartz was too dumb to be mendacious and Leduca just wasn't paying attention. And the judge then called the hearing and made both of these attorneys actually take the stand and testify under oath. Oh my God. Now, before I get to what happened in court, I need to teach you a new word. It's a word that my German friends explained to me a few years back, and my God, does it apply here. The word is Fremdschämen. In other words, to feel secondhand embarrassment or to feel ashamed about something someone else has done, to be embarrassed because someone else has embarrassed themselves. So with that new vocabulary word in mind, let's look to what happened at the hearing. And thanks to the inner city press, we know roughly what happened in court. And Judge Castell asked Leduca to testify first. So Judge Castell asked Leduca under oath, what was your understanding of your obligation in connection with your March 1 submission under Rule 11? Leduca responds, to be factual and truthful, I relied on my colleague Stephen Schwartz with me at Levidow and Oberman. Did you do anything other than sign your affirmation? Did you read any of the cases? No. Did you do anything to make sure that these cases existed? No. Then Avianca replied, I did not read it. Later on, the judge asked, do you recall writing to me you were going on vacation and the court giving you until April 25th? Yes. Was it true that you were going on vacation? No, Judge. Pro tip, boy, do not lie to the judge ever, either verbally or in writing. Just don't do it, because otherwise you might have to admit that you lied to the judge under oath. The judge asked, you did not see this was a bogus case? No. You see that it was in different fonts? A little bit larger. Who typed this? I believe it was Mr. Schwartz. And again, I'll note, acting as basically local counsel, it wasn't crazy that another lawyer was doing most of the work here, but when that lawyer submits a filing and signs it, they're responsible for everything that's in that filing. Ah, boy, not a good look. And with that background, Schwartz then takes the stand, and Judge Castell asks, how many cases have you done? 1,000? Yes. How do you conduct legal research? I research cases. Do you read them? Yes. The judge asked, did you prepare the March 1 memo? Yes, I used Fastcase, but it did not have federal cases that I needed to find. I tried Google. I had heard of ChatGPT. All right, what did it produce for you? I asked questions. About the Montreal Convention or the position you wanted to take? Yes, for our position. You were not asking for an objective view, but cases to support your position? I asked it for its analysis. Did you ask ChatGPT what the law was, or only for a case to support you? It wrote a case for you. Do you cite cases without reading them? No. What caused your departure here? I thought ChatGPT was a search engine. And basically, what you can see here is that there was no good answer. Yes, he has to claim that he reads all the cases, but he clearly didn't read the cases here. The judge catches him in a lie, and he basically has no defense, or at least no good defense here. Because even if ChatGPT was a search engine, he didn't read the underlying cases, and as a result, he cited a bunch of fake cases. And on top of that, the ChatGPT transcripts that were provided to the court continually say that it cannot provide legal advice, and it's a language model and cannot access real-time legal databases or provide up-to-date case law. And the thing about case law is it has to be up-to-date. And then, days later, fabricated a bunch of cases, possibly using ChatGPT, and that's not gonna save him here. And that's why the judge leans in. Did you look for the Varghese case? Yes, I couldn't find it. And yet, you cited it in your filing. I had no idea ChatGPT made up cases. I was operating under a misperception. Mr. Schwartz, I think you were selling yourself short. You say you verify cases. I thought there were cases that could not be found on Google. 6 cases, none found on Google. This non-existent case Varghese, the excerpt you had was inconsistent, even on the first page. Can we agree that's legal gibberish? I see that now. I thought it was excerpts. Man, you can cut the Frem Shaman with a knife right now. Judge Castell continues. Avianca put your cases in quotations. You know what F3D means, right? To which Schwartz replies, Federal District 3rd Department? No! We went over this. It's a book that contains cases. I have one right here. Look, it's the Federal Reporter. This is the 2nd edition. It contains a bunch of cases, the things you're supposed to read before you submit stuff to federal court. It's not a federal district, and it's definitely not the 3rd Department. So the judge then asks, have you heard of the Federal Reporter? And he says, yes. The judge asks, that's a book, right? Correct. Glad we're on the same page, finally. The judge goes in for the kill one more time and asks, so you were the one going on vacation returning on April 18th? Yes. When you saw the court's order, it wanted to see the cases. Did it cross your mind that the court checked for the cases? I wanted to comply. And the judge continues. You told me that ChatGPT supplemented your research, but what was it supplementing? I'd used Fastcase at the beginning. ChatGPT wasn't supplementing your research, it was your research, right? Yes. Yeah, so the media has talked about how this is lawyers using ChatGPT and things going awry. But what it's really revealing is that these lawyers just did an all-around terrible job, and it just happened to tangentially involve ChatGPT. There are no good answers here. And so the judge summarized at the end. Okay, some final comments. I will be taking this under advisement and entering a written decision. It's been called a mistake, but there's more. The record will reflect whether that put Mr. Schwartz and Mr. LaDuca on actual notice that their cases were non-existent. Mr. LaDuca was asked for the cases, we know what he did, and Mr. Schwartz did. Man, I just want to die. And I wasn't even involved in this case. Frem Shaman, man, R.I.P. Now, I've always been skeptical about AI lawyers on this channel, but hey, it can't be worse than these two. Mr. Schwartz and Mr. LaDuca probably would have benefited from today's sponsor, 80,000 Hours. They're a nonprofit that helps people find careers that aim at solving the world's most pressing problems, like artificial intelligence might be. And 80,000 Hours has been researching the worst case risks from AI. And they have tons of in-depth material on their website about whether these risks are real and how seriously we should take them, what an AI-caused existential catastrophe could actually look like, and what you can look into doing if you want to help contribute to making things go well. That's because 80,000 Hours is a nonprofit that aims to help people find fulfilling careers that do good, and the research suggests that people working to help us avoid the worst risks from AI might be a really great way to make a positive difference in the world. So if you might be interested in contributing to navigating the transition to powerful AI systems being out there in the world, 80,000 Hours can help. And their name comes from the number of hours in an average career. 40 hours a week, 50 weeks a year for 40 years. Now that's a lot of time, and it means that your career is probably the biggest opportunity you have to make an impact in the world. They also have tons of other research on how people can find the highest impact jobs and do the most good. All of their advice and research is available on their website for free forever. So if that sounds interesting, you can get a copy of 80,000 Hours Career Guide, which distills some of their most important research into one volume, for free at the link that's on screen right now or down in the description. You'll also get access to their free newsletter with updates on their research and high impact job opportunities. So just click on the link below. And after that, click on this link over here for more Legal Eagle, or I'll see you in court.
Oh, love Legal Eagle. He's so smart.
We got him!
We got him!
Surprise of everyone, Congressman Santos has been criminally indicted. Assistant District Attorney Scowl Owl has more.
George Anthony DeVolder Santos. Convicted every day in the court of public opinion for fashion crimes by wearing sweaters with his suits every single day. And now alleged to have committed 13 federal crimes in the Eastern District of New York. Who is this international man of mystery? This alleged felon with questionable fashion sense? And what's he accused of? Let's dive in. George Santos is an American citizen. That much we can say for certain. He may have been born in Brazil or the United States, but he's repeatedly avoided clarifying his place of birth for reasons that are unexplained. Nevertheless, he went through primary and secondary school in Queens, New York. He lived in Brazil from 2008 to 2011. The circumstances of him moving back to the United States in 2011 are odd. He was accused of check fraud in Brazil, but failed to appear in court in 2011, leaving the case open for over a decade. After moving back to the US in 2011, he bounced around jobs before running as a Republican for New York's 3rd Congressional District in 2020. Now, he lost to the incumbent, Thomas Suozzi, but not badly. And in 2022, Suozzi announced he wouldn't run for re-election. Santos decided to run again, and this time against a non-incumbent.
George, do you have an honest moment inside of you ever when you're campaigning?
And in November of 2022, Santos won in what some people called a mild upset. The stories that Santos told on the campaign trail started unraveling in late December 2022, when the New York Times published a long investigation. What followed, though, was often stranger than fiction, a seemingly endless string of new revelations. He said he worked for Citigroup and Goldman Sachs, despite them having no records of him doing so. He claimed to be a star college volleyball player. He even allegedly stole a dog from an Amish dairy farmer. To his very minor credit, Santos has admitted to making some misleading claims about his education and financial status and apologized for it.
I made a mistake, and I think humans are flawed.
But he continues to deny the more serious allegations. Meanwhile, the Brazilian government publicized his whole open check fraud case, and Santos managed a civil compromise that closed the criminal case down there. As the story swirled, Santos showed up for his job in Congress and swore nothing would stop him from doing his job. Despite several fellow Republicans calling for his resignation from Congress, Santos vowed to run for re-election.
It's a great day to be an American, it's a great day to be a Republican, and it's a great day to announce re-election.
On May 9th, news broke that federal prosecutors in the Eastern District of New York had filed a sealed indictment against Santos.
We just saw Matt Gaetz survive a massive scandal. He's elected. We see members of Congress survive scandal upon scandal.
When confronted by the media, Santos actually seemed surprised by the news. But it quickly became apparent that he would show up the next day in the Eastern District to be arraigned. On May 10th, Santos was arraigned in federal court. The indictment was unsealed. It contains 13 criminal counts, including wire fraud, unlawful monetary transactions over $10,000, theft of public money, and false statements. Those 13 counts basically capture 3 separate but related criminal schemes. First, defrauding campaign contributors. Second, unlawfully obtaining unemployment benefits. And 3, lying to Congress about his finances. Let's start with the first, defrauding campaign contributors. This scheme is the most complex, involves the most money, and is covered by the first 8 of the 13 counts in the indictment. Here's the gist. Federal prosecutors allege that Santos lied to 2 people to get them to make what they thought were political contributions to a company Santos actually controlled, and then Santos took that money from the company for his own personal use, buying luxury designer clothes and paying off credit card bills. Again, I have to question the luxury designer clothes allegation when he's wearing a sweater under a suit jacket every single day. But I will let the federal prosecutors deal with that particular factual incongruity. I don't think it's essential to the case. Now, this campaign donation scheme almost certainly starts with a company called Redstone Strategies LLC. The indictment doesn't name the company that Santos used to get the campaign contributions, calling it only Company Number 1. But there's good reason to believe that Company Number 1 is in fact Redstone. The indictment describes Company Number 1 as a Florida LLC formed on November 1st, 2021, with its principal place of business in Merritt Island, Florida, and with 2 authorized managers, one of which was DeVolder Organization LLC. Sure enough, Redstone Strategies was an LLC registered to an address in Merritt Island, Florida on November 1st, 2021, and listed the DeVolder Organization as one of the managing officers. And as the name would suggest, the single authorized manager of the DeVolder Organization was George Santos. It's also worth pointing out that Redstone Strategies was voluntarily dissolved on January 25th, 2023, just 3 weeks after Santos was sworn into Congress. Federal prosecutors allege that Santos caused a person identified only as person number 1 to communicate with 2 potential donors, contributor number 1 and contributor number 2. Those communications stated that Redstone Strategies was a 501c4 organization, that donors could contribute unlimited amounts of money, and that the money would be spent on advertisements in support of Santos's candidacy. Now, again, while the contributors were not named in the indictment, the New York Times has identified them as Raymond Tantillo and Andrew Intrater, 2 wealthy businessmen. Apparently, in response to Person 1's communications, both Tantillo and Intrater each made what they thought were political donations to Redstone Strategies. Each gave $25,000.
Look, I don't have a number in my head. Like, the fact that I'm having these conversations are conversations I never in a million years thought I would be having. But when in Rome, let's have the conversations.
So why was the assurance that Redstone was a 501c4 organization important? Well, 501c4 organizations are so-called social welfare organizations governed by special IRS rules. You can't write a donation to a 501c4 off your taxes like a 501c3 nonprofit, but they are tax exempt and they don't have to disclose their donors. Most importantly, they can engage in politics. Their major purpose can't be to elect candidates to office. So, generally speaking, they can spend up to 49.9% of their budget on candidate election work, but they are frequently used to funnel money into election campaigns through so-called dark money contributions. Remember, the donors don't have to be disclosed. The problem for Santos, of course, is that Redstone was not registered with the IRS as a 501c4 organization. Oops. So the lie that Redstone was a 501c4 was designed to induce a transfer of money from those two wealthy businessmen that they wouldn't have otherwise done. That is what the law calls a scheme to defraud. And since it was done over interstate wires, bingo, wire fraud. Actually, 5 separate wire fraud counts for 5 separate emails and text messages to those businessmen. Those are the first 5 charges in the indictment. What happened next? Well, according to the feds, the very same day each of those supposed contributions were made, Santos transferred the money from Redstone Strategies to and between his own personal bank accounts. Those transfers from Redstone to his bank accounts and between his bank accounts constitute the unlawful monetary transactions in counts 6, 7, and 8. The second criminal scheme in the indictment relates to unemployment benefits. And this one is fairly simple. On June 17th of 2020, Santos applied to receive unemployment benefits through the New York State Department of Labor. Those benefits were funded through the federal government during the COVID-19 pandemic through the CARES Act and administered by New York's Department of Labor. In his June application, Santos claimed to have been unemployed since March 22nd, 2020, and he kept recertifying every single week his unemployment status through April 15th of 2021. In total, the feds say that Santos took over $24,000 in unemployment insurance benefits. The problem? According to the feds, Santos was employed that entire time as a regional director at an investment firm with a salary of about $120,000 per year. Oops, simple mistake. Who among us hasn't done such a thing?
I've made a huge mistake.
After he was arraigned, Santos actually had the gall to complain to the media that the unemployment benefits issue was confusing at the time.
You keep extending the unemployment benefits.
The irony, of course, is that on April 6th of this year, Santos became a leading co-sponsor of a Republican bill that its supporters say will help states recover unlawfully obtained unemployment insurance benefits through the CARES Act. Just no notes. Count 9 of the indictment alleges theft of public money in an amount greater than $1,000. Now that more or less covers the entirety of the unemployment benefits fraud. Interestingly, counts 10 and 11 allege wire fraud for Santos applying for those benefits on 2 separate occasions a week apart in January 2021. Remember, he had to recertify his employment on a weekly basis from June 2020 to April 2021. So why only the 2 wire fraud charges in January? My guess, and this is only a guess, is that on those 2 occasions, Santos had his unemployment benefits sent to a different bank account than he normally did. One that required crossing state lines and thus having the interstate nexus that federal wire fraud requires. But like I said, that's just a guess.
Now, if I can interject for just 1 second, I know at times it seems like George Santos' identity was stolen by George Santos, but many people suffer identity theft at the hands of negligent companies who have allowed data breaches. Literally millions of letters go out a year saying that there was a data breach and that your data has been compromised. Now, if you received a data breach notification letter, save it, contact my firm, the Eagle Team, because we offer a free consultation and we don't charge any money unless we win. Or contact the Eagle Team with any other legal issues you might be facing. The link is down in the description. Now back to George Santos' legal problems.
The third criminal scheme relates to false statements to Congress. When you're a candidate for Congress, the Ethics in Government Act of 1978 passed in the wake of Watergate requires that you file a financial disclosure statement. That financial disclosure statement covers a lot, including basically every kind of income and liability. Knowingly and willfully falsifying a financial disclosure statement is a crime. It's a false official statement in violation of 18 U.S.C. 1001. George Santos filed the required financial disclosure statements during his 2020 and 2022 congressional campaigns. How'd he do?
Not great, Bob.
In his 2020 financial disclosure statement, Santos said that he earned $55,000 from a single company, when, in fact, according to the feds, he earned only about $27,000 from that company, but $25,000 from his investment firm. Remember, the investment firm he was employed at while he was claiming unemployment benefits. Yeah, that one. So while the total amount of income is about the same, he failed to accurately report the sources of his income. That failure constitutes the false statements charge in count 12. In his 2022 financial disclosure statement, things get extra weird. This statement covers 2021 and 2022 up to the reporting date. Among other things, Santos said that his income was $750,000 in salary from the DeVolder organization and between $1 and $5 million in dividends from the DeVolder organization with no other sources of income. He also claimed to have over $1 million in certain bank accounts. In fact, according to the feds, during that time frame, he received $28,000 from his old investment firm and $20,000 in unemployment insurance payments. And that's it. He didn't have $1 million in any bank account. Those false statements are count 13, the final count of the indictment. Okay, wait, so I lied. There's actually more than just 13 counts in the indictment. After count 13, there are 2 allegations of something called criminal forfeiture. Not civil forfeiture, criminal forfeiture. All that needs to be said about those allegations is this. If the federal government proves the criminal counts, they want the money back. That's it.
Sorry, I made a phone call.
Those are the allegations in the indictment. But what are the potential consequences for Santos? That's one of the first questions any criminal defendant has for their lawyer. What am I charged with, and what am I facing? There are plenty of collateral consequences for being a felon, for example, but for many defendants, the real question is whether they're going to prison and for how long. If you listen to most media outlets, you'll hear that Santos could face up to 20 years in prison. That's partly due to the DOJ's press release, which very clearly states that Santos faces a maximum penalty of 20 years in prison for the top counts. Now that is legally true, and it's a nice big number that makes for a good headline. But it's incomplete and, frankly, a little bit misleading. It's also frustratingly common in media coverage of criminal cases. Sentences in federal court follow the federal sentencing guidelines, which is determined by the United States Sentencing Commission. Those guidelines were intended originally to be binding on federal judges, but the U.S. Supreme Court struck that down in United States v. Booker in 2005. Federal judges are still required to consult the sentencing guidelines, and a sentence imposed through the proper application of the guidelines is presumed to be reasonable. A federal judge can still, in their discretion, depart from the guidelines, both upwards and downwards, but they have to explain on the record why. And they don't get that presumption of reasonableness. The core of the sentencing guidelines is the sentencing table. The horizontal axis is the defendant's criminal history category, and the vertical axis is the offense level. So if you have, say, a criminal history category 3 and an offense level 22, the presumptive sentence is 51 to 63 months in prison. The higher the criminal history category, or the higher the offense level, the higher the presumptive sentence. Each federal crime has a base offense level. You can then add or subtract to that base offense level under certain circumstances. So let's take wire fraud. Wire fraud has a base offense level of 7. But if the loss as a result of that wire fraud exceeds, say, $15,000, then you add 4 to the base level 7 and get 11. And that's just the very beginning. There are all sorts of upwards and downwards adjustments that can be made depending on the nature of the crime, certain characteristics of the victim, the defendant's role in the crime, etc. You can even get 2 to 3 points knocked off for accepting responsibility and pleading guilty. And things get even more complicated when you have multiple offenses in a single charging instrument like Santos does. So, look, the federal sentencing guidelines are long. They are detailed. They are, frankly, archaic. And that's why the media usually just repeats the maximum possible sentence language instead of diving into the guidelines. Let's get back to the original question. What is George Santos looking at in this case? My quick and dirty guess, as low as 1.5 to 3 years in prison. And for those who want to check my work at home, I'm assuming a criminal category of 1 and a combined offense level somewhere around 15 to 19. Of course, where he falls in or around that range will depend on any number of factors. I could be way off. I don't know. Devin asked a state prosecutor to talk about federal crimes. It's his fault. Give me a break. While my guess of 1.5 to 3 years in prison might sound low to some people, keep in mind that that is a fair chunk of time for a person to spend incarcerated. And this may just be the first of many criminal cases that Santos faces.
Can't you stop taking pictures of yourself? Your sister's going to jail.
It also reflects something unmistakably true about George Santos. To paraphrase Stephen Attewell, if he's a crook, he's a cheap crook. The crimes he's alleged to have committed in this case are serious, and they're high profile because of who he is. But they aren't particularly complex or far-reaching. The campaign donation scheme was simple. It was a basic con job. And lying to get $24,000 in unemployment insurance is, while shockingly hypocritical for him specifically, it's also just lame.
I know, sir, and I'm a very level-headed individual.
Lame for a man who has spent so much time trying to puff up his personal and financial credentials to impress other people. And as far as at least his 2022 false statements to Congress are concerned, he's probably just trying to look rich, puff up his image, get more donations. I guess what I'm trying to say is this. We deserve better criminals. If his story were a TV show, he'd maybe get 2 seasons. George Santos is like gas station coffee disguised in an expensive cup.
Yeah, that sounds terrible, but luckily for you, you can get some of the world's best coffee from today's sponsor, Trade Coffee. Trade's great because not only do they have a huge selection of your favorite coffees, but they have a fine-tuned matching process that helps you discover fresh coffee based on your taste preferences. I have very specific tastes. I basically want something that tastes like hot chocolate and pairs well with milk, and Trade was able to find me the perfect bean. And let's be honest, you claim to want a rich dark roast, but you really want a coffee milkshake. But either way, Trade has you covered. And now, since the weather is getting warmer, they have a huge selection of cold brew coffees as well. With Trade, you can discover new coffees from the nation's top roasters. You can choose your coffee, rate it, and your coffee suggestions get even better over time. And it's all conveniently delivered to you. It's really the best coffee website out there. And if you already know what you like, they probably already have your roaster in stock at a great price. You can even choose whole beans or your preferred grind. So if you'd like to give Trade Coffee a try, Legal Eagles will get their first bag free when they sign up. All you have to do is click a link that's on screen right now or down in the description. And not only get your first bag free, you'll also get free shipping. So get your first bag free by clicking the link that's on screen right now.
What up, Hop?
After that, click on this link over here for more Legal Eagle.
How you doing?
In court. Donald Trump has been found liable for sexual assault and defamation, and as a result, E. Jean Carroll has been awarded $5 million in damages. Now, note that no one here has been convicted. This was a civil suit, not a criminal
I'm just
suit.
grinding New
No
World.
one's
Sorry,
guilty
I'm
of
just
anything,
listening
but
to
Donald Trump
Legal.
is liable for $5 million. So today we're going to talk about how we got here and what happened at the E. Jean Carroll trial. Now, E. Jean Carroll says that Donald Trump sexually assaulted her in 1995 or 1996 at the Bergdorf Goodman department store in Manhattan. At the time, Carroll was a TV talk show personality who also wrote an advice column. Carroll and Trump may have been acquainted with each other. The photo in the complaint shows the two of them together at a party during the same era. However, Trump denies knowing who Carroll was despite the photo. Now, Carroll said she ran into Trump when he was shopping for a gift for an unnamed girl. According to the Carroll complaint, she helped him shop, showing him handbags and hats. Trump rejected those ideas and steered Carroll upstairs to the lingerie section, where he allegedly grabbed a bodysuit and asked Carroll to try it on. She says that she told him to try it on himself, and Carroll claims that Trump pushed her into a dressing room, forced her up against the dressing room wall, pinned her in place with his shoulder, and raped her. After the incident, Carroll claims that she immediately called a friend and relayed what happened to her, and also claims that a few days later she confided in a second friend. Apparently fearing for her reputation and her career, Carroll decided not to report the rape to police. She believed that if she publicly accused Trump of rape, he wouldn't face serious consequences, while her life would be put on trial. Fast forward to 2016, when Trump was elected president, Carroll, quote, watched as a throng of women came forward and accused Trump of sexual assault, only to be denigrated and then brushed aside. Carroll says that seeing Harvey Weinstein finally face the music for the history of assault convinced her to go public. Carroll decided to write a book about her experiences with men, including Trump, entitled
Oh yeah, the Trump thing, yeah.
Modest Proposal, which was published in July of 2019.
I'm listening to Legal Eagle, trying to catch up with all the legal stuff that's been going on this year, because I've been on a press blackout, and there is some crazy ass shit going on.
denied assaulting Carol in 3 separate statements, saying he'd never met Carol, she was ugly, and she was not his type. He also asserted that she had no witnesses, and in response to Trump's statements, 2 of Carol's friends came forward to corroborate her assertion that she told them about the rape shortly after it happened. Now, harassment and abuse are real problems that can happen to anyone. And now, my law firm, the Eagle Team, can help if you've been the victim of sexual harassment or abuse in the past. And it's not just that. We can help with almost any injury of any kind. Auto accidents, medical malpractice, workers' compensation. The link to our page is down in the description. We're here to listen and help. Now, in November 2019, Carol sued Trump for defamation in his personal capacity in New York State.
Sorry, I missed what you said. Talk to some New World people here. What did you say? I'm sorry. You said it's just he said, she said. Oh yeah, I know. Yeah, like the allegations. I have a serious problem with rape allegations in the modern age. Not that they happen, and I'm not trying to victim shame or anything. I'm saying that it's often like a press debacle, and I think there's major reasons to smear someone's name in the press now because it makes them much more legally culpable to lawsuits and stuff when their credibility isn't questioned by the public. So I think there's a lot of mudslinging and rape accusations that may or not be true right now. If I had to wager, the chances of Trump actually holding someone down and sticking his penis inside while suppressing their movements, I just don't see it, you know? And so also there's a lot of different definitions of rape now that I'm not so sure really fit. Like I think sometimes when you say sexually harass a woman, it's considered to be rape, and I'm not sure, at least in the eyes of the public. When I think he's probably really guilty of sexual harassment, but I don't think he probably ever held a woman down and stuck it inside, that's something. I don't see rapists when I see Trump. I see somebody who's probably sexually inappropriate all the fucking time and maybe deserves some charges based around sexual harassment and stuff. But literally holding a woman down and thrusting his penis inside, I'm not sure I get that vibe from him. I don't know when he would have ever been alone to do that. I don't know when his family wouldn't have figured out that happened. I don't know when there wouldn't have been more problems because of it. I'm not so sure. A direct allegation of rape, I'm not so sure. Now, a lot of people have said that Trump is a rapist. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? I think he probably definitely, did some social faux pas, but holding a woman down while he thrusts it inside against her will, I'm not so sure about that. And so I have a little bit, I'm not defending Trump, I'm saying we've got a little bit of a gray area definition of what rape is now in the accusation public. And so I'm not so sure. I think if he had held a woman down and brutally raped her, I believe he would be in jail. I actually have enough faith in our people, in our system, and our cops and stuff to believe that had he actually held a woman down against her will, raped her, and left her beaten and bloody somewhere, I believe he would be in jail right now. I just don't believe our system and the people around him and all the people, no matter how much money he has. I mean, we know that some rapists have operated with impunity, but it's sort of rare, It's sort of rare for a rapist like the East Side Strangler or somebody like that to act with impunity and not catch charges and not go to jail and stuff like that. It's very rare when there's actual brutal rape. It's very rare for a instigator to skate. And so I think we've kind of blurred the definition between rape and sexual assault. And I think he probably is guilty of sexual assault, but holding a woman down while he forcibly thrusts inside her against her will and bruises her vagina because she's not lubricated, because she's not sexually aroused, she's being raped. I don't know about that. I think we're confusing what I would consider is kind of a blanket term in the law as sexual assault for rape. And rape, you can tell the community cares about rape. I don't think they care about sexual assaults. I think they sort of skate over that. And I believe sexual assaults should carry a charge of jail time as well. But I don't know if being sexually inappropriate, maybe touching someone in a way they don't like, or being kind of creepy, or grabbing somebody's breasts or something, or somebody's vagina through their clothes in public, I don't know if that's rape. That's sexual assault. Now, I think sexual assault should be like a 3-year charge. I think rape should be a 10-year charge. You know, and I think he is guilty of sexual assaults, but I don't think he's guilty of rape. I think there's a weird mixture of those two things in people's minds. If you grab a woman's vagina in public, you should go to jail for sexual assault for 3 years. Or if you grab a man's penis in public against his will through his clothes or otherwise, you should go to jail for 3 years for sexual assault. But it's not the same thing as holding a man or a woman down, or even a child, and thrusting inside of them against their will and bruising their muscles and raping them, you know, when they are not sexually aroused. That is, I mean, that is not the same thing. It's not this. It shouldn't carry the same. I'm not saying one's better than the other. They're both horribly fucking wrong. But I believe this guy is guilty of sexual assault, which is a lot different from rape. Rape, you should end your career, go to jail, and never be in our community again. Sexual assault, I think you fucked up and did something stupid, and you should go to jail for 3 years and face the felony and never work in our community again. But I don't believe you should be pariahed. I don't think you actually held someone down against their will and thrust inside them until you climaxed and committed the act of rape. It's a little different. Sexual assault carries the same emotional and legal weight as rape, but they're not the same devastation. They're really not. Now, if a girl gets groped in public, that's one thing. I dated a girl who got groped in public in front of me, and she was not fine afterwards, but she was a lot better than a rape victim. I mean, she had been raped too, but I mean, like, the trauma that she had from the actual suppression of her body while somebody thrust it inside of her and committed rape, it was a lot worse than somebody who grabbed her vagina in public through her clothes. So, I mean, sexual assault is not this thing that we can excuse away or say that, oh, it's fine, it's a lot less than rape, it's just as bad, but it shouldn't carry the same amount of punitive time, in my opinion. It creates this savage hypocrisy where somebody who might have behaved inappropriately sexually might actually face rape charges, which is a bit weird, because when you imagine Trump holding a woman down when he has $3 billion and thrusting inside of her against her will while she screams and cries and protests and wants to shoot him and call the cops afterwards and all this, I'm not so sure about that. Now, I think Harvey Weinstein was guilty of that sort of thing. I don't think Trump was. And that sucks. I think he's guilty of sexual assault. I don't think he's guilty of rape. And the distinction does need to be made, especially in the eyes of the lawyers, you know. And now, why he's skating on sexual assault, I don't know. But I know that I don't believe he ever raped anybody. You can't rape the willing. When somebody has $3 billion, there's so many fucking willing sexual partners on the planet that I just don't know how rape would ever happen. Why would he ever rape somebody unless he was an actual rapist, you know? And I don't think he's an actual rapist, or there would have been 35 or 40 charges. There's only been like 7, I think, or something like that. Usual pattern rapists usually end up with like 35 or 40 charges in the end of it. This is a sexual assault guy. I think he likes to grab people's body parts. I don't think he likes to fucking like pull people down while he thrusts inside of them. And I don't like how we basically write up sexual assault people as rapists, not to excuse sexual assault or say that it's not good or that it's any worse or better than rape. I'm saying there is a differentiation between grabbing somebody's crotch in public and holding them down in private and forcing sex upon them. There's a big difference, like both in the punitive punishment, the eyes of the judgment in the public around you, judges, the SCOTUS, the POTUS, all this stuff, right? Yeah, like, right. Also, if somebody rapes you, I can see why for most victims it would be very difficult for them to want to deal with the court case afterwards, and I think that's a serious problem in this country that needs to be changed. So I think these people come to the light 10 years later, because it's like the idea of okay, right after you've been raped, the idea of going to okay, so let's say you've been raped. The reward for getting raped is like a year in court to put the guy in jail. And we know this because of SVU. We know this because of all the women who have testified about it. We know that we know when Emma Watson talks to the UN. We know this is the case. The women don't come forward because they feel that going to court and dressing up and being forced to be put in public and be forced to talk about what happened to them in public in the court case is something that most women cannot handle. And we know this. So they come 10 years later after they've been strong enough to deal with the damage for like 10 years. But the problem is we have a right to a speedy accusation and trial in this country. If somebody rapes you, you need to come forward with it. I watched Olivia Benson on SVU for 25 fucking years. Every fucking episode for 25 years, Olivia Benson would get on SVU and she would say to the public and God and the court and everybody who cared to fucking listen to it on Law and Order SVU on national television on NBC, she would say, if you've been raped, you have to come forward. It's not because you're weak or you did something wrong. It is because of a power game that the person is playing with the public at large. And when you are raped, you need to come forward and face the accusations in public and do the court case. And the argument on the other side was, why would I be punished with a court case when I was the victim? I have to go and face my accuser and remember what he did to me every day for a year while I face him in a court case. So I do have some sympathy for the victims not wanting to deal with the court case. We know that they don't. We know that 90% of rapes are not fucking convicted. They are not convicted. We know statistically like 90% of the rapes out there are not convicted. So when they come 10 years later, thank God they grow the strength to do it. But also, they should have stepped when it happened, because then it's an unprosecuted crime for 10 years, and there's no statute of limitation on rape. But I watched Olivia Benson cry real tears as an actress as she delivered it. That's Olivia Benson is Marissa Hargitay. I watched her cry on that show, real tears, for like 25 years because the victims don't come forward. They need to come forward. I know it sucks, and we also need to reform the system so that when the victims come forward, it's not like they're getting raped again.
The basis that he had absolute immunity from civil lawsuits as such. Now, the scope of presidential immunity has...
They can, Hop. Yeah, they can, Hop. There is no statute of limitations. Go Google before you pro-rapist. You said something pro-rapist, Hop, and you be careful. I'll kick you. Yes, there is no statute of limitations on rape, and the idea that there is or ever should be is disgusting. And you're lucky I don't kick you. Don't be pro-rape in my fucking channel ever again. You're lucky I don't kick you. I think you're young and naive. You know what I'm saying? But don't you ever be pro-rape in my fucking channel again. They can come 50 years later. There is no statute of limitations on rape in America, and there shouldn't be. And don't you ever say there should be. That's right-wing Republican shitheads pushing a rape agenda, and I know it. You know it when I tell you, don't you? You know it when I show it to you. But you didn't know it when you said it, did you? You're pushing rape, and you're lucky I don't kick you. You were just, and you're lucky you're young and naive. I'm gonna fucking overlook it. You're a child. If you were an adult, I'd kick your fucking ass for being pro-rape. That's a pro-rape statement you made. Fuck you. You're lucky I don't kick you. There is no statute of limitations on rape. There never should have been. Fuck that shit. They can come forward 50 years later if need be. We need to prosecute the rapes in this country. That was a pro-rape statement that you made. Reality, motherfucker. You need to live in it a little bit more.
Has only been tested a handful of times.
Pro-rape statement.
1982 case Nixon versus
they should be able to come forward 10 years later. Fuck them. They just let them get raped. Fuck them. They can't tell the cops 10 years later. Fuck them. It's a pro-rape statement. You're very lucky I didn't kick you. Watch before you speak in my channel. It's a pro-rape statement. I'm going to remember it all my life. Now you got to make up for it. Don't be saying stupid Trump shit in my fucking channel. I know you motherfuckers are trying to destroy this country and kill women and slaughter the blacks and everybody else, but don't be pushing your pro-rape agenda around me. I know Trump fucking brainwashed you into a piece of shit or whatever, the right wing or whatever, but don't you ever be pro-rape around me. There is no statute of limitations on rape, and there never will be. I've had too many fucking exes and too many women in my life raped to ever hear your pro-fucking right-wing, anti-woman woman, pro-rape fucking agenda bullshit in my fucking channel. Don't you ever say anything like that again. Go block women somewhere the fuck else, you know what I'm saying? You say anything sexist in my channel like that ever again, and I'll kick you. I'm gonna assume your naivety. It's just like, oh, you're a child in high school and you don't fucking know any better. You said something pro-rape, and I should by rights fucking kick you.
President has broad immunity.
You violated the terms of service. Watch it, Hop. Just because some idiot Republican told you how to fucking think doesn't make it okay. It's still pro-rape what you fucking said, and it's disgusting. It's something Trump would say. It's something a pro-rapist would say. So watch it around me. You know what I'm saying? I don't truck with the pro-rape bullshit, Republican brainwashing that your parents put through you. I will not take it here. I will not take it anywhere else. There is no statute of limitations on rape. Don't fucking be pushing the idea that there should be. That's disgusting. Murder either. I know you might be pushing some evil Republican doctrine because you're fucking brainwashed. Your parents told you what to fucking think. But I need you to be a real person who thinks his own fucking thoughts instead of pushing a pro-rape fucking agenda. Fuck you. Fuck you for all the women that I've known that have ever been raped. Fuck you and your pro-rape Republican fuck you agenda. I know you guys like rape. Most of you are going up for rape right now. You know what I'm saying? Or whatever. Like, you know what I'm saying? But your conservative ideals that have turned you into a shithead and made you morally fucking little Eichmann, you know what I'm saying? And you're fucking pro-rape, pro-fucking, there shouldn't be a statute of limitations on rape, kind of fucking suppress the women. Women are chattel. They shouldn't be able to complain 10 years later about getting raped and shit. Fuck your pro-rape attitude. Watch it around me with that shit. Watch it.
Undertaken while as president. 15 years later, in Clinton versus Jones, the Supreme Court held that the president does not have absolute immunity from civil litigation surrounding acts that were...
You know it is, too. You were trained by your parents to think that stupid anti-woman shit. That the chattel can't complain about the damaged goods. Fuck you and that fucking attitude. Regressed male, toxic male, fucking Republican, regressed bullshit. Pro-rapist. It's a pro-rapist statement. And you're totally unaware of it, so I'm gonna forgive you. But you shouldn't be. You should be really aware of the things that you say. You just push an agenda that rapists shouldn't be able to get fucking, like, justice. It's disgusting and base. And if you were thinking about it before the actions that you made, you would be very aware of the things you were saying. But you're not. You're young, so I'm going to forgive you and take the anger away now. But understand me, don't you ever push a pro-rape agenda around me the fuck ever again. Your idiot Republicans all around you might be brainwashing you into an anti-woman, anti-rape, block the woman fucking agenda or whatever the fuck. But I won't truck with that shit. I have many women in my fucking life, and I will not listen to your pro-rape. There shouldn't be a statute of limitations on pro-rape bullshit. I will not do that. I listen to the fucking pig Republicans talk that stupid ass shit for the last 90 years. I don't have to take it from you.
Justice Department and eventually Joe Biden's Justice Department intervened in the case to defend Trump.
I won't kick you, but watch it.
Trump had immunity because
I'm saying watch your pro-rape shit. Republicans are so pro-rape. You'd be surprised how much of us really believe this. You guys are like fucking pro-rape. You say, she shouldn't be able to come forward after, 10 years later. Yeah, you're just totally fucking oblivious. I hope the women don't talk to you. I hope they do block you, you know what I'm saying? Because, like, you fucking are oblivious to the fucking problems. You're oblivious to the problems. If you say something like that, fuck you. Like, straight up, dude. Like, I'm gonna assume that you just don't know any better on this one. You say something like that again, you're fucking gone out of here. Gone. And I'm sorry I made you an example, but I'm sorry. I'm sorry to be so, angry about it, you know what I'm saying? But, like, you don't think before you talk, like all the other shithead Republicans, every time they suppress a woman with their shithead beliefs like that. You just don't fucking think first. You're anti-woman, and you're fucking totally oblivious about it. You're anti-woman. You just made the most anti-woman statement I've ever heard in my fucking life, and you're totally oblivious on it. Fuck you guys. I won't kick you, but I'm so close to it. Jesus fucking Christ, man. Watch what you say around me. I will not have you be pro-rape around me. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna assume you're just too fucking young and naive to know any fucking better. You've been brainwashed by the fucking Republicans to be fucking anti-woman or something like that. So you say no statue. They shouldn't be able to come forward 10 years later. Fucking disgusting. Disgusting. You didn't think about it. You don't watch the court cases. You don't watch what the women are struggling with this. You don't understand what's actually going on. You have a very young person's eye of it. And I'm just gonna assume that's what we're encountering here. You know what I'm saying?
So why would the two cases be treated differently?
That one pissed me off. I'm sorry. I have a trigger about this, obviously. You know what I'm saying? Problem is, I watch people like battle that for 20 fucking years. So the people like people on your side of the fucking aisle would stop excusing fucking rape and trying to put some fucking time limit on how long we could fucking accuse the accuser. You know what I'm saying? That's Satan saying, nah, if I raped you 7 years ago and I just hid for 7 years, you can't prosecute me. And that's like the agenda that you just pushed, Hop, and you didn't think about it before you fucking said it. I know you didn't, so I'm gonna forgive you for it. But understand, this shit actually has a fucking, like, the women in my channel, I apologize for the terrible shit that you just heard, because it is incredibly fucking toxic, fucking masculine bullshit. Toxic masculine, way worse than fucking, way fucking worse than Andrew fucking Tate or something like that. And this is what the young little Eichmanns fucking think, with their fucking regressed, fucking taboo, socially and sexually repressed, fucking weird Republican conservative fear of sex and fear of women. And this is what I get out of them. Oh, women shouldn't be able to complain about rape 10 years later. Fucking disgusting. We've been fighting that battle for 40 years and you're ignorant of it. You shouldn't be. You fucking shouldn't be. You have a ton of women around you. You shouldn't have been ignorant of that fucking battle. You shouldn't be ignorant from this. The only reason you're ignorant from it is your culture has protected you from the fucking plight of the average American woman. It's why you don't know about this stuff. It's why you were surprised by my response. It's like a surprise to you. Because you've been brainwashed by these shitheads to fucking basically, I would say, dominate the female gender. And one of the ways that you do that is you say, "Oh, I didn't get busted for 7 years after I raped you, so you can't get me for rape anymore." Yeah, that's the right wing pushing their pro-rape agenda for the last goddamn 120 fucking years until 1973 or whatever the fuck it was. We didn't have a statute of limitation on fucking rape. It's in that little Eichmann Republican shit is what got us here. It's what got us here. It's like you guys aren't really thinking about the things that you say. You're really not. You're saying, "Oh, it's cool if I raped you 10 years ago because it's too much time has passed. You can't accuse us and you can't accuse me anymore. So I get away with rape." Yeah. So no, in 1979 they changed that, so there's no statute of limitation on fucking rape anymore. So the rapist couldn't fucking escape based on how much time had fucking passed. And I realized that was the point that you were making. And I'm sorry that I fucking tore you a new asshole and shit. But you have to fucking watch what you say around me, like, with that stuff. Like, Jesus fucking Christ, man. You say, "Oh, women who got raped shouldn't be able to complain 10 years afterwards." You say stuff like that because you're not thinking about what you're saying first. You realize how that might alienate every woman in this fucking channel? You know what I'm saying? Every woman, and there's not many women in right now, but there will be eventually and shit. Like, I think you might have an issue with women, Hop. Like, straight up.
Before he was president.
Lucky I don't
Whereas
kick you.
Trump's lawsuit is about statements Trump made while he was the sitting president, even though the acts themselves might have happened earlier. Now, it would have been so easy for Trump to escape liability in the case if he had just stopped.
Nah, man, I'm not gonna excuse it. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry, man. Like, yeah. I apologize that it ended like this, and I think we've been really good friends and stuff, but I cannot have that pro-fascist, pro-fucking Nazi, fucking right-wing, anti-gay, anti-woman, pro-rape, anti-fucking, like, you know, I'm sorry, I can't have that. You just were on the opposite side of the spectrum a little too much, and I don't mean to make this personal. You've been a very good friend, and I'm terribly sorry. Jesus fucking Christ, man. Like, all I try to do is, like, have a normal fucking stream. You get little Eichmanns coming in here with pro-rape fucking, like, pro-rape ideals, totally fucking oblivious to their own insanity. And I just don't want it around me. I won't do it. And they say it's something offhanded, like, "Oh, if I rape you 10 years later, I shouldn't be able to be prosecuted." And you're like, "Oh, that's what you actually believe? Go away now. Go away now. Go away now. I'm sorry. That's what you actually believe?" Yeah, no. And you can understand, I'm far more intolerant than any fucking bigot. You see it? I'm a leftist, an ultra-liberal fucking leftist. I'm far more intolerant of intolerant people than any bigot. You're gonna see it really strong. Goodbye. You know what I'm saying? Like, good fucking bye. You can come in here, but don't be pushing your fucking pro-rape, anti-woman, little Eichmann. I just do what my parents told me to do. Shit, I'm sorry, but I mean, this is exactly what you, like, this is why we have rape. It's because you guys excuse it. You think that, oh, since 10 years has passed, we just can't prosecute you for fucking rape. Yeah, no. Yeah, no. I'm sorry, like the little Eichmann things that you've said, it started to all add up, and then eventually I hear you're blocking girls, and you think that rape is okay, and that, 10 years past, it's fine, you shouldn't be prosecuted or something, or sexual assault. Yeah, and I'm sorry, man, but, like, I can't have it. I can't have that kind of, like, based, like, fucking sexist, can't have it. Sorry, and we were really good friends. I feel bad, nothing personal, but...
After he had become a private citizen. The last stop talking is not an instruction that Trump will ever follow, as dozens of lawyers can attest. And so in October of 2022, Trump
I did.
went on Truth.
Yeah, I got a new sword. Yeah, it's got gold and silver. Oh, I hate losing friends, but you know what? Almost every day now, for a long time, I've lost some friend. Like, like every day now, it's like the humanity is leaving my life, like, voluntarily. I'm gonna kick them the fuck out of here. Yeah, I don't really want to talk to them, any of them. I don't think most of them have souls anymore. They've just been programmed into whoever the fuck they are, and they aren't themselves. They like that kid in particular had a lot of potential, but his right-wing parents have fucking ruined him. I'm talking ruined him. I doubt he'll ever have sex if he's got that kind of attitude. Jesus fucking Christ, I had a lot of hope for that fucking kid. Yeah, I got a new sword because that one was 683 and 694. This sword is like 13 eye level higher, and it's also got something called life stealing on it, which the previous red sword did not. And so I did blow, I don't know, 11,000 gold today. Oh, god damn it, I hate ripping people's fucking heads off. I can't stand it, dude. Like, I can't fucking stand doing that. But I mean, like, I'm sorry, man. You say something that triggers me so fucking bad that I never want to fucking speak to you again. This is what fucking happens. I'm sorry. You say something so bad that I'm like, Jesus, listen to the sad and alarming fucking little Eichmann, pro-right-wing, alt-right, fucking anti-woman, anti-sex, and like pro-taboo, shithead, women shouldn't be able to complain about rape 10 years later fucking thing. And you say something that I just can't forgive. I didn't go looking for it. You just said it. This is why I am going to turn my chat off. Going to turn my chat off in this channel for the rest of my career. I'm sick of it. I don't want to do tribalism with these idiots while they say pro fucking rape things that would scare most of the women around me into being like, wow, these are the people that you have in your stream. They'd be like, oh no, stop doing this now. Most of the women in my life, if they had just heard what I had heard, they would have been like, stop doing this now. It's obvious that the people around you are too right-wing and toxic and shitty and pro-rape to actually do this. You know what I'm saying? So stop doing this now. That's what most of the women in my life would say if they had read what he just said. Jesus fucking Christ, man. The right wing is raising their little Eichmann princes to be like anti-woman. What the fuck is that? Blocking women. I've never in my life heard of a dude blocking a fucking woman. That's some incel right-wing Republican shit. That one scared me, but that was the second time he had scared me. So I waited for a third, and sure enough, the next day he mentions that you shouldn't be able to just come forward 10 years later. Yeah, you should. Because then the rape, it's not prosecuted. Yeah. And he can watch me on one of the other 4 platforms and shit, but I can't have him poisoning my fucking channel with his little Eichmann, pro-Republican, anti-woman, fucking weird, fucking brainwashed, fucking like out of the woodwork, lunatic fringe, anti-fucking woman shit. I can't do that. I'm sorry. It's not what I can't. That is not what this library is about. I like the kids, but I don't want them in the fucking channel. None of them have managed to stay here. None of them. They've been so brainwashed by these shitheads that I fucking despise, that they'll say these things that are so culturally fucking insensitive. Like, I just blocked a teenage girl, or women shouldn't be able to come forward 10 years later and shit. Oh, man, the little Eichmann, he got pretty brainwashed there, didn't he? You know? Like, Jesus fucking Christ, man. Like, he's just going with it. He just goes with it. Like, with whatever the men around him tell him, he just goes with it. Jesus fucking Christ, and I lose another friend. I'm cleaning house. I'm losing friends. Watch out, guys. I'm losing friends, so stay out of my fucking way. You know what I'm saying? I wish I could cry about this sort of thing. I think he would cry about it. I'm not gonna cry about it. I've lost so many fucking friends in my fucking life. Join the fucking club, little Eichmanns. You know how many little Eichmanns I kicked this year? Like fucking 70 or something like that. I kicked so many little Eichmanns this year who just want to push their little anti-woman, pro-rape, fucking Republican shithead ideals straight out of the deep South 1860s. And like I'm like, nah, man, I don't know where the fuck you came up from, but it doesn't sound like a fucking major city to me. Wherever the fuck you came up with must be all white people, because Jesus Christ, I couldn't come up like you. Wow. I go look into fucking like right now I'm watching a YouTube video about friend shame. Like, literally, there's a German word called friend shame, called friend shaman, right? It's shame in a fucking friend. They say or do something that literally bothers you so much that you feel friend shame and you aren't their friend anymore, you know? Jesus fucking Christ. I've been with, like, fucking 13 women who were raped. And you know what I'm saying? Like, what? And he thinks it's just a mistake. It's not a mistake. You inherently believe these things or you wouldn't say them. It's not some mistake. You can't just go, oh, sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. Yeah, you do mean it. You wouldn't have said it. You do mean it. We're on the opposite side. It sucks, but we are. It's good that we were friends for as long as we were. But you were on the side of oppressing women and black people, and like saying that rape victims can't come forward 10 years later and stuff. That is the side you have taken repeatedly, and I think it's little Eichmann. I don't care if you say it's libertarianism or something else. It's still little fucking Eichmann. It's essentially isms explained away by community. Sexism, racism, etc. Explained away by having a community. It's not an easy thing, but I can't have those comments. You know what I'm saying? It mars my beautiful history. You know what I'm saying? Like, come here looking for sexist fucking comments from pro-rape people. Jesus fucking Christ.
This Miss Bergdorf-Goodman case is a complete con job. I don't know this woman, have no idea who she is, other than it seems...
So now, we're going to close this, and I'm going to stop bitching about losing a friend, but I'm going to close this in the assumption that he's probably listening to me right now. Let us hope... No, let us not hope. That is a terrible thing. Well, yeah, let us hope that he might see the sort of situation that he just professed to want. May something bad like that happen... And may he wait 10 years and then see how he feels about whether it's legal or not for him to complain about what happened. And once he understands what it's like to walk a mile in the shoes of the opposition, which in this case is a rape victim, which is why I kicked you, you know. And you might not make a comment like that. And I'm sorry. And it's like, yeah, you're young and you're naive, but that only excuses that weird sexist bullshit so fucking far, you know. So far. Like, I blocked a girl in this fucking dating climate. Jesus fucking Christ. I blocked a girl. I hope she blocked you. Like, man.
Picture of me many years ago with her husband shaking my hand on a reception line in a celebrity charity event. She has no idea what day, what week, what month, what year, or what decade this so-called event supposedly took place. The reason she doesn't know is because it never happened, and she doesn't...
It's not a good complete day till I lose another friend, guys. I keep making a new friend every day and losing a new one too. It is what it is, you know. I don't know. I didn't sign up for this. I just wanted to start my stream, play some video games, and listen to some videos. But then, like, we end up talking about how it's not okay for rape victims to complain 10 years later. How do we get so far off?
That can be proven wrong. Now, Trump's Truth Social statement was covered by hundreds of newspapers and exhaustively...
Like, I was just listening to a Legal Eagle video. I didn't go looking for some fucking weird philosophy argument about when it's okay to complain about rape. I didn't go looking for that. This is such a weird job. It's you know, it's so weird. Like, you're just like playing some video games, listening to Legal Eagle, and then you lose a friend because of something that you believe, you know? And it's like, I didn't go looking for that. I'm just here trying to create a fucking history. I believe it's people trying to forcibly cause me trouble now. You know? And I meant what I said about going to YouTube and shutting the chat off, I think. You know? Like, Jesus fucking Christ. I don't expect anybody else to feel or think the things that I think. But I absolutely do not have to put up with that pro-rape shit. I don't have to put up with it. It's my channel, you know? I put up with it my whole life. And meanwhile, I look over to my sister and my mother and my girlfriends, and I look at the pain this shit causes them. And I think about how, oh, it feels pretty good to kick the Nazi rapist, pro-rapist guy, doesn't it? I'm sorry, Nazi, not Nazi, but Little Eichmann pro-rapist, you know? It feels pretty good to kick the Little Eichmann pro-rapist because he said something unforgivable, which is, oh, well, I don't think we should be able to come forward 10 years later. Yeah, I know you didn't think about it first, but you believe it or you wouldn't have said it. And that pro-rape, anti-woman thing, it comes out in your breeding and your background and stuff. And, yeah, I don't know. I've tried many months now. I've tried to illustrate who the fuck I am. I'm this, like, granola hippie dude pushing, like, a peace vibe of freedom and liberality. And making statements like people shouldn't be able to complain about rape 10 years later is gonna fucking trigger me. I don't know why your little Eichmann ass wanted to come into a liberal stream and say something so pro-rape, but you did and you got banned. And so maybe you find a more popular Andrew Tate-like stream where your anti-woman, pro-rape, fascist, Republican ideals might be more welcome. Like Andrew Tate. Go watch Andrew Tate. There's plenty of streamers out there that will not kick you for pro-rape remarks, you know? That's a Wednesday for them. They think it's funny. It's off-color humor to them. I'll kick you for a pro-rape fucking remark, and I'll be happy and proud to do it. I don't care how long you've been here.
Yeah, we'll try and find humor wherever we can here. But congratulations, Mr. President. You just bought yourself another defamation lawsuit because you re-upped the same comments after you were president. As a result, Carroll sued him for common law defamation based on allegedly false and defamatory statements he made on
I have to go
12th,
back.
2022. She also sued him for common law battery. And on April 20...
Oh, well, it's my loss anyways. I'm the bad streamer, and he's the good viewer, right? And I'll say that to him because I assume he's probably still listening to me, right? I'm the bad streamer. He's the good viewer. He was the best viewer I ever had. He's better off in the Andrew Tate fucking the pen getting, you know, programmed by all the other right-wingers. You know what I'm saying? Go take your fucking bigot side somewhere. Like, don't be coming to my channel. You know what I'm going to do. So you try to sneak in some pro-rape comment past the censor or whatever. You know what I'm going to fucking do. I'm going to kick you. You knew what was going to happen eventually. If you don't want to get kicked for pro-rape comments, go hang out with Andrew Tate.
25th, a jury was selected and the trial kicked off. So what happened during this trial? Well, Carroll gave testimony about what she says happened. Trump's deposition was also played in court, although he did not attend. And a significant part of the trial has been 3 women explaining why they didn't call the police on the then real estate mogul Donald Trump. Carroll said she didn't go to the police because women of her generation were trained to be silent if a man attacked them. Trump's lawyer countered that Carroll once called the police on a group of children who attacked her mailbox on Halloween, suggesting that she would have called the cops on Trump if it had really happened. Carroll's friend, Lisa Birnbach, backed up Carroll's assertion that she did call Birnbach right after the alleged attack. And Birnbach said that Carroll was emotional and hyperventilating on...
Letting those comments exist in my channel has a very long-term effect upon my value as a streamer. It's nothing personal.
The call. And next up was Jessica Leeds, whose first encounter with Trump was when he allegedly assaulted her. For the complaint, Trump attacked Leeds on a plane when she was bumped to a first-class seat next to him. Leeds testified that, quote, there was no conversation. It was like out of the blue. It was like a tussle. He was trying to kiss me, trying to pull me towards him. He was grabbing my breasts. It was like he had 40 zillion hands. Natasha Stoyanov...
There, that is sexual assault. It is not rape. It is sexual assault. He sexually assaulted her. He grabbed her breasts in public or private, it doesn't matter. That is sexual assault. You can't just go feeling up the goods. You got to have some mystery left, and you got to maybe get her consent first, you know? Can't just go feeling up the goods of your chattel, you know what I'm saying? With your pro-right-wing, pro-rape, fucking anti-I block girls, fucking Andrew Tate, fucking toxic masculinity bullshit, right? Can't just grab the goods, you know what I'm saying? That's sexual assault. Trump should be in jail for sexual assault, but because he has so much money and so much backing from the fucking toxic masculinity right that they let him skate on sexual assault.
Former journalist for
Fuck Trump, fuck the sexual assault, and fuck anybody trying to say that she can't complain 10 years later either.
Here's when she was shown.
Thank God she did complain. I bet he did do this. I bet he did do it. I bet he grabbed her tits. I bet my life on it. I guarantee he did do it. That sounds like the Trump I know. You know what I'm saying? Thank you for the heart sign. You know what I'm saying? Do you sell the old ones when you get a new one? If so, how much did you sell the red one for? I sold the red one for 3 gold. Sorry, I missed your comment, number 2. On a bit of a drama thing there. I apologize, and I don't mean to devalue your friendship by ignoring you. I'm sorry. I don't mean to do that to hurt your feelings. Do you sell the old ones when you get a new one? If so, how much did you sell the red one for? 3 gold. I busted it. I broke it down. It looks like this. I don't want to break this sheet, or I don't have anything. Yeah, I don't have anything to break down, but yeah, okay. Well, yeah, but still, I care enough to make the apology because it was rude. It's honestly a selfish thing, number 2. When I ignore people, it's rude. So I make the apology in a selfish way because it's like I committed a trespass, you know? So it's not like I'm worried about your feelings. I'm saying that etiquette-wise, I demand better of myself, and ignoring people that I value is like a dick move, you know? So I'm not apologizing to you because I fear hurting your feelings. I'm apologizing to you because, like, you know, it's etiquette wise, it's really rude to ignore you. If you're gonna sit in my channel and provide, like, you know, good content with valuable comments and questions and stuff, the best I can do is not ignore you. But I understand, but you know, but I do apologize because it is etiquette wise, it is a necessity. Etiquette wise, it is a necessity for me to apologize to you. Otherwise, you're gonna think it's okay when I just railroad you and ignore what you say, and it's not, you know. Hold on just a second. Let me do this because I can't move, and I'm gonna get killed if I don't move. Sorry, I'm gonna get killed if I don't move. Or no, I guess I can just run back. Yeah, I can run back. Sorry, I thought there was a pig spawning on me, but there wasn't. So you asked. I'm just chilling. Word. Yeah, me too. So. Yeah. Did I crack all of the old items because they give you 3 gold and they weigh a lot. And the way that the item excuse me, the way that the item implementality works is there's about 45 skins for every weapon, and they vary depending on the eye level. So this is one of the most basic skins that I'm wearing that you might see at level like 45. But they reused it again on this this legendary at 694 because none of the weapons are named. They are great swords of the soldier. It's all Diablo items because they want you to keep cracking items all day. They want you to get addicted. You see me do it. I'll go crack, 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 down through like, you know, 80 items and shit. That's the gameplay that's the core of the gameplay loop that they're trying to supply. So the only named things in the game now are artifact gear. See, like Featherweight has a named affix. Everything else is Primeval, Breaching, Cowl of the Century, and a smart Diablo player would know that means Wilderness Ward, Empowering Shooter Stance, Ice Harnessing, and Grit Ward, which is reflected here in the chat. Wilderness Ward, Empowering Shooter Stance. Now, I don't have these memorized, but I know what Breaching is. I know what Sentry is. That's, Shooter Stance, right? And I know that Primeval is Wilderness Ward, right? So I could have made a guess based off what this is. I knew, looking at the title, that it's like a nature, like some kind of ice damage. It's like some kind of, breaching means damage, so it was like ice harnessing is the breaching part of the language, right? And I really love this shit. I live for this shit, right? But so I do have 2 named items. All the rest of them are entirely worthless and will be replaced and are not like precious, and the skins are kept in a transmog capacity, so you can go pull the skin again from the transmog vendor like World of Warcraft if you want to again. But I actually like this sword more because of the gold. The reflections on this sword are the best of the 45 skins. I actually prefer this more because the glint on the sword when it's in the moonlight, you see it, is far more interesting than the red sword. So the glint in the sun is they stole this from Final Fantasy 11. There was an item in Final Fantasy 11. They stole this weapon sheen. Well, they didn't steal it. Final Fantasy used it for Cloud's weapon in Final Fantasy 7 Remake, which was paying homage to a weapon that they had in Final Fantasy 11, the greatest game of all time. rune halberd, right? It was an axe that looks like a great sword. It was a great axe that looks like a rune halberd, right? Very, very famous weapon in many games, but in FFXI is the big claim to fame. A lot of people just want to pretend that FFXI didn't exist because the Western media doesn't like Japanese people and doesn't want Japanese companies or Korean companies to succeed the way they want Bethesda and Epic and shit to succeed, right? A lot of Western gaming market is very right-wing and racist, and so they tried to write Final Fantasy XI out of the MMORPG history because it was Japanese and it just wasn't Western and stuff. But the FFXI was the greatest game ever made, and just because the Western or the rich white, you know, racist Western fucking game people want to pretend that the SquareSoft doesn't exist, a lot of us do love Final Fantasy XI and Final Fantasy XIV, and so the Rune Halberd in FFXI ended up being a very influential item, and I don't know if I can pull the picture of it, but it looks like a great axe in the tooltip, but when you look at the axe, it looks like this. And in particular, when your back is turned to the Final Fantasy XI Sunlight, we had the history's first weapon effect. Right? There was glowing weapons like Fiery Weapon and such, but we didn't have glinting weapons that glinted in the sunlight until the Rune Halberd in Final Fantasy XI. See it? It also had a really good double attack and stuff. And so I can't get a picture of it because most people don't know about it, but I do. And so this weapon is a better approximation of what I think great swords should look like. That red sword is really good, but I mean, that red sword belongs in a great sword, either a great sword fire staff or a great sword ice staff vibe, because that sword will often have intellect on it because it's a caster's sword, which is why it looks like a crystal, right? So I am not a caster. As you can see, my attributes are stacked all the way to 341 strength, 80 dexterity, and 41 focus. I just got new gear today, and I bought a new sword and a new flail and a new I didn't buy a new shield, but I bought a new pair of pants, and so now all of my stats have been rebalanced due to the different stat changes that occurred on my gear. So we're going to cap out the strength all the way to the end of the bar here. There it is. And I only have a few points left. There it is there. So I only have 36 points left, right? 9 of which are going to go into focus because the flail is based off of strength damage and focus damage, and it's like 3/4 strength damage scaling, 1/4 focus. So I do want a little bit of focus because the flail is a focus-based weapon, and so this number here is based off of what stats you have in this chart. This damage number for the flail and this damage number for the greatsword. So the greatsword is strength and dexterity, and notice that I got bubbles across the board. And so if you're stat balance weighting, if you are stat balance weighting a new world character, the dexterity, is it's required for the great axe to get its damage multiplier reflected here in the tooltip as 218 slash damage, right? This will bump to something like 440 if I remember. Once I apply the points, you will see this reflected here when I do this. And you're going to see this jump to 218 slash damage. This one's 179 strike damage, so I have slash on the greatsword and strike on the flail, which is good because a lot of things are immune to or not immune, but very resistant to slash damage. So if something's resistant to slash damage, the flail will go right through it. It'll pierce right through it because it is actually strike damage. It's like piercing damage. So, now I have 12 points left. I can't do anything more in strength, which is like them showing me that they want me to do something else. I know that I can get a better scaling and I do more damage with my greatsword. So I can look into, I've got 12 points to spend. I can dump them into Dex, and I can look at this number improve from 1586 to significantly to 1662, because as you can see, there is a dexterity requirement for this greatsword in a major way. So I could also consider taking the 13 points back, so I'm down to 50 dex, and I could put them into focus 12 into focus, and you see that I can gain a significant DPS gain there on the flail, but I'm not maining the flail very much. I'm using the flail as a mobility tool, a mobility weapon with moving around the board and trying to get on targets and get away from targets in a light armor, artifact chest piece, all light except for the tower shield. And so I'm trying to describe the whole RPG vibe here, right? So we're going to drop the focus out, and I'm not going to do the focus, even though it is a nice stat bonus to the mace. I'm going to be equivocal about this. I'm going to say 3 points into focus. Now, what happened here? Now, I mean, I don't really understand here. Did you? Oh, here. I'm sorry. So yes, I have 12 points to spend. So we're gonna split them. We're gonna say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 into flail, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 into dex, because I don't get a bonus into either one because I don't reach the next bubble. So yeah, and so that's the best balance and overall improvement I can get for my weapon damage. That is how you stat weight balance your weapons in New World. Assign 12 and I'm up and I'm perfect. I've capped strength. I've got the dex bubble, which gives me 5% damage while at full health. So when I open something with my mace, it really hurts. So I had this attack that I opened with the mace. So because of my points in dexterity here, I on full health targets, I'm running in there with the mace. It's super fast and smashing him with my worst attack. And so then with the dexterity bonus, I gain a nice 5% damage while at full health, and I gain 20% haste for 3 seconds after skinning. With the focus bonus, I get 5% ability cooldown reduction, which is like the greatest thing in the chart, and then 5% chance to catch larger fish. We know that I'm one of them. We know that the healers are kind of Lu Shang people that like to sit by the river until the corpse of their enemy, like being biases or isms or bigotries or whatever, the corpse of my bigotry enemy floats by, right? So I sit by the river and I wait for people long enough that have good sensibility, that won't treat me badly or women badly or try to be pro-rape. So, I try to like, I'm a fisherman and I'm a fisherman and I'm a healer, and New World is good enough to understand that. So they put fishing bonuses in the healing chart because they know my personality. I like fishing and I like healing because I'm a slow person. I sit by the side of the river with my fishing pole and I wait for the bigotry assholes to take their stupid Trump fucking Fourth Reich Nazi fucking Hitler bullshit, anti-woman pro-rape bullshit, and fuck off out of here, And that's, and then so also I gain, in the con chart, I gain all health consumables are 10% stronger, 10% physical armor when at or above 50% health. So I'm a lot spongier when I'm full health. So I tend to try to keep my health up, right? And I almost reached, I could have actually, never mind, I'm sorry. So now I must respec, which by the way, that's 200 gold. It's not cheap and I'm not rich right now. So we respec, we drop the points into strength again. We notice that we do reach the bubble here. Right? The bubble here. The bubble here. And I'm sorry, I fucked up on the stat bonus weight here. See it? There we go. And we have 6 points left, right? Oh, no, 359. Oh, no, I'm sorry. So I do want to reach these last 4 into con, see it? And I reach increase max health by 10% because I'm wearing a very tanky light set, because the light set can't tank anything. I'll die in 2 hits. But if I throw my shield up, which I'm about to show you in a second, I'm not going to go any, I'm sorry. Yes. And then I'm going to drop the extra 7 points out of the strength chart because while they do benefit me, they are better spent splitting across the board. 4 points into dex, 4 points into focus to get that little bonus on both weapons. We assign, and we got our perfect number, which was 1599 on the greatsword and 1230 on, and that's the hits that I can expect to get. There's crits in this game, and then there's your white hits. So when I white hit, I'm hitting for 1599. When I crit, I hit for whatever 3000. It's double the amount. So crits are very simple in this game, and they're very satisfying, and they're very good. And so then we go about, and we're going to look at 2 other things, right? We're going to see in my strength chart, I have something particularly based around that particular crit in my weapon mastery chart for my greatsword. We have something called, I just spent the points in it, heavy blade. Charged heavy attacks have 15% armor penetration. So when I pull out the greatsword and I smack them with this, it's got 15% 100% army penny, which makes it even worse. So they have to stop me from doing this to them, or I will kill them. And on top of it, as I go, my attacks are going to gain grit. I mean, my grit means you cannot be stunned or interrupted, right? So notice that I don't go white when I do that, but I should. I think eventually I'll be able to go grit when I do that attack. But when I do this attack, I go grit right at the end of it, I think. And grit means you cannot be interrupted and you cannot be stunned. And so one of the things about grit is in the PvP combat, if they run a stun on you, but you are in grit form, it eats the stun, which fixed that horrible stun lock bullshit that Blizzard destroyed their game with. Remember the stun lock PvP? That's horrible. If you fought a rogue, you were just, they're going down for a patch, huh? God damn it, 6 p.m., huh? That's in 25 minutes. I got some time. So I'm almost done, but I'm going to show you the other changes that I made today, right? I picked up 3 new pieces. I got a chest and, I got a flail and a greatsword and a new pair of boots, which is why I had to balance my stat weights. Now I have to go and I have to do one more thing. I wanted to show you what's on my shield. You're going to see several trifecta stats, right? This is the perfect shield, and it's a low eye level. Everything else I have is between 690 and 680 and 700, right? Everything I have is between 680 and 700, so I'm sitting 690 on gear score, right? But this shield is hurting me very badly and really affecting my baseline damage because it's very low. But if you notice, the trifecta stats on the shield are fucking perfect. They are healing defense, which means that on block you heal for 2.8% base max health, and I will exhibit this here. So when I'm blocking, I heal, which means that you can't do damage to me. I'm blocking. While I'm blocking, I heal. Now, the expansion's only been out for 4 days, but I doubt anybody's actually detected this ability on the shield yet. So now I'm gonna let the wolf hurt me a lot, and I'm in light armor, so the wolf's gonna hurt me a lot. Watch, I mean, well, really, he's a lower level than me. He's 6 levels lower, so he doesn't hurt that bad. But the wolf's hurting me, right? I shoot a cannon at him, so I'm getting my limit break charged again, and I put my shield up. Now watch this. See the green pop? See the green pop? 251. Every time that I block, I'm healing for 251. Now, 251 on a 13,000 health bar isn't that much. But, I mean, this could be a player. Now, the player isn't going to suck as bad as this. He's going to roll around me, break my guard, and do shit like that. But some of them are that bad. Some of them are just going to try and wail on me. And if they do, they're going to learn that when I throw up the shield like this, they're going to think, oh my god, it's just a light board shield. He can't possibly be, I mean, his damage is stopping. Yeah, and so you understand what I built with this. So when I throw my great sword damage out with the higher coefficient, which is oh, did I aggro? No. Greatsword, which is right now sitting at attributes are 1599, right? So I run out my 3 attacks that do about 9,000 damage or something, which is evidenced here. I'll go run out my rotation on the next mob that I see. There's a good mob. He won't die as fast, I don't think, which is good. So we're going to go open up. I do about 9,000 damage to him with my opener. I'm sorry, open with the flail. Here's my rotation, right? I open with the flail. I lay the pool on the ground. I go to fight him in the pool. See it? I come running back here. Oh, he ran from me. Right? Yeah, but I mean, yeah. So, and then if he's any kind of fight, if he's a BAM, at that point, all of my shit's on rotation. After I run the shield flip, I go and I run the shield. And, I am invincible as long as I'm facing my target and I have stam in my bar, which is a lot easier to do because when I'm halfway down on my stam bar, I can still roll twice with 60 stamina out like this. See it? And that's really hard. They have to run like this, right? It's really slow for them, but if I can just roll, I'm out and I'm away from them. So not only then right now I'm back up and I'm full stam and I'm invincible again, and I'm also healing from every bit of damage that's coming in. It's a mixture of Fury Warrior and Prot Warrior, and it heals from blocking in a very real, verifiable way. And it's not invincible, but it's strong. It can tank anything in the game. And I will go prove this in a second, but I've got turn-ins and stuff. But in 5 minutes, I'll prove that I can tank anything in the game indefinitely. You're going to get an idea of the power the New World actually brought the players as compared to World of Warcraft, which is just like, oh, you got another shield, and it might give you 20% crit or something, but it's not like game-changing like that shield thing that lets me heal from all of their melee attacks, like a Blood DK or a Prot Pally or a fucking Bear or something like that, right? Yeah. And that's all I have to say about this. Now, I'm going to turn in quests, and I'm going to go down to the BAM Island, and you'll watch me tank stuff for a little while, and you'll understand that they broke their game, and they pretty much had to remove this, but they haven't removed it yet, so I'm going to use it, you know?
Stunned and speechless when Trump attacked her, which happened when she went to Mar-a-Lago to interview Trump. Stornoff says that she didn't report what had happened because she was afraid it would hurt her career. The jury also heard from Robert Salerno, an ex-Bergdorf Goodman executive, who testified that he didn't think that there were security cameras on the 6th floor during the 1990s. When Trump's lawyers questioned whether the dressing room doors would have been unlocked, Salerno said a lot of the time the doors were not locked, they kept them open or they propped them open. Now, we'll get to Trump's defense or lack thereof in just a second, but there were so many interesting legal issues here that had a huge effect on trial. Before the trial, there was a question of the admissibility of the Access Hollywood tape. Trump's lawyer, Elena Haba, argued that the conduct Trump described in the video isn't at all like the violent rape that Carol described. And in the judge's order analyzing this type of propensity evidence, he stressed that there are various ways that a reasonable person could interpret.
Shout outs to Hopkins for being a really good mod for a really long time. And I'm sorry things ended badly. It's nothing personal, buddy. I must protect my channel. You might find better streamers out there, and I realize that you put in a lot of work to try to become my friend, and that I'm autistic and it's hard to be my friend, and I'm sorry that we aren't friends anymore. I feel a loss from that. I think you were a good friend, but also I can't have you poisoning up the place with your mind brainwashed with your right-wing Republican anti-woman, anti-black shit. I can't really have it. Sorry. It poisons the channel, and I feel really bad about that. I know that we had a bad argument, but, like, you know, one day I will have a channel full of women. Or not at all, who knows? But I hope one day to have a channel full of women who would hope that I would act like I just did.
Interpret Trump's Access Hollywood statements. They could assume he's just a braggart making up stories, or that he was talking about what other stars did to women. Alternatively, a person could believe that
I think they mistake my ability to get along with them as some kind of approval of them. No. I have a strong, charismatic ability to get along with most people in this society unless they themselves are fundamentally broken in some way. But that doesn't mean I approve of what you're saying, and often I will draw the line, unfortunately. So you can be in this channel and talk like positively like number 2 and do just fine for 50 years. Or you can make it a tribalist argument about how women shouldn't be able to confront their rapist 10 years later and get kicked. Yep, try to just try to keep the chats about the game, because trust me, we're gonna have a confrontation. I'm a punker. I used to fucking go up against the fucking jock douchebags physically, you know what I'm saying? I'm a punker. I don't fucking fuck around. I'm not trucking some fucking right-wing, regressed, fucking taboo, bullshit, sexist, pro-rape, excuse rape fucking bullshit. I'm just not trying to fucking do it. Never have, never will. I used to fight people like that, and guess what? I still do, you know? Sorry.
Or not.
Well, historically, that's true with stars.
It's true with stars that they can grab women by...
Well, that's what it's... If you look over the last million years, I guess that's been largely true. Not always, but largely true. Unfortunately.
Alternatively, a person could believe that Trump grabs women by the you-know-what, whether they consent or not.
Well, historically, that's true with stars.
Yeah, I don't totally chill in my room all day. Like today I went walking and stuff, but I definitely chill in my room all day most days, yep. And I just try to play games, and I just try to keep it real, you know? I'm not trying to have some confrontation with somebody about fucking, like, excusing rapists. It wasn't what I was trying to get into. And it sucks, and then immediately I lose my fucking temper like an asshole, and I rip somebody's fucking head off, and I kick them out of my life, excuse me. And I didn't go looking for that. I just did it because I can't truck with toxic anymore. Can't do it. Can't truck with toxic boomers. I can't truck with toxic little Eichmanns. Can't do it. don't have the same ideals, didn't vote for the same things. Sure, because we get along, I think we're friends, but I mean, you know, I think of Hop as a friend. I don't think of him as I don't want some I don't want some battle with Hop, you know. I think of him as a friend. But I'm sorry, I can't have this like anti-woman, pro-sexist bigotry fucking, like, I've been brainwashed by my parents bullshit. I'm sorry, I can't have it. Like, the difference is when I was younger than Hop, I knew better. When I was younger than Hop, by the age of 13, I knew better. When I was younger than Hop, I knew better. And that's the difference. I hold them to the same values and standards that I held myself. By the age of 13, I knew better than to discriminate against women like that, make a comment like that. I knew better, you know?
That they can grab women by...
Well, that's what
it's a foible because they like it. It's a foible that they self-introduce into their own personality. They think it's funny. It's not. Get blocked.
That's been largely true, not always, but largely true.
Server crash.
Unfortunately or fortunately.
And you consider yourself to be a star?
I think you can say that, yeah.
Yeah, he was the star of The Apprentice. The television star is the one thing you could say he was. He wasn't a leader. He wasn't a politician. He didn't know anything about running a government. He never held public office and shit. He definitely was not qualified to be there. But one thing you could say is he was definitely a television star. That's something Google would confirm, yeah.
Now, ultimately, Judge Kaplan ruled that the jurors could reasonably conclude, based on the tape alone, that Trump, quote, in fact has had contact with women's genitalia in the past without their consent, or that he has attempted to do so.
Damn it. Excuse me. they're patching the MSQ, so they kicked us all off in prime time, because you can tell they're brand new at this. They just don't know what to do. So they realized that it was coming to a head, and that the forum complaints were starting to be like, fuck you, I want a refund. And just now, about an hour ago, by day 4, the community had their fucking, like, their rebellion moment where they were like, dude, the MSQ has been broken for 4 fucking days and I want a refund. And when Amazon had to step to Jeff Bezos and tell them that their New Worlds expansion was going to be refunded, that's when they started patching finally. Otherwise, they'll just cash grab until then. That's when they'll start patching. See it? Right in the middle of primetime Friday night. They'll start patching before they lose their expansion money, because everybody starts demanding refunds, even though they played for 50 hours, right? And Steam starts like emailing Jeff Bezos being like, yeah, did you know that the New World expansion is getting a lot of returns now because of some main story quest bug? And Jeff Bezos calls up fucking AGS and he's like, dude, are you guys getting fucking refunded? And the AGS guy is like, yeah, sorry. Yeah, we have a bad MSQ, and it's because the punk-ass kids keep putting tents on top of the quest giver, and we didn't see that coming. I'm so sorry, sir. World of Warcraft never saw it coming, and we didn't either. And Jeff Bezos goes, okay, well, I mean, it's an acceptable mistake, but you got to fix it now. And they're like, sir, it's like 3:30 in the afternoon in the California. You really want to do this now? And he's like, yeah, fucking... take the servers down, 6:30 primetime. I don't fucking care. Take it down and fix the problem, because I'm not letting them refund all of those expansions. I'm not letting them do that. Fix it now, right? And they're like, Jesus, we have to patch during primetime, guys. And they all like sigh, and they go do their fucking primetime patch at 6:30 in the fucking, or 5:45 in the fucking afternoon in California, when the entire known world is on New Worlds or whatever, and they patch their server live primetime because they know that they're about to lose their IP if they don't fix it. It is kind of funny. I didn't mention this to Aquinas yesterday when he asked, but yeah, the MSQ is absolutely fucked right now, and they're like emergency patching it as we speak. So now I'm condemned to YouTube until this fixes, which is probably like 10 minutes to like 30 minutes or something like that. We'll watch this Legal Eagle video, guys. I'm so sorry that all these AAA, third party, small third party companies seem to have such bad problems, but they cash grabbed the money and stole everything.
So this meant that the jury would hear the Access Hollywood tape in trial and would decide for themselves.
Oh man, how many friends did I kick this year? There was Steph, there was Zelly, there was like 5 other people, 3 of which I brought back. There was the thousands of times I kicked the stream sniper. There was like let's see, who else? Another one kept making sexist remarks in from the Rust crowd, and I kicked him. And he was a good customer. He was in here every day. I've kicked like several friends this year. Like I don't know, 15 friends or something. 12 friends, I think. Yeah, it's like 12 or 15 friends, something like that. It's a shame.
Themselves, whether it indicated that Trump routinely touches women in their intimate areas.
And it's not like I like doing that. I just don't have the patience for anything negative.
With or without their consent. Now, Donald Trump made the unusual decision not to put on a defense. The only two witnesses on Trump's witness list were Trump himself and a psychiatrist, but neither testified in court. Now, that doesn't mean he was conceding liability. His lawyers cross-examined all the plaintiff's witnesses, and the plaintiff, E. Jean Carroll, has the burden of proof in this case. Though, as we'll talk about,
like for Hop, there's better, more like lucid, younger streamers for his generation that are a lot more accepting of that bigotry, you know? I'm not the guy I'm really not the channel that he should be hanging around in. There's lots better, more Little Eichmann streamers out there for him that have lots more people to talk to and lots more people to push your little Eichmann ideals to. This is not the place, man. This is a Bob Ross hippie, fucking leftist bleeding heart liberal stream, man. I'm not gonna listen to pro-rape shit from some fucking Little Eichmann thug. Go hang out with Andrew Tate or something.
The burden of proof in a civil case is very, very different from the burden of proof in a criminal case. Trump's lawyer, Joe Chacapina, questioned why Carroll didn't scream. She said, quote, "I'm telling you, he raped me whether I screamed or not. I don't need an excuse for not screaming." And Stoyanov testified that she
It's
also
true, she doesn't.
And in addition to asserting that the assault never happened, Chacapina argued that the lawsuit was part of a vast conspiracy against Trump. And Judge Kaplan allowed the defense to question Carroll on why she decided to file a lawsuit, eliciting testimony that she got the idea to sue from Never Trump lawyer George Conway, Kellyanne's former better half. And Conway introduced Carroll to her now lawyer, Robbie Kaplan. And Chacapina tried to find inconsistencies.
So sorry, I'm going to pause it here and do some stream activity on the display adapter. I hope I have the right thing here. Do I have the right thing? I don't. I have the wrong screen. I'm sorry. There you go. So we'll do some screen administration here. So now that I've lost another friend, I realize that my security is too lax, and I make an adjustment upon the stream again. It's like a fiddly little thing, right? And we just double check the roles manager and make sure he can't hurt me. He can't. So then we come through here and we look at and this will be the last time I ever, by the way, I'm making several adjustments to the stream to make it a better run program, right? That was the last time I ever promote a mod. And so, you know, if Hop is listening to me, you were a really good mod. And I think that aspect of you was really good. There was a lot of Little Eichmann right-wing bullshit that I think you just kind of parrot because you're, well, I don't want to insult him, so I'll just, you know, I think you parrot a lot of right-wing stuff. And I think it really harms your chance at getting laid. I think it really harms your chance at, like, a lot of things about, like, having good friends and people who are smart around you. The more right-wing and uptight you get like that, the dumber the people are going to be around you. And I know that's why you're talking about moving away from your hometown and stuff like that. Get away from those people before they poison you further. I see that poison and I had to kick it out. I had to excise myself from it. You know what I'm saying? Much less you. I can't imagine what you're going through. You have some of my sympathy. But it's never too late to take a fucked up life to a beautiful state. Like, they have been brainwashing you far too much. I watch you block girls and talk about fucking how it's not okay to come forward 10 years later and support Trump, who's in jail, like going to jail for 200 felony charges and stuff. And I think about how you aren't a very good human being, probably. Those things don't make you very cool, you know? It's unfortunate, but somebody should say it to you. And there we go. So the moderation's good. We come through. We're going to change the rules since we lost another friend. We can obviously see that security is not good enough. I thought the thing about I don't wish to talk, don't bother. I don't wish to talk, do not respond. Said with love. Do not monitor the Twitch chat. You can talk to each other, but I do not read it and will not respond. I repeat, do not bother talking to me. I do not have the chat window open. Do not care. This is an 18 years or older stream. Audience only. No minors allowed. And I'm going to bump this higher here. This is an 18-year-old stream. I do not want to talk to kids. I repeated the same thing. I don't wish to talk, don't bother. I do not respond. I do respond, right? Said with love. I do not monitor the... I do. You can second just... That's a lie. You can talk to each other, but I do not read it. That's not true. You can talk to... But I may not respond. You can talk to each other, but I may... but I may not respond, right? I repeat, do not bother talk. No, it's not that I don't wish to talk. Don't bother. Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of all of that. I do wish to talk a little bit. I'm gonna say this is an 18 years older stream. 18 years or older stream. 18 plus. Audience only, guys. If I sense that you're young, I will kick. No minors allowed. If you're under 18, you do not have permission to be here. You will be banned. I mean, and I lived up to it, didn't I? I'm looking for nice, quiet people who want to put me on in the background for many years. I like small chit chat, but mainly it's a one-way stream, guys. I hate to say it, but mainly it's a one-way stream, guys. 3 rules. This is my house. If I get even one hit, one iota, one whiff, one little jagged pixel of toxicity or negativity. 2, no unbans ever. Rule 3, viewers must follow me for 30 minutes. We're going to make it 3 months. 3 months, right? The walls are going up 3 months before they're allowed to post messages in my channel, right? Right, so save changes, and then we're going to come through here. Verification exemptions. Moderators should not have an exemption. Set all to Twitch minimum recommendation. Nope. And then phone verification is on. All chatters must have a verified email. Non-mod chat delay is 6 seconds. Yeah, that's pretty good. Oh, wait. I don't want a chat delay before non-mods see messages. I see. Adds a 6-second delay before they see my messages. That's good. Okay, GG 3 months. Wait, might not be able to talk. Well, let's see. Let's see if it blocks you. Well, let's drop it to 1 month, right? Drop it for 1 month right now. What's up, Aquinas? How you doing? We're gonna drop it for 1 month right here. Yeah. So, and I think that concludes my business here. Just doing some stream, administration on the rule sets and such. I don't believe that will ban anybody in the current channel from speaking. Absolutely. No, I'm not trying to block you guys. I'm trying to keep the kids out of my channel who make weird pro-rapist fucking remarks, because they just never had a real life. They've never lived with a woman before. They don't know what reality is like or anything. They never had sex, maybe. They don't know. They just don't know what reality is. When you have a lot of women in your life, you can't be trucking with some pro-rapist fucking remark, I have a lot of women in my life. Not like in my personal life, but I mean like in my life. And I can't truck with a comment like that.
He's in Carol's statements.
So Aquinas, I want to play New World, but they just emergency patched because of the MSQ. So let's see if they'll let me in, but I don't think so. Oh no, they did. Never mind. It just came up, but I was down for they emergency patched the MSQ just now, so I was like waiting for it, which is why we're sitting here doing nothing. Sorry.
Offered an audio
and
clip.
Good to see you, Aquinas. Thanks for coming back. I appreciate the loyalty, buddy. I hope you slayed out here today. Fuck yeah.
Of an interview where Carol said that she didn't blame Trump for her failure to have another relationship. Quote, I think it wasn't because of him. I think it was, I just didn't have the luck to meet the person that would cause me to be desirous again. I think maybe in that dressing room, my desire for desire was killed. Carol also admitted that she was a massive fan of The Apprentice, which might have been at odds with her assertion that the alleged assault damaged her. Tacopina showed a jury a 2012 Facebook post where Carol jokes about whether she would have sex with Donald Trump for $17,000. Now, whether any of that actually amounts to an inconsistency is up to the jury to decide. But in a civil case like this, the plaintiff has the burden of proof. But the burden of proof is not beyond reasonable doubt. It is a preponderance of the evidence, which is basically more likely than not, or 51% compared to 49%. It's only showing that your story is more believable than the other side's. So the burden is lower. But still, the plaintiff does have the burden here. So Trump's lack of a defense is less strange than it might seem on its face. After all, his claim is that what E.G. and Carol is claiming is not true. And if he had the burden of proof, he'd be trying to prove a negative. He just simply needs to say that it's more likely that it's not true than it is true. Now, I also mentioned some propensity evidence, which is fairly unusual in a case like this. There were 2 women that testified that Trump assaulted them in the same way that he allegedly assaulted Carol, Natasha Stoynoff, and Jessica Leeds. Now, there was a huge battle over the admissibility of this propensity evidence before trial even got underway. Now, propensity evidence is evidence of one crime that is used to show the defendant is more likely to have committed another crime. Now, there is generally a bar against using propensity evidence or character evidence to prove that the defendant committed a crime or a civil tort. Now, if someone committed a crime in the past, they are probably more likely to have committed the crime at issue, but the courts believe that it's too easy to draw the conclusion there and that you really need to prove a crime actually happened in this specific instance without being able to show that they just have a character for doing so. And in fact, Federal Rule of Evidence 404 states in part that, quote, evidence of a person's character trait or trait of character is not admissible for the purpose of proving action in conformity therewith on a particular occasion. Now, Rule 404 exists because juries tend to overvalue character evidence when we don't want to find a person guilty or liable just because they had committed a prior bad act. However, Federal Rule of Evidence 415 removes the character evidence bar for sexual assault cases, probably because it's a recognition of how hard it can be to prove a case in a he said, she said case. That rule states, quote, in a civil case involving a claim for relief based on a party's alleged sexual assault or child molestation, the court may admit evidence that the party committed any other sexual assault or child molestation. So how do we square Rule 404 with Rule 415? Well, when a victim comes forward with allegations of sexual assault, juries tend to minimize the victim's story unless there is evidence that a defendant did it to someone else. And Rule 415 is supposed to level the playing field for victims of sexual assault. Trump's lawyers filed a motion to exclude the Leeds and Stoynoff testimony on the basis that whatever it is that Trump did to them, it wouldn't qualify as sexual assault and therefore couldn't be admissible under Rule 415. But on March 15th, the judge ruled that if true, the allegations by both women would qualify as a type of sexual assault and their testimony would therefore be admissible. Trump then brought in Joe Tacopina as his trial lawyer. Tacopina has previously defended Michael Jackson, Alex Rodriguez, and Meek Mill. Tacopina filed a motion on the eve of trial attempting to relitigate the admissibility of Stoynoff's testimony. Now, judges hate relitigating the same thing that they've already ruled on, and this second argument went over like a lead balloon. Judge Kaplan denied the Tacopina motion, writing that the motion was not just untimely, but also that Tacopina failed to show that the court's original decision overlooked matters or controlling decisions. So what did Carol have to prove in this case? Well, Judge Kaplan ruled that Carol's defamation claim was for libel per se. All that meant is that in a defamation per se case, a plaintiff doesn't need to prove damages at the outset. They were initially presumed. And Carol had to prove that Trump's statements were untrue and that they harmed her reputation and profession. We've covered this a lot on this channel. Carol had to show that Trump's statements had a tendency to expose her to public hatred, contempt, ridicule, or disgrace. And she had to prove that when Trump denied knowing her and denied sexually abusing her, that he knew it was false or acted with reckless disregard for the truth or falsity of that statement. And in a way, Carol's civil battery claim was easier to prove than defamation. Battery is the intentional, harmful contact of one person against another, and Carol alleged the potential crimes that gave rise to the battery.
I'm gonna die because I'm in deep in that monument and they reset again. So annoying. I'm gonna die. Oh well.
Included rape, sexual abuse, sexual misconduct, or forcible touching. Now you might be wondering why a battery that is more than 25 years.
They just don't want to believe that their president was like this Russia kibitzing slumlord, caused some deaths, like sexual assaulter, like tax cheat. They just couldn't believe it. I mean, we don't want to believe it when your president is all of those things.
Old was being.
You don't want to believe it. I don't really blame them for not wanting to believe it. I don't really want to believe it either.
Heard in 2023, and the statute of limitations to bring civil lawsuits.
But I think it happened.
Over sexual assault in New York is generally 3 years. And, you know, the statutes of limitations exist for a good reason. After a sufficient amount of time has passed, it can be hard for a defendant to muster a defense because evidence just disappears over time and witnesses lose their memory. But here in 2022, New York passed the Adult Survivors Act, which opened a 1-year window from November 24th, 2022 to November 24th, 2023 for people to sue their alleged assailants, even if the statute of limitations had expired. And Carol filed her lawsuit within minutes of the law taking effect on November 24th, 2022. Now, despite some dubious motion practice from Joe Tacopina, Trump's lawyer, he actually received some praise from the judge for his skill in the courtroom. But unfortunately, Fortunately for him, he had Donald Trump as a client, and Trump boxed himself into a corner regarding his defense. By claiming that E. Jean Carroll made everything up, it allowed the plaintiff to easily refute that particular defense. Trump claimed that he had never met Carroll and she wasn't his type, so the evidence that they had met, despite being tenuous, was bad for Trump. And the same with his deposition testimony that he confused her with his ex-wife Marla Maples. And the plaintiffs jumped on that, and the videotaped footage of Donald Trump's deposition was fairly devastating.
I don't even know who the woman. Let's see. I don't know who. It's Marla.
You're saying Marla's in this photo?
That's Marla. Yeah, that's my wife.
Which woman are you pointing to? No.
Here.
Carol.
Oh, is that?
The person
okay.
you just pointed to was
I
E. Jean
see.
Carroll.
Who is that? Who is this?
Point. You're right.
By the way, it was completely inappropriate for Trump's lawyer, Alina Habba, to jump into the deposition.
Yeah, she
and coach the witness.
She coached him too. She tried to steer him to the right answer. That's illegal.
And suggest the right answer after Trump's.
It's not illegal, but it's illegal in terms of the court. You can't there would be an objection at that point if the lawyer was good.
Fumble. Now, the legal maneuvering was continuing throughout trial. For example, Joe Tacopina told the judge that Trump was not going to testify. However, at the same time that Tacopina was resting the defense's case, Trump was telling a press gaggle in Ireland that he intended to cut his trip short to confront Carroll in court. He said, quote, "I was falsely accused by this woman. I have no idea who she is." Then Judge Kaplan did some legal maneuvering of his own and point blank asked Tacopina whether Trump was waiving his right to testify. Tacopina said yes. Then Judge Kaplan said, quote, "How recently have you spoken with him?" To which Tacopina replied, "A few minutes before I came into court this morning." Now, Judge Kaplan probably knew what was coming next, where Trump would claim he wasn't allowed to testify because the whole system was corrupt, especially the judge. So Judge Kaplan bent over backwards to make sure that he gave Trump every opportunity to be heard. So he told Tacopina that his client had until 5 p.m. on Sunday to file a motion to testify. But Trump, to no one's surprise, did not return to New York, and Tacopina did not file such a motion. And now we have the verdict. A federal jury in New York found former President Trump liable for defamation and assaulting Carroll in the 1990s. The jury awarded Carroll $5 million in compensatory and punitive damages after deliberating for less than 3 hours, which is not a lot of time for a jury deliberation. And when a jury is deliberating, the jurors review the instructions on how to apply the law and then answer questions on the verdict form, which we happen to have here. Here, the jury rejected the allegation that the encounter between Carroll and Trump constituted rape. You can see that the question was number 1 on the verdict form. The jurors instead checked the box on the verdict form, which was in the alternative of sexual abuse. That means the jury believed Trump touched Carroll without her consent. So while the jury found that Carroll met her burden regarding sexual assault, they apparently did not find that she met her burden that Trump had penetrated her, which would have been required for the rape allegation. So the jury awarded her $2 million in compensatory damages for the abuse. Turning again to the verdict form, the jury concluded that Trump had made a false statement, and that he made this false statement with actual malice, which was a high bar for Carroll to clear. The jury awarded her $1 million in damages for compensatory damages for the amount that she actually lost effectively out of pocket, and an additional $1.7 million for damaging her reputation. The jury added $280,000 in punitive damages and an extra $20,000 for wanton disregard. And in concluding, Judge Kaplan advised the jurors to keep their identities secret and not to publicly identify the other jurors. And although it's legal for jurors to talk about their experiences and identify themselves to the media, here the judge had taken extraordinary precautions for a civil case, ruling that before trial the jury would be anonymous due to the threats that Trump and his supporters have made against juries and prosecutors in the past. But now that Carroll was successful, she'll probably want to celebrate with a delicious home-cooked meal, which she can do with today's sponsor, HelloFresh. She doesn't even need to spend $5 million on it, because HelloFresh is a great way to eat delicious fresh food while still being healthy. It's a great way to get back into a diet or just eat great food. In fact, HelloFresh has a whole variety of calorie-smart, carb-smart, pescatarian, and veggie options, and you can customize it how you want to. HelloFresh delivers fresh, quality produce from the farm to your door in less than a week, and this May, HelloFresh is celebrating Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, so you can try limited-time authentic recipes created in partnership with Chef Surbi Sani of New York City's Tagmo restaurant and enjoy a cultural taste tour right in your own kitchen. Now, I'm a do-it-yourself person, and I have to say I was initially pretty skeptical about HelloFresh because I think I'm a pretty good cook and I didn't really need the help, but I actually loved it. Even for an experienced cook, HelloFresh delivers new ingredients and recipes that I'd never try on my own. And of course, everything was delivered straight to my door, so I didn't have to do any shopping. The produce actually gets to you faster than a grocery store, so it arrives at peak freshness and flavor, and it's also super easy to save time. HelloFresh cuts out meal planning and prep, so the recipes only take 20 to 30 minutes to cook, which is literally less time to cook than it would normally take to do shopping. And HelloFresh is actually cheaper than grocery shopping and at least 25% cheaper cheaper than takeout. So if you'd like to try HelloFresh, go to HelloFresh.com and use the code LegalEagle16 for 16 free meals plus free shipping. Yes, you can actually get 16 free meals plus free shipping by clicking on the link that's on screen right now or down in the description. So click on the link below and use the code LegalEagle16. And after that, click on this playlist over here for more Legal Eagle, or I'll see you in court. So it turns out that the real-life story in The Blind Side might not be so real. If you've been living under a rock for the last 100 years, it turns out that Hollywood might not be the most reputable source of information. Now, you might remember the 2009 movie The Blind Side, which was purportedly based on the true story of Michael Orr, who was lifted out of grinding poverty after being taken in by a wealthy Tennessee couple, Sean and Leanne Toohey. Thanks to their support, Orr graduated high school, got a scholarship to play football at the Toohey's alma mater, Ole Miss, and was selected by the Baltimore Ravens in the first round of the 2009 NFL Draft. Over 8 seasons, Orr played for 3 NFL teams as an offensive tackle and made 2 Super Bowl appearances, bringing home 1 Super Bowl ring. The movie earned over $300 million at the box office and was nominated for Best Picture, while Sandra Bullock took home Best Actress for her portrayal of Leanne Toohey. And of course, one of the things that makes the film's message so heartwarming is how the Tooheys not only treated Orr like family, they legally adopted him into it.
We want to know if you would like to become part of this family.
Kind of thought I already was.
But perhaps you can't believe everything that comes out of Hollywood. According to a 14-page petition filed in Tennessee probate court, Orr alleges that the Tooheys tricked him into signing a document he thought legally made them his adopted parents, but actually made them his conservators, which purportedly allowed them to enter into business deals in his name and make millions of dollars off of his life. But in response to the lawsuit, the Toohey family lawyers denied Orr's allegations of exploitation, calling them hurtful and absurd, and one of their lawyers also accused Orr of only filing a petition after the Tooheys refused to pay $15 million as part of a shakedown effort, or settlement agreement, depending on which side you are on. But let's talk about these allegations, and let's talk about what it means that the Tooheys had a conservatorship over Michael Orr. Under Tennessee law, a conservatorship is a legal proceeding in which a court strips the decision-making ability from someone who is a minor or lacks the legal capacity to make decisions on their own and transfers that ability to one or more conservators. A conservatee is not a member of the family and can consent to the conservatorship by signing the proper legal documents. And also under Tennessee law, conservators have a fiduciary relationship with their conservatees. And with great conservator power comes great legal responsibility and specific legal duties to the conservatee, including a duty to act only in the best interest of the conservatee, manage the conservatee's money properly and carefully, keep the conservatee's money and property separate from the conservators, and maintain good records. Now, fiduciaries also must act in a manner that is trustworthy, honest, and in good faith. Those that fail to abide by these standards can be sued and forced to repay the money. In contrast, in adoptions, an adoptee becomes a permanent member of the family, and the parents are legal guardians under Tennessee law. But parents don't have the same strict duties to their children as conservators do to their wards, or for the same length of time. Tennessee parents have a duty for the care, nurture, welfare, education, and support of their minor children until the child graduates high school, or if 18, completes their current grade. So here on August 14th, 2023, Michael Orr filed a 14-page petition to terminate conservatorship for accounting and other relief in Shelby County, Tennessee probate court. Now, the petition makes 2 main claims. First, that the Tooheys fraudulently induced Orr into consenting into a conservatorship by misrepresenting the documents as adult adoption papers, tricking him into giving them control over his affairs. And second, that the Tooheys have abused their positions as fiduciaries to profit off of Orr's life and likeness for financial gain, including by falsely holding out to the world that they legally adopted Orr as their son. Now, Orr's petition, which is obviously going to be from his side of the story, describes a tragic story that led to him being taken in by the Tooheys, some of which was depicted in The Blind Side, albeit with some dramatic license. On April 14th, 1996, Orr, one of a dozen siblings, became a ward of the Tennessee foster system just before turning 12 years old. Orr bounced around between the foster care system and being homeless, attending 11 schools in 9 years and repeating the first and second grades. With the help of a friend's father, Orr was admitted to Briarcrest Christian School as a sophomore for the fall of 2002. By fall of 2003, Orr began playing basketball and football, and his talent was apparently immediately recognized, resulting in football scholarship offers pouring in from top colleges. In the film, several college football coaches cameo as themselves to depict their efforts to recruit Orr.
Hello? I'm Tommy Tuberville, Auburn University.
Leanne Tui, nice to meet you. Michael?
Yes, that's right. Before he was the U.S. Senator single-handedly undermining America's military readiness, Tommy Tuberville got himself an IMDb credit in an Oscar-winning film. Or explained that he was near penniless and got by thanks to the kindness of relatives, friends, and others letting him stay in their homes. Beginning in the summer of 2004, Orr would occasionally stay with Sean and Leanne Tui. And here's how The Blind Side depicts their decision to welcome Orr into their home beginning in the summer of 2004.
I think what you're doing is so great. To open up your home to him, and honey, you're changing that boy's life.
No. He's changing mine.
But Orr's petition portrays the Tui's motives as anything but altruistic. Quote, where other parents of Michael's classmates saw Michael simply as a nice kid in need, conservators Sean Tui and Leanne Tui saw something else, a gullible young man who...
Ooh, 25,000, not bad. Excuse me.
Connecting.
whose athletic talent could be exploited for their own benefit. In the petition, Orr asserts that the Tuis told him that they loved him, encouraged him to refer to them as mom and dad, which he did, and promised that they would go through the process of legally adopting him into their family. Except that Orr was never legally adopted. Quote, almost immediately after Michael moved in, the Tuis presented him with what he understood to be legal papers that were a necessary step in the adoption process. Michael trusted the Tuis and signed where they told him to sign. What he signed, however, and unknown to Michael until after February 2023, were not adoption papers or the equivalent of adoption papers. Instead, it was the petition for appointment of conservators, which was filed in this cause on August 9th, 2004 by Deborah Brannon, attorney of record in this matter. Ms. Brannon was so close to the Tui family that Michael was encouraged to refer to her as Aunt Debbie. Now, according to Orr, the original August 9th, 2004 conservatorship petition states that he, quote, shall not be allowed to enter into any contracts or bind himself without the direct approval of his guardians/conservators. And he will, quote, not be allowed to make medical decisions for himself. And as for the Tuis, they, quote, shall have all powers of attorney to enter into contracts. For Orr, they, quote, shall have full and complete authority to make medical and educational decisions on Orr's behalf. And they shall have, quote, full and complete access to all his medical and school records in the same vein as had they been his natural parents and guardians. Now, one of the things that's curious here is the petition's acknowledgement that Orr lacked the typical criteria for being placed in a conservatorship, given that he had no diagnosed physical or psychological disabilities, was 18 years old, and would graduate from high school within the year. And furthermore, while the original conservatorship petition stated it was Orr's decision to end the conservatorship by age 25 at the latest, the final order granted allowed the Tuis to serve until the court decided to terminate the conservatorship. Orr alleges that the Tuis never told him that they were assuming sweeping authority over Orr's life, and claims that he had been told that this conservatorship petition was required because he was over the age of 18, and that this document was, quote, for all intents and purposes, an adoption. Now, we'll get into the veracity of this purported statement that you can't adopt an adult in Tennessee in a moment, but Orr further alleges that the Tuis have enriched themselves at Orr's expense based on, quote, the lie of Michael's adoption, pointing to Leanne Tui's personal website and their charitable organization, the Making It Happen Foundation, as examples. It appears that Leanne Tui explicitly refers to Orr as her adopted son in marketing for her foundation and as a motivational speaker. Now, regarding the financial exploitation, Orr claims that the Tuis have been unjustly enriched from their association with him and excluded him from profits from the Blind Side movie. The petition alleges that the Tuis began negotiating a movie deal about their relationship with Orr shortly after the release of the 2006 book, The Blind Side: Evolution of the Game by Michael Lewis, who happens to be a close school friend of Sean Tui. Now, the petition also claims that the movie paid the Tuis and their two birth children each $225,000 plus 2.5% of the film's defined net proceeds. Now, the petition notes that while 4 of the Tui family members had the same representative at the Creative Artist Agency, or CAA, The agent authorized to receive the movie contract and payment notices for Orr is Debbie Bronin, the attorney of record from the conservatorship filing and close friend of the Tuohys. And of course, the film went on to earn over $300 million at the box office and tens of millions of more in home video sales, probably due to outstanding character writing like this.
There's something you should know about me. I don't usually tell many people, but it's something I feel you should be aware of before you hire me.
What is it?
I'm a Democrat.
Okay.
The petition further alleges that a separate 2007 contract reportedly signed by Orr appears to, quote, give away to 20th Century Fox, quote, without any payment whatsoever, the perpetual, unconditional, and exclusive right to use Orr's name, likeness, voice, appearance, personality, and personal experiences. The filing states that Orr has no recollection of signing this contract, but if he did, no one explained the implications of what he was signing. The petition also alleges that Alcon Entertainment, LLC, the successor to Fox, donated $200,000 to Leanne's Making It Happen Foundation in October of 2010, which Orr believes came from a, quote, amendment to life story rights agreement. Orr asserts that the Tuohys never informed Orr of any amendment to his life rights agreement, nor did they secure any amendment that would ensure Orr otherwise benefited from the movie's success. Now, of course, if you ever found yourself in a conservatorship like Michael Orr or Britney Spears, you'd probably need a good lawyer to get out of it. But if you want a great lawyer, my firm, the Eagle Team, can help. If you've had an injury or death in the family, suffered a data breach, are dealing with Social Security disability or workers' comp, we can represent you or help find you the right attorney who can. Just click on the link in the description for a free consultation with my team. Because you don't just need a legal team, you need the Eagle Team. The link is below. Now back to Michael Orr and The Blind Side. So Orr contends that the Tuohys have breached several of their duties as conservators with their failure to file any yearly accounting of the conservatorship spending and assets, including Orr's life rights, file any statement relating to Orr's mental or physical condition as to whether the conservatorship should continue as required by Tennessee law, and to act in Orr's best interest as required for fiduciaries. So Orr's petition asked the court to end the Tuohys' conservatorship and to issue an injunction barring them from using his name and likeness. It also seeks a full accounting of the money that the Tuohys earned using Orr's name, and to have the couple pay him his fair share of profits, as well as unspecified court costs, attorney's fees, and compensatory and punitive damages. Now, in response to the petition, attorneys representing the Tuohys, of course, denied Orr's claims of deception and financial exploitation. In a lengthy statement, famed attorney to the stars Marty Singer described the Orr's allegations as outlandish, hurtful, and absurd. Quote, the idea that the Tuohys have ever sought to profit off of Michael Orr is not only offensive, it is transparently ridiculous. The notion that a couple worth hundreds of millions of dollars would connive to withhold a few $1,000s in profit participation payments from anyone, let alone from someone they loved as a son, defies belief. Singer claimed that documentation in the form of profit participation checks and studio accounting statements would demonstrate that the Tuohys have given Mr. Orr an equal cut of every penny received from The Blind Side. Singer also accused Orr of engaging in a pre-lawsuit shakedown, claiming the ex-NFL star threatened to plant a negative story about the Tuohys in the press unless they paid him $15 million. Singer also asserted that, quote, as part of the shakedown effort, Orr stopped cashing the royalty checks from The Blind Side, even as the Tuohys continued to deposit Orr's money into a trust account they set up for him. With respect to the conservatorship, Singer asserts that there was nothing underhanded about the arrangement and no money was made from it. Quote, in spite of the false allegation in the lawsuit, the Tuohys have always been upfront about how a conservatorship, from which not one penny was received, was established to assist with Mr. Orr's needs, ranging from getting him health insurance and obtaining a driver's license to helping with college admissions. Should Mr. Orr wish to terminate the conservatorship, either now or at any time in the future, the Tuohys will never oppose it in any way. And as for the Tuohys, Singer asserts that they are heartbroken over these events and hope that they can be reconciled someday. In an August 16th press conference, the Tuohys' local counsel, Randall Fishman and Stephen Farisi, further disputed claims that the family exploited Orr financially through the conservatorship.
The Tuohys did not control any of Mr. Orr's finances. Mr. Orr picked his own agent. When he signed pro, Mr. Orr signed his own contract and negotiated it through his agents.
The attorneys also insisted that each of the 5 family members, including Orr, received an estimated $100,000 from The Blind Side. Quote, Michael got every dime he had coming. Fishman also claimed that Orr knew he was not legally adopted by the Tuohys much earlier than February 2023, noting that Orr had acknowledged the conservatorship on 3 separate occasions, in particular in his book. And here's how Orr described the arrangement in his best-selling memoir, I Beat the Odds. Quote, it kind of felt like a formality as I'd been a part of the family for more than a year at that point. Since I was already over the age of 18 and considered an adult by the state of Tennessee, Sean and Leanne would be named as my legal conservators. They explained to me that it means pretty much the exact same thing as adoptive parents, but the laws were just written in a way that took my age into account. Asked why Orr was not legally adopted, Fishman said, quote, "It didn't make any difference to the Tuohys," and added, quote, "There was one thing to accomplish, and that was to make him part of the family so that the NCAA would be satisfied because Sean would have been a booster of the university." After the legal team's press conference, Orr's counsel provided the following statement. Quote, "We continue to stand with Michael and the statement he released. We also concur with his attorney, Don Barrett. We believe that justice will be served in the courtroom where cases are based on facts." Now, in response to Orr's allegations, Sean Tuohy denied the claims of financial exploitation, saying, quote, "We didn't make any money off the movie." He said that Michael Lewis, Sean Tuohy's childhood friend who wrote the book on which the film is based, gave his family half of the share of profits from the book. Tuohy